Chapter 3823. 100,000 immortal soldiers flew out of the light belt tunnel and immediately flew towards the heavenly fire wind lightning. When they left the astral wind, they quickly lined up again. Dozens of immortal soldiers rode on heavenly horses and scattered in all directions. More than 10 captains stood in front of them, welcoming the falling war chariot. Boom boom. The war chariot spat out flames and stopped above the group of immortal soldiers. From within the flames, a dignified voice sounded, "Is this place the U region?" Reporting to the great general. The captain of the immortal soldiers closest to the war chariot hurriedly replied, "I have already sent soldiers to investigate. There will be news soon." Yes, the hidden immortal continent is rather sensitive during this period of time. Although we are under the orders of the Immortal Palace and have nothing to do with the Buddhist sect, if this were to fall into the mouths of some people, it would be a weakness for them to attack us. The voice was very low and deep as it slowly came out. This Jiang country and Blackwind Ridge are extremely close to the Immortal Town. We should end the battle quickly and not delay the opportunity to leak the news. This subordinate understands. The immortal soldier hurriedly replied, "This subordinate will pass down the great general's order." After a short while, the immortal soldier that had gone to investigate returned with a message. The captain of the immortal soldiers hurriedly came to report, reporting to the great general, "This is the border between the Yu region and the Su province. It is not in the same direction as the Immortal Town." "All right, let's go." Just as the great general gave the order from within the flames, a sharp voice suddenly sounded out from another war chariot, "Lord True Monarch, after the Jiang country's cultivators obtained the imperial advisor's lot, they actually took such a long time to establish a country. There must be something fishy going on. Why don't you lead the army to destroy the Jiang country first, and I will head to the Blackwind Ridge to investigate." "Shut up." Without waiting for the voice to finish speaking, the great general's dignified voice shouted angrily, "How can you, the Hall of Enlightenment, dictate the orders of the army? Even if you want to investigate, you have to listen to this general's orders. My sons, we will split into 2 groups. Hua Chong, you will bring your men and charge towards the Jiang country and exterminate this Daoist country. The rest of you, follow this general to the Blackwind Ridge and exterminate the remnants of the Dao sect." On a battlefield, flames soared into the sky. Amidst the flames, a 30-meter tall giant spirit immortal general, dressed in shining immortal armor and holding a Xianhua axe, shouted loudly, "This general, Hua Chong, will definitely not disappoint the general and exterminate the Dao sect's Jiang country." With that, the immortal general named Hua Chong drove the war chariot and led the tens of thousands of immortal soldiers down into the sky, disappearing without a trace. "Sun Gang." Seeing that Hua had rushed away, the great general in the flames said coldly, "Didn't you want to follow this true lord to find the whereabouts of the imperial tutor's lot? Why didn't you follow Hua Chong to Jiang country?" Boom. The flames on the war chariot from which the sharp sound came just now were extinguished. Sun Gang's small figure appeared on the war chariot. "I'll let the great general know. Although the imperial preceptor's lot is recorded in the spiritual official hall and records the names and other information of the cultivators of the Jiang country's Jian Dao Gate, my Hall of Enlightenment feels that it's unlikely that this cultivator, who is only in the Golden Core realm, would be able to obtain the imperial preceptor's lot from Mount Yaotai. That's why I came to the lower realm this time to find the person who truly obtained the imperial preceptor's lot. Furthermore, I don't think that I can get any information from the Jiang country. You're not afraid of death, are you?" The great general's voice was filled with disdain. "With Hua Chong's ability, he can protect your safety no matter what. You don't have to be afraid." "Sun Jian." Sun Gang's little face flushed red with anger, and he said angrily, "Don't think that just because you are the immortal emperor's personally conferred great general of the Sun Palace, true Lord Qin, you can look down on my Hall of Enlightenment. Don't think that just because I'm young, you can deceive me. The Jiang country is just a short distance away from the Blackwind Ridge. Why did you send the vanguard to the lower realms to suppress the Jiang country first, and not with him? Instead, you're dawdling here. Aren't you afraid that the Blackwind Ridge's evildoers will escape?" With a cold snort, the Scarlet Sun war chariot did not change at all. Sun Jian's voice came out from inside. How can you call this true lord's name? If not for the ninth princess's face, this true lord would have killed you right here. Sun Gang jumped a few times on the war chariot, but he did not dare to say anything else. Sun Jian was right. Do you know what a little kid is? Sun Jian sneered on the war chariot and shouted again, everyone, send troops to the Black Wind Ridge. Tens of thousands of immortal soldiers accepted the order in a low voice and once again formed a formation and descended towards the Black Wind Ridge. Sun Gang, who was on the war chariot, bit his lips and followed Sun Jian to the Black Wind Ridge. Only he himself knew what he was thinking. The hidden immortal continent's Yaotai Star-Lord Palace's Hall Master was killed. In the eyes of the Immortal Palace's Hall of Enlightenment, this was really not a big deal. It was not like it had never happened before. The simplest way was to change the Hall Master. However, this matter was getting more and more fermented under the intentions of the Jasper Flower Palace. Moreover, under the power struggle of the Confucian cultivators, this matter had also become a reason to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. That was why the Immortal Palace sent troops to suppress the 10 nations. Sun Gang was not a fool. He naturally understood the new princess's intentions. When he received Xiao Hua's image from the Hall of Enlightenment, he was even more shocked. After passing this news to the school of the Emperor Star, he also paid attention to the news from the Spiritual Official Hall. After the founding of Jiang Country, the Spiritual Official Hall received the news from the Imperial Preceptor and found that the Imperial Preceptor of Jiang Country was only at the Golden Core Realm. He was not at the nascent Soul Realm as they imagined, nor was he Xiao Hua as the Jasper Flower Palace thought. Naturally, they also passed this news to the Hall of Enlightenment. Of course, at this time, the Immortal Palace had already begun to conquer the 10 nations of Taoism. No matter who founded Jiang Country, they would inevitably be killed by the Immortal Palace. However, the matter of the Longevity Town delayed the expedition for a while, and during this time, the Black Wind Ridge was also added to the scope of annihilation. Of course, the new princess also knew the news, but she could not show too much concern for Xiao Hua in front of others, let alone attract more attention from the Jasper Flower Palace. Sun Jian, the general of the Hall of Sun who was conquering the 10 nations of Taoism, was a trusted aide of the Immortal Emperor. Although he respected her, he would never listen to her. That was why Sun Gang volunteered. Sun Gang wanted to send a message to Xiao Hua in advance, but he was immediately noticed by Sun Jian. He also knew that this was a dead end. He could only act according to the situation before the two armies. As for whether he could save Xiao Hua, only the heavens would know. At this time, the Black Wind Ridge was no different from before. There were still some Confucian cultivators who were unwilling to give up wandering around. From time to time, they would fly to the Black Wind Ridge's great formation to attack a few times, and then flee far away. Although it was an incomplete capital star formation, it was enough to block the eye clarity technique and divine sense technique of these Confucian cultivators. No one knew that the Black Wind Ridge was already empty. Woo! A gust of wind blew out of nowhere, and then, like a layer of biting cold wind and frost, swept across the Black Wind Ridge. All the Confucian cultivators in the surroundings could not help but shrink their necks. An indescribable feeling of being spied on arose in their hearts. Who is it? Many Confucian cultivators raised their eyebrows and looked up in shock. In the sky above, the originally blazing sun was now accompanied by a gust of wind. Dark clouds poured out from all directions. These dark clouds did not carry any lightning, but the thick black color was enough to whet the hearts of the Confucian cultivators. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of drums came from the dark clouds like mountains. The sound was like thunder, and the surrounding sky trembled slightly. The true qi in all the Confucian cultivators' bodies suddenly boiled and rushed out uncontrollably. Not good. The Confucian cultivators were shocked. Just as they were about to urge their cultivation methods to control their true qi, in the sky above the heavy clouds, layers of multicolored light rolled out. At this time, the multicolored light had already covered 1,000 miles around the Black Wind Ridge. Groups of immortal soldiers holding weapons arrogantly appeared in the clouds. The Immortal Palace's punitive expedition? The Confucian cultivators suddenly woke up, and a few of the younger ones shouted, "The Black Wind Ridge is going to be unlucky." Dong dong dong. The war drums sounded. In the flames, several war drums that were like the sun let out rumbling sounds. In the midst of the war drums, 2 sun chariots spat out flames and rushed out of the clouds. The Immortal Palace's crusade, the innocent cultivators forced back the 3 sects. The war chariots appeared and the war flags waved. A voice came from an unknown place in the clouds, accompanied by the sound of the drums. "Let's go!" How could the Confucian cultivators not know how powerful it was? Before they could see the flag on the war flags, they immediately used their flying techniques to escape. If the immortal soldiers attack, no one will be able to escape. As for the land that they were previously patrolling, they looked very far away and shrank back into the ground, disappearing in a moment. The war chariot stopped in the air and an immortal general flew out. He saluted and said, "Reporting to the great general, there is a Daoist formation on the Black Wind Ridge. This humble one has already investigated it. It is a high-level Daoist formation. If there is no accident, it should be the Daoist's great heavenly star formation. This humble one couldn't see the situation inside clearly." Did any Daoist cultivators escape? Sun Jian's voice was very calm, as if he didn't care about the great heavenly star formation. Aside from the 121 Confucian cultivators within 100 miles of the Black Wind Ridge, not a single cultivator escaped from the Black Wind Ridge. Set up an inescapable net. The immortal general obeyed. Not long after, more than 10,000 immortal soldiers descended from the clouds and landed in an oval shape above the Black Wind Ridge capital star formation. Many immortal soldiers took out their weapons and flew out. The awe-inspiring chi pillar outside the Black Wind Ridge from before rumbled incessantly. Great General Sun. Sun Gang stood on the war chariot and sneered, "This place doesn't seem to be too far from the Longevity Town. With such a large formation, I'm afraid it has already attracted the Buddhist sect's attention. Is this your plan to intimidate them?" Sun Jian's figure didn't appear on the war chariot, so Sun Gang naturally couldn't see his expression. However, he did hope that Xiao Hua, who was inside the Black Wind Ridge, would be quick-witted and quickly escape from the formation. He would take advantage of the fact that the great heavenly star formation had yet to take shape and break through. Those who weren't from the Immortal Palace wouldn't know how powerful the great heavenly star formation was. Relying on the Daoist formation to resist stubbornly would definitely lead to death in the end. This wasn't something Sun Gang wanted to see. Chapter 3824. Unfortunately, the inescapable net's power was not small, and the sound of the war drums was also very loud, but Xiao Hua, who was deep under the Black Wind Ridge, could not sense it. Looking at the colorful clouds filling the sky and the countless golden rope-like engraved rule chains covering the entire Black Wind Ridge like a big net, and the engraved rule chains even penetrated the ground, Sun Gang suddenly realized something. Maybe Xiao Hua was not in the Black Wind Ridge at all? Xiao Hua was of course in the Black Wind Ridge. At this moment, Xiao Hua was brimming with confidence and prepared to work harder to clean up the Black Wind Ridge's source stone vein. Suddenly, an extremely strange aura appeared from underground, and then it instantly surrounded Xiao Hua's figure like mercury. Moreover, that aura didn't stop at all, and it continued to spread towards the surroundings. This aura overflowed the engraved rule chains, and Xiao Hua was very familiar with the power of order between the engraved rule chains. Xiao Hua was a little surprised. What is this? Could it be that there is a Heaven's Punishment prison crystal under the Black Wind Ridge? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua hurriedly gave up on the source stone vein and moved down. When he was close to that aura, he did not need to release his divine sense. Xiao Hua's eyes could already see that between that dark layer of soil, a layer of armor inscriptions flashed with a faint multicolored light like a small stream flowing slowly. That armor inscriptions were connected to each other, and it was extremely similar to the engraved rule chains on the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal. Xiao Hua frowned slightly and looked around. This faint multicolored light covered the entire ground, as if it was everywhere. What was special was that this layer of multicolored light was between the source stone vein and the metal and wood magnetic space. Xiaohua could be sure that this multicolored light was definitely not there before, and was just born. Xiaohua thought for a moment, and released his divine sense. Boom! Xiaohua's divine sense had just touched the multicolored light when a huge thunderbolt rushed out from the engraved rule chains and pounced on Xiaohua's Naiwen palace along with his divine sense. The power of this thunderbolt was even more fierce than the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. Xiaohua's divine sense condensed and attacked the thunderbolt. In a loud noise, the thunderbolt was broken and retreated, and Xiaohua's divine sense was shattered. Motherfucker! Xiaohua's heart went cold. Looking at the densely packed Ming Law shackles under his feet, his scalp couldn't help but go numb. These are tens of thousands of Heaven's Punishment Prison crystals. Even if I have the Demon Clan's Saint bloodline in my body, I'm afraid I can't get rid of it, right? Inside Xiaohua's body, the 132 million small dots were constantly changing. The bloodline of the Absolute Saint was also constantly transforming Xiaohua's body. However, this bloodline was known as the Absolute Saint. How could it possibly complete the transformation of the body in just a few years or a dozen years? Even if Xiaohua had successfully obtained the inheritance of the demonic beast clan, it would still be impossible for him to break this strange engraving chain. No. Xiaohua looked at the crisscrossing Ming-Lu chains and suddenly realized, this thing definitely didn't exist originally, it was originally hidden in the ground. Instead, it had just been laid down by someone. Fuck, this Zhao's Black Wind Ridge has indeed attracted the attention of the Immortal Palace. This Xiao has been blocked in the Black Wind Ridge. Xiaohua's regret only lasted for a moment. Although he had already given up on the Black Wind Ridge, in his plan, if the Immortal Palace's immortal soldiers and immortal generals came to exterminate the Black Wind Ridge, he should still meet the immortal soldiers and immortal generals face to face. He wanted the Immortal Palace to think that the Black Wind Ridge was Xiaohua's lair and not pay attention to the soaring Dragon Mountain Range and other places. Alright, since the Immortal Palace's people have come, this old man will take a look at the difference between the Immortal Palace's Ming Law shackles and the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal's Ming Law shackles. Xiaohua understood. With a wave of his hand, he took out the Kunlun mirror. Under the stimulation of his magic power, a six-colored light pillar loudly fell on the Ming Law shackles. Boom! In the light pillar that was several feet in size, the Ming Law shackles were particularly obvious. The same power of order between them very harmoniously sealed the entire space. When the Kunlun mirror's light pillar fell, the minute the light in the light pillar touched the Ming Law shackles, runes of the same size as the Ming Law shackles immediately appeared. These runes frantically respected the Ming Law shackles. Flickering crystal filaments were born between the Ming Law shackles and the runes. These crystal filaments flickered and emitted a strong sound. Cracks that looked like spider silk faintly appeared in the light pillar. Gotcha! Just as the fine lines of the space cracks appeared, the Ming Law shackles within several feet of Xiaohua flashed at the same time and pounced on Xiaohua. Xiaohua sneered. He didn't dodge or evade. He stimulated the yuanying in his body. The Kunlun mirror's brilliance once again flourished. Gotcha! Several thunderbolts fell on Xiaohua's body. The golden light protecting Xiaohua's body was shattered. His Daoist robe also turned into ashes. However, on his flashing dark golden skin, in addition to hundreds of tiny black lines, there was also the Ming Law shackles that penetrated deep into his flesh that were more painful than the tip of a needle. Xiaohua didn't suffer any particularly big injuries. However, after this thunderbolt, even if the Kunlun mirror's light pillar increased again, the chains in the Ming Law shackles became thicker and sturdier. The Ming Law shackles' runes far surpassed the Kunlun mirror's runes. Even more Ming Law shackles pounced on the Kunlun mirror with flickering crystal filaments. Seeing this, Xiaohua understood that his Kunlun mirror might not be able to resist the entire Ming Law shackles. If he wanted to escape, he would need to use other methods. At this moment, Xiaohua didn't have time to think anymore. The entire Ming Law shackles trembled. Countless thunderbolts turned into a torrent and pounced on Xiaohua. An incomparably majestic voice came from the thunderbolts. "Evil path, you dare to break my immortal palace's inescapable net? Why don't you come in front of this general and admit your crimes before being captured?" The enormous thunderbolt forced Xiaohua to have no choice but to flee upwards. He originally wanted to take out another magic weapon, but when he heard this voice, he sneered and shouted, "What big words! This old man wants to see just how great your divine ability is to capture this old man." At this moment, high up in the sky, the immortal general in charge of setting up the inescapable net frowned. He urged his body to look down and then hurriedly flew to the front of the war chariot. He bowed and said, "Reporting to the great general, there are signs of the inescapable net being attacked under the Black Wind Ridge. What's the result? Did anyone escape?" "No." The immortal general hurriedly replied, "There are no signs of the inescapable net being broken." Sun Jian, who was on the war chariot, said indifferently, "Set up the formation. Prepare to use the inescapable net to attack the Daoist's great heavenly cycle star formation. When the formation is broken, capture all the evil path members of the Black Wind Ridge." "Yes, sir." The immortal general gave the order and waved the flag in his hand. Tens of thousands of immortal soldiers activated their bodies and surrounded the Black Wind Ridge. Seeing that not a single person had come out of the Black Wind Ridge, Sun Gang finally relaxed. No matter where Xiaohua went, as long as he was not in the Black Wind Ridge. Even if Xiaohua was in Jiang country, with Qua Chang's strength, he might not be able to take Xiaohua down. But right at this moment, a gust of wind rose in the distance, and another war chariot swayed with flames as it flew over. Qua Chang's striking 30-meter figure appeared in Sun Gang's line of sight. Looking at Qua Chang and the tens of thousands of immortal soldiers behind him, Sun Gang maliciously guessed that Qua Chang had been defeated by Xiaohua. Why are you back so soon?" Sun Jian was also a little surprised, but seeing that Qua Chang and the rest did not look like they had been defeated, he asked curiously. Qua Chang drove the war chariot closer and bowed, reporting to the great general. Although the country of Jiang was established by the Dao sect, there are very few Dao sect cultivators in the country, and there are very few of them. Under the siege of the city, these Dao sect cultivators were so scared that they pissed their pants. However, there is an unexpected matter that I have to report to the great general. I believe that the great general would not have thought of it." "Oh." Sun Jian was startled and asked, "What is it?" "After the Dao sect cultivators of the Jiang country were killed by my subordinates, many Buddhist sect disciples flew out from the surroundings of the capital. There were even monk soldiers." "What? Buddhist sect? Monk soldier?" Sun Jian, who was inside the flames, was truly surprised. In the current situation, it was not wise to rashly go against the Buddhist sect country. "Yes, it's the monk soldier." Qua Chong nodded, "But what's strange is that the cultivation of these Buddhist sect disciples is relatively low, and none of them can be the master of a country. Thus, this general might as well go all out." "You sure are bold." Sun Jian sneered. "I told you to destroy the Dao sect's Jiang country, but you actually killed the disciples of the Buddhist sect." Qua Chong said in a low voice, feeling wronged, "Great General, the Jiang country is indeed a Dao cultivator country. The imperial advisor's lot recorded that the Dao sect cultivators established a country. My Sun Palace is under the orders of the Immortal Emperor to annihilate the Jiang country. Not to mention the appearance of the Buddhist sect in the Jiang country, even if it was a Confucian cultivator. This general does not dare to disobey the orders of the Immortal Emperor." "That's right, that's how it should be." When Sun Gang heard this, no matter what happened to Xiaohua, he was already in high spirits. He did not have a good impression of the Buddhist sect. Hearing that Qua Chong had killed a Buddhist sect disciple, he naturally cheered from the side, "Kill all these bald donkeys." Unfortunately, after Sun Gang finished speaking, he suddenly came to his senses. If Xiaohua was not in the Jiang country, where could he be? Wasn't he inside the Black Wind Ridge's great formation? Sun Jian muttered to himself on the war chariot. He was born to kill, and who knew how many vengeful spirits he had under his command? How could he be afraid of killing a few more Buddhist sect disciples? The only person he was afraid of was Sun Gang. Now that Sun Gang had spoken, what else could he say? Those who shouldn't be killed, none of them can be killed. Those who should be killed, not a single one of them can be let off. Sun Jian's voice was very indifferent, as if tens of thousands of lives were nothing more than a gust of wind. Don't worry, great general. Hua Chong laughed. This general's subordinates will definitely not touch the people of the secular world. They will not let any of the descendants of the royal family go. Sun Jian snorted, feeling that Hua Chong had said too much. Hua Chong looked at Sun Gang's war chariot, and then said to Sun Jian, Great General, this Black Wind Ridge seems to be rather troublesome. Great General, please wait a moment, and let this general be the vanguard. Go. Sun Jian nodded. Don't be careless. Sir. Hua Chong waved the axe in his hand and laughed. This general is not an idiot. How could this general dare to be careless with a Dao sect cultivator who could kill Kong Hongwu of the Star-Lord Palace? Chapter 3825. Hua Chong, what did you say? Sun Jian said sternly, Who told you that the cultivators of Black Wind Ridge were the ones who killed Kong Hongwu? This. Hua Chong heard the change in Sun Jian's tone and knew it was bad. He quickly bowed and said, This general deserves to die. This general deserves to die. Speak, who told you? Sun Jian hid in the flames and didn't show himself, but his tone was very strict. Dongfang Haohua. Hua Chong replied without hesitation. After this general followed the great general to conquer Jing province, Dongfang Haohua came to. This general told this general when we were drinking. Hua Chong wanted to say something else, but when he saw the flames on the sun chariot and Sun Jian's figure inside, he didn't say anything in the end. Hua Chong, this old man has told you more than once. Sun Jian said indifferently, We are immortal generals of the Immortal Palace. We only follow the orders of the Immortal Emperor. We only care about killing and conquering. Other things have nothing to do with us. Could it be that you've forgotten? Yes, this general knows his mistake. Hua Chong's huge body slightly bowed. It seemed like he was very afraid of Sun Jian. Go, this old man will remember this. Don't let others use you in the future. Sun Jian ordered. Hua Chong lowered his head and retreated. After flying for a while, he suddenly turned around and waved the broad axe in his hand in midair. The layers of clouds were torn in half by the broad axe. Hua Chong roared and shouted angrily, Damn evil path! Come out and die! Sun Jian's words clearly had a double meaning. Sun Gang was shy and his face was burning. However, he didn't care because he was young. Sun Jian, on the other hand, stood on the war chariot like an iron tower. He looked at the red-faced boy on the battlefield with a puzzled expression on his cold face. He really did not understand why the Hall of Enlightenment would send this boy over for no reason. However, since Sun Gang was holding the token, he could not be bothered to care too much. In front of 100,000 immortal soldiers, Sun Gang was nothing. Hua Chong cursed a few times in the Black Wind Mountain, but no one came out. Hua Chong was furious. Roar! Hua Chong opened his mouth and spat out Zhen Qi. The Zhen Qi tumbled in the air and condensed into pillars of Zhen Qi from all directions. They crashed into Hua Chong's body. Layers of inscriptions gushed out from Hua Chong's body. The inscriptions were like clouds. Hua Chong's body was supporting his body. In a moment, it grew to a size of 100 zhang. Puff! Hua Chong's sub-body opened its mouth again, and a mouthful of three-colored true qi landed on the Xianhua broad axe. Layers of inscriptions also appeared on the surface of the Xianhua broad axe, and in a few breaths, it expanded to a size of 1,000 feet. Since you don't want to come out, if you want to be a coward, then take a look at my axe. Hua Chong shouted and waved his arms. The Xianhua broad axe let out a thunderous roar in the air. Gray cracks faintly appeared on the sharp axe. Woo! The axe was like a mountain as it chopped down on the capital star formation. General Hua? Another immortal general standing in the distance saw Hua Chong swing his axe to attack the formation and quickly wanted to warn him. Unfortunately, just as he shouted, a huge crack appeared where the axe landed. It was as if the entire void had been split open by Hua Chong. Suddenly, Sun Jian's voice came from the war chariot. Hua Chong was stunned and somewhat puzzled. It was at this moment that he saw the crack suddenly sink. Then, there was a flash of brilliance at the deepest part of the crack. A seemingly cryptic rune moved slightly, and starlight appeared. A powerful force that suffocated Hua Chong came rushing at him. This force was like a huge hand that pushed Hua Chong's axe in the opposite direction and cleaved at Hua Chong's sub-body. At this moment, a huge flaming arm extended from the Sun War Chariot and grabbed Hua Chong's arm. Hua Chong's 1,000-foot-tall body dodged to the side. Whoosh! The back of the huge axe whistled past the sub-body. It was completely out of Hua Chong's control. The huge sub-body was even brushed by the huge axe, and a few feet of it was sliced off by the huge axe. Damn it! Hua Chong could not help but curse. What kind of array is this? General Hua. The immortal general in the distance hurriedly replied, "This is the Taoism's grand heavenly cycle star formation." See? Hua Chong could not help but exclaim when he heard that. Grand heavenly cycle star formation? Isn't this the Taoism's long-lost ancient great array? How did it appear in Black Wind Ridge? Hua Chong was so surprised that he stuttered. Damn it! Before the immortal general could reply, a rather arrogant voice came from the great array. Which shameless thing actually dares to smash my door? Do you not want to live anymore? While speaking, a figure slightly distorted and flew out from the capital star formation. Wasn't that Xiaohua? See, it really is. Seeing Xiaohua fly out like in the image, Sun Gang cried out in his heart. His eyes turned rapidly, wanting to warn Xiaohua of something. However, looking at the inescapable trap that had already been set up, and thinking about his cultivation that could almost ignore it, he could only sneak a glance at the distant Sun War Chariot, not daring to act rashly. Are you that Xiaohua of the evil path? Hua Chong saw Xiaohua fly out and pointed with his wood-like finger. Xiaohua ignored Hua Chong. He first looked at the flashing inescapable trap in the sky, then looked at the distant flaming battlefield. His gaze swept across the 100,000 immortal soldiers surrounding them before finally landing on Hua Chong. He said coldly, "Are you immortal soldiers and immortal generals of the Immortal Palace? What immortal law did the Xiao violate to actually use immortal soldiers to destroy my Black Wind Ridge?" "Xiaohua, you killed." Hua Chong immediately came to his senses and hurriedly corrected himself. "I am Hua Chong, a vanguard official under perfected Lord Qingyuan of the Sun Palace. My Sun Palace was ordered by the Immortal Emperor to send troops to suppress Black Wind Ridge. As for what immortal law you violated, we don't know. If you know what's good for you, follow us back to the Immortal Palace to apologize. There will definitely be an immortal official who will tell you the cause and effect. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being merciless and taking your life. All brawn and no brains. Simple-minded." Xiaohua curled his lips and said disdainfully, "You don't need to play this kind of trick to coax children in front of this Xiao. Your Immortal Palace has always treated my Dao sect cultivators as fish. You can conquer whoever you want. Now that you've attacked my Black Wind Ridge without any reason, you actually want this Xiao to bind my arms and apologize? Does the Immortal Palace still want face?" "Xiaohua, you know what you've done." Hua Chong sneered. "There's no need to quibble here. I don't want to listen anymore. If you don't want to follow me back to the Immortal Palace, I'll make my move. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Do you think this Xiao is afraid of you?" Xiaohua sneered and raised his hand to take out the wishful staff. "Ah, this kind of child's toy actually dares to embarrass itself in front of me. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Hua Chong couldn't help but laugh. His figure swayed slightly in midair. Xiaohua was now smaller than a child in front of Hua Chong, who was like a giant spirit immortal. Woo! As soon as Hua Chong's mocking voice fell, a gust of wind whistled. The heaven and earth essence qi within a few miles began to surge and rushed into Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua's body flashed with a dark golden brilliance and began to expand wildly. "Stop!" The immortal general controlling the inescapable net in the distance was shocked and hurriedly ordered. Sure enough, The inscriptions in the sky quickly overflowed, isolating the black wind ridge from the outside world. Without sufficient heaven and earth essence qi, Xiaohua's transcendence golden body gradually slowed down. Ha! Can such a shameless method stop Grandpa Xiao? Xiaohua laughed a few times and no longer absorbed the heaven and earth essence qi. The 13200 small dots on his body began to rotate. Each dot was like an ancient evil spirit. The power of tens of thousands of stars in the sky rushed down, ignoring the inescapable net and rushing into Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua roared, and his transcendence golden body turned into the size of 100 feet in the blink of an eye. Hua Chang's mouth and nose were overflowing with a violent aura, but whether it was the eye-clearing technique or other magical powers, they could not detect any difference. Hua Chang was a little surprised. Grow, grow, grow. Xiaohua roared several times. In front of Hua Chang's stunned eyes, the wishful steel staff also grew to the size of 100 feet. It was not inferior to Hua Chang's axe. Sun Gang had already stood up from the chariot, his little face flushed with excitement. If it weren't for Sun Jian, he would have already clapped his hands. This Xiaohua was really awesome. Eat this Xiao's staff. Xiaohua held the wishful steel staff in his hand, and the huge staff shadow crossed the sky and smashed towards Hua Chang. Seeing that the wishful steel staff had not yet fallen, the huge whistling sound of the wind and the suffocating strength had already hit. Hua Chang's heart was excited for no reason. He also shouted, "Good! You also eat this Xiao's axe." As he spoke, the Xianhua axe made a trembling sound. It was as excited as Hua Chang, and it split a subtle arc in the air to meet the wishful steel staff. Boom! A loud sound was mixed with violent shockwaves. This was the first time the two of them clashed, but they had already set off a powerful aura. Not to mention the surrounding immortal soldiers and immortal generals. Even the capital star formation above the Black Wind Ridge was rippling slightly. Hua Chang's figure quickly retreated 100 feet. The handle of the Xianhua axe was still trembling violently. Obviously, in this fight, Hua Chang did not have any advantage at all. However, Hua Chang wasn't depressed. Instead, he was unusually excited. It was as if he was happy that he had met his match with Xiaohua. He was so excited that he actually forgot about Sun Jian's warning and shouted, "Ha! You are really powerful. Sure enough, you are the cultivator who killed Kong Hongwu." Xiaohua's figure also retreated. His astonished eyes were also slightly narrowed. Hua Chang's strength was really great, only inferior to the dwarf he saw above the Liao River in the Longevity Town. However, thinking about it, Hua Chang's surname was Hua. He was afraid that the Hua bloodline of the Sunset Island would be normal for him to have such strength. Chapter 3826. Hua Chang's words immediately reminded Xiaohua. He looked around and knew that if he didn't use his methods today, he wouldn't have a good ending. He unconsciously smiled coldly and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't use some innocent crime to find excuses for yourself." Hua Chang naturally also woke up. He mumbled and didn't dare to say more. He urged his body to once again fight with Xiaohua. One was the Immortal Palace's giant spirit immortal and the other was the demon race's Dharma idol. One was a refined imperial equipment and the other was a demon weapon refined with blood. One was a Confucian military school's secret axe technique, and the other was a Daoist body cultivator's heavenly staff technique. The two of them did not use any other magical powers and just fought each other with brute force in midair. Soon, half an hour had passed. The two of them were indeed evenly matched, and there was no clear winner. The other immortal soldiers and immortal generals were fascinated by the fight, but the more the two of them fought, the more frightened they became. As the Sun Palace's vanguard, Hua Chang didn't know how many Daoist countries he had conquered and how many Daoist cultivators he had killed. However, he had never seen a cultivator who could fight with him like this. This Xiaohua in front of him didn't use any magic weapons, nor did he use any spells. He also didn't use any magic power. Just by relying on his physical strength and weapon, he was able to fight him to a standstill. What if Xiaohua used a Daoist magical power? Wouldn't he be defeated? While thinking, Hua Chong waved his Xianhua axe and shouted, "Xiaohua, I'm going to use a secret technique. Be careful." While Hua Chong was thinking, how could Xiaohua's heart not be in turmoil? He had always wanted to hide his cultivation. Even when he faced Duanmu Liangxing in the Misty Mountain Maze formation, he was still enduring. He let Duanmu Liangxing have the misconception that he was only at the upper 4th level of essence energy, or at most at the lower 5th level of essence energy. But now, fighting with Hua Chong like this, how could he not know that Hua Chong's strength had already reached the edge of the middle 5th level? If he defeated Hua Chong, the Immortal Palace would definitely know that he had already reached the middle stage of the 5th grade of elemental energy. However, this Hua Chong was only the vanguard. Naturally, there were other immortal generals after the vanguard. In the distant sky, Xiaohua's divine sense could not penetrate the chariot that was spewing flames. Presumably, it was the commander-in-chief of this expedition against the Black Wind Ridge, perfected Lord Qingyuan of the Sun Palace. What cultivation level was this perfected Lord Qingyuan? Xiaohua didn't dare to imagine how the Immortal Palace would react if he defeated Hua Chong and then defeated the commander. However, if he were to escape, Xiaohua's gaze swept across the inescapable net and a bitter taste appeared in his mouth. Forget it. Hearing Hua Chong's reminder, a cold glint flashed across Xiaohua's eyes. Since we've come this far, it's hard to conceal our cultivation, so there's no need to regret it. The Soaring Dragon Mountain Range's grand formation has already been set up, and the Immortal Palace won't be able to discover our Fortune Gate's foundation in a short time. I don't believe that the Immortal Palace can cover the sky with one hand when the hidden Immortal Continent, the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, and the Pure Land are so big. Alright. Xiaohua laughed wildly as well. Since it's like that, then I won't hold back any longer. I'll let you see what it means by there's always someone stronger. It can't be, right? Hua Chong was a little dumbfounded. He muttered in his heart, but his hands didn't slack off. With a roar, he waved the Xianhua giant axe with both hands and slashed toward Xiaohua. However, at the same time that the broad axe chopped down, a 3-colored light emerged from the subbody that was 100 zhang in size. As the light surged, another 3 subbodies of different colors appeared out of thin air and surrounded Xiaohua in an instant. Every subbody looked exactly the same as the subbody in front of Xiaohua. Even the broad axe that chopped down at the same time similarly flickered with a cold light, blocking the direction that Xiaohua dodged in. It's a little strange. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and didn't perceive the difference between these 4 subbodies. Your 4 giant axes are also very sharp. Xiaohua muttered in his heart. He didn't open his delusion breaker Dharma eye to see the truth. Instead, his figure suddenly rushed forward. His arms gathered all the strength in his body and waved the wishful staff to smash the giant axe in front of him. At the same time, he released his divine sense and condensed it into a hammer, directly facing the giant axe on the left side. Boom! 2 loud sounds came out at the same time. Xiaohua's wishful staff hit Hua Chong in front of him and sent him flying 100 meters away. The giant axe in his hand had thousands of inscriptions on its handle and instantly shrunk like a child's toy. Looking at Xiaohua's left side, the hammer of divine sense also sent the giant axe flying. Moreover, the giant axe was extremely sharp. Xiaohua's divine sense was actually split in half. However, at the same time that Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace shook violently, the 2 hammer of divine sense crashed into one of Hua Chong's subbodies like meteors. Amidst a loud explosion, Hua Chong's avatar was pierced through. 2 massive holes appeared like a pair of soulless eyes. Fush! The 1,000-meter-sized avatar collapsed in a flash. It was even faster than melting snow. When the subbody clone collapsed, the other 3 clones had fear in their eyes. As the sound of their bodies collapsing rang out, Hua Chong's clone disappeared, and so did his main body. In fact, his body, which had gradually returned to its original size of 100 feet, was covered in layers of cracks that resembled spiderwebs. A bloody aura gradually spread out from the cracks. Damn it! Hua Chong had never imagined that he would actually fall into such a losing situation. It seemed that before he used his divine ability, he was still evenly matched with Xiaohua. How could there be such a huge difference with just one strike? However, he didn't have the time to think any further. His intuition from the bloody battle told him that he was absolutely not a match for this Daoist sect cultivator, and he could only flee now if he didn't want to die. Hua Chong hurriedly moved his body, ignoring his injuries as he tried to escape. You want to leave? Xiaohua's huge transcendence golden body sneered, and his big hand grabbed down from the air. In an instant, Hua Chong was imprisoned by the big hand for hundreds of feet. Kill! Hua Chong resisted stubbornly, waving his Xianhua axe. Unfortunately, his axe was also broken by Xiaohua, and it didn't show any special light. Break! The immortal general at the side naturally waved the formation flag in his hand. Above the inescapable net, a thunderous chain of Ming Lu issued a crackling sound, wrapping around Xiaohua's large hand. Ah, troublesome! Xiaohua had seen the power of the heavenly punishment prison crystal and knew that he couldn't compete with this chain of law. With a slight sigh, he hurriedly pulled back his big hand as if to avoid it. Seeing this, Hua Chong's heart relaxed slightly. Under the stimulation of his genuine qi, his body flew toward his chariot. However, the moment he relaxed, Xiaohua's huge body suddenly flashed with lightning, and a string of phantoms was born in the lightning. In a few breaths, Xiaohua was like a huge mountain flying above Hua Chong's head. In the past, it was always Hua Chong who used this kind of deterrence to scare his enemies. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be bullied. Ah! Hua Chong couldn't help but scream. As soon as he screamed, Xiaohua's big hand grabbed him again like catching a chicken. How dare you! The immortal general who set up the formation obviously couldn't save him in time. Sun Jian on the sun chariot certainly couldn't ignore it, but after hearing his soft reprimand, the flame on the sun chariot turned into a flying arrow, flashing over thousands of feet and shooting straight toward Xiaohua's big hand. Although Xiaohua was very confident in his transcendence golden body, he still didn't dare to rashly collide with the fire arrow. He raised his big hand again and dodged the flame arrow in a flash. Phew! Hua Chong breathed a sigh of relief again. His body flew a few hundred feet in an instant. Seeing that he was close to the sun chariot, suddenly, another kind of suffocating aura appeared, as if an invisible big hand had appeared out of thin air and tightly grabbed Hua Chong. How dare you! The flame arrow that had just flown by suddenly exploded, as if Sun Jian was angry, turned into thousands of fire points and rushed toward Xiaohua. Hee hee! Xiaohua sneered. His big hand didn't hesitate and grabbed upward. The innumerable flames immediately froze under Xiaohua's universe in the sleeve technique. However, just as Xiaohua was about to extinguish the flames, rumble! The innumerable flames exploded with a loud rumble, causing Xiaohua's large hand to be abruptly lifted up. However, although the flames were powerful, the dark golden light on Xiaohua's large hand flickered slightly, and it was not damaged at all. When Xiaohua raised his big hand, his face suddenly changed slightly and he roared like Sun Jian. Then, with his other hand, he suddenly waved the wishful steel staff and very strangely smashed it into a place in the air. Clang! With a crisp sound, a flame was born under the wishful steel staff. Under the splashing of the flame, a three-pointed double-edged sword was revealed. And behind this three-pointed double-edged sword, Sun Jian's burly figure appeared in the air with flames lingering around him. The immortal general of the Immortal Palace is really powerful. Xiaohua waved his left hand and pinched Hua Chong in his big hand. He sneered, "This sneak attack ability, one is better than the other." Xiaohua! Sun Jian's voice was like a burning flame. "Let go of Hua Chong." Xiaohua sneered, "Lord Supreme, I am so scared. The Immortal Palace really thinks highly of this Xiao." With that, Xiaohua's figure slowly shrank, but his big hand still held Hua Chong tightly. "If you want to live, let go of Hua Chong." Sun Jian did not reveal his figure and said, "This lord knows that you may be wronged, but this lord is under the emperor's order. If you let go of Hua Chong, this lord promises not to hurt you. You only need to go to the Lingyun Palace and explain things clearly. There is no danger to your life." To be honest, didn't you just kill Kong Hongwu? It's really nothing. Tsk tisk. Xiao Hua sneered and smacked his lips. Lord Supreme's upper lip touching the lower lip is easy to say. Not to mention whether this Xiao killed Kong Hongwu or not, just by the fact that Lord Supreme led so many immortal soldiers and immortal generals to besiege my Black Wind Ridge and set up such a huge defensive formation here, this Xiao can't see that the Immortal Palace wants to exterminate my Black Wind Ridge without leaving anyone alive? This Xiao took a lot of effort to capture a hostage. If I let him go, how can this Xiao face the disciples of my Black Wind Ridge? Chapter 3827. Xiao Hua, don't think that just because you have an immortal general of my Sun Palace, this true monarch will hold back. Sun Jian replied decisively, in this inescapable net, this true monarch has 10,000 ways to capture you. Ha! Xiao Hua laughed and raised Qua Chong, you can try. If you don't put your vanguard's life in your eyes, you can come at me. This Xiao can't guarantee that you won't crush Qua Chong into flesh and blood when you try. Oh right, my Dao sect seems to have another method. This Xiao also wants to try it. Can I crush Qua Chong's soul at the same time? How dare you! The flames around Sun Jian rushed into the air again. He was obviously extremely angry. Great General! Qua Chong struggled with all his might and shouted, don't care about this general's life or death. Quickly kill this evil cultivator. Shut up! Sun Jian scolded, scaring Qua Chong into shrinking his head. He knew that Xiao Hua suddenly released his magic power to let him speak. This was Xiao Hua's plan to lure the enemy. Xiao Hua! Sun Jian pondered for a moment. The flames around his body suddenly disappeared, revealing his true body. He said, look at who I am. Sun Jian? When Xiao Hua saw Sun Jian, who had thick eyebrows, big eyes, a lion's nose, and a tiger's mouth, he was slightly stunned. Then, he mocked himself, I really didn't expect you to be the great general of the Immortal Palace. Sun Jian ignored Xiao Hua's sarcasm and said indifferently, when this sun obtained the emperor's decree, I also obtained your image. This sun obviously knows that the enemy this time is you. However, this sun is a great general of the Immortal Palace. Therefore, this sun can't violate the emperor's decree because of some previous friendship. Moreover, to tell you the truth, I've already decided to follow the Celestial Emperor's order to annihilate your Black Wind Ridge and capture you to the Ling Yun Palace. I'll personally plead for mercy on your behalf and ask the Celestial Emperor to forgive me with my status as a great general. Then I really have to thank Lord True Monarch. Xiao Hua laughed and said, however, this Xiao is a remnant of the Dao sect. I don't dare to associate with Lord True Monarch of the Immortal Palace. True Monarch, you don't need to worry about your former friendship. You should only worry about your vanguard. I'm sure True Monarch already has a plan in mind. No matter how high True Monarch's cultivation is, no matter how fierce this inescapable net is, as long as I'm determined, Qua Chong's life will be in my hands. That's right. You have the ability to do so. This sun has long known about it. Sun Jian nodded and raised his hand, throwing a universe bracelet into the air as he said, this is what I owe you. Take it. I didn't expect Lord True Monarch to be such a trustworthy person. Xiao Hua stretched out the wishful steel staff and picked up the Heaven and Earth bracelet. He was not afraid of Sun Jian's tricks and directly put the Heaven and Earth bracelet into the space. Then he said, presumably, once this thing is returned, you and I will no longer have any entanglements. Are you going to make a move? That's right. Xiao Hua, if you are a man, then release Qua Chong. This sun can give you a guarantee. If you defeat this sun can let your Black Wind Ridge live. Xiao Hua hesitated. He had seen Sun Jian's strength. Previously, he might be stronger than him, but now, Sun Jian may not be his opponent. But then Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and asked faintly, what if this Xiao doesn't release him? Then, you are not the man this sun has seen before. Sun Jian frowned, and even if this sun lets you live, this sun will kill your Black Wind Ridge until blood flows like a river. Okay, you are a man. Your Immortal Palace is full of men. Xiaohua waved his hand disdainfully. Puchi! Sun Gang, who had been paying attention to the situation in the distance, couldn't help but laugh. When Xiaohua said this, the new princess who was concerned about Xiaohua naturally became a woman. Xiaohua glanced at the boy and ignored him. Sun Jian's face changed, and he said in a deep voice, "So, you are determined to cut off all ties with this son?" "That's right." Xiaohua nodded, "but this Xiao is unworthy. Now that this Xiao has fallen into the hands of the Immortal Palace, this Xiao's life is no longer in this Xiao's hands. Moreover, this Xiao has doubts as to whether true monarch can save this Xiao's life. In a matter of life and death, this so-called kindness, if it's cut off, then so be it." "You don't believe this, son?" "Sigh, Sun Jian, it's not that this Xiao doesn't believe you." Xiaohua sighed and pointed around. "The tens of thousands of immortal soldiers and generals besieging my Blackwind Ridge must be your subordinates. But can you guarantee that these immortal soldiers and generals are wholeheartedly loyal to you? This Xiao doesn't know how many palaces your Immortal Palace has, and how many generals you have, but this Xiao is sure that there must be someone who leaked the news today. If you have the heart, why did you reveal your relationship with this Xiao at this time? You only need to use the excuse that Qua Chong was captured by this Xiao to let this Xiao and Blackwind Ridge live. This is a reasonable reason in front of the Immortal Emperor. But you actually said it in front of so many people. Do you want this Xiao's life or Qua Chong's life? Or do you want your own life?" "This son knows what you're talking about," Sun Jian said indifferently, "but this son is true monarch Qingyan, personally conferred by the Immortal Emperor, and also a general of the Sun Palace. This son does things openly and honestly, and disdains to do such shady things." "Yes, it's because you're so open and honest that this Xiao doesn't dare to entrust this Xiao's life to you." Xiaohua nodded. "This is not a fight with real strength. The danger? Perhaps you really don't know." Of course, Sun Jian was not a fool. He raised his head and swept his gaze across the tens of thousands of immortal soldiers, finally landing on Sun Gang's face. Sun Gang jumped in fright and fiercely glared at Xiaohua, hurriedly saying, "Lord True Monarch, this one, no need to say more." Sun Jian waved his hand and said coldly, "What this true monarch has done is worthy of the heavens above, worthy of the earth below, and worthy of the Immortal Emperor. How you report it is your own business." "This..." Sun Gang laughed bitterly. He did not expect Xiaohua to have such a relationship with Sun Jian. If he had known earlier, why would he have followed them? From the looks of it, he might be the key reason why Xiaohua was unable to escape. Xiaohua ignored the relationship between the two and indifferently raised Qua Chong. "Lord True Monarch, this is in front of two armies. You can decide for yourself. Do you want Qua Chong to return to the Immortal Palace alive or not? You plan to abandon the disciples of the Blackwind Ridge and escape?" Sun Jian glanced at the Du Tian star formation and said coldly, "Looks like this son really misjudged you in the past." Xiaohua said indifferently, "You've only seen it once, what can you tell? As the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time, but not their heart. Besides, this Xiao is full of demons in this Blackwind Ridge. How many disciples can this Xiao have? Those disciples were already killed by you guys in Jiang country. Why should this Xiao care about the life and death of the Blackwind Ridge's demons?" "Lord True Monarch." Sun Gang rolled his eyes and anxiously said, "Qua Chong is a general of my Immortal Palace. His identity is not something that this evil Xiaohua can compare to. In my opinion, why don't we let Xiaohua go in exchange for General Qua Chong's life? All the demons in the Blackwind Ridge are here. If we kill all of them, we won't go against the Immortal Emperor's orders." "Shut up," Sun Jian berated. "This true monarch knows what to do. How can a child with a yellow mouth speak in front of two armies?" Seeing Sun Gang shut his mouth in anger, Xiaohua sighed. It was obvious that Sun Gang wasn't Sun Jian's subordinate. Now that Sun Jian knew him, Sun Gang already had something on him, and Sun Jian still scolded him like this. This kind of upright and plain-spoken person was worthy of being friends, but the chances of this kind of person being framed was also very high. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he looked at Sun Gang. "Hiss! Although Sun Gang was small, he was very quick-witted. Seeing Xiaohua looking at him, his heart turned cold. He hurriedly shrank his body and hid behind the immortal soldier driving the carriage, afraid that he would attract Xiaohua's attention. At this moment, the Black Wind Ridge was truly cold, as if the tens of thousands of immortal soldiers did not exist. In the air, other than the whistling of the wind, there was only the roaring of fire on the flaming chariot. Sun Jian's gaze was fixated on Xiaohua, as if his gaze was about to pierce into Xiaohua's body. "The sun. I thought you were a peerless hero." Sun Jian said word by word, his tone heavy. "I've always wanted to come down to the lower realms to pay you a visit, but who would have thought that you are actually such an irresponsible person? The cultivators of the Black Wind Ridge who are about to die are the same as this sun. I didn't see your true face. Since you want to escape, fine. This sun will risk being punished by the immortal emperor and let you live today. Everyone, open the inescapable net." Sun Jian's order was like a mountain. The immortal general who set up the formation didn't dare to say a word. He slightly raised the formation flag in his hand and a ray of light shot through the inescapable net. Looking at the way to live and then looking at Sun Jian's heartbroken expression, Xiaohua slightly frowned. Sun Jian's words moved his heart. After all, Xiaohua and Sun Jian worked together to kill the strange insect in the void. Xiaohua's strength had already shown that he was at the lower 5th level of origin energy. If Sun Jian wanted to, he would have already reported to the Immortal Palace. Xiaohua might not be able to live freely in the future. If Sun Jian wanted to capture him, he would definitely have a hard fight with him. But why didn't Sun Jian reveal his strength to the Immortal Palace? But at this moment, Xiaohua didn't have time to think too much. He coldly waved his hand and said, "Lord True Monarch, don't think too much. This Xiao is the vanguard that captured your Sun Palace. You have no choice but to let this Xiao go. Even if you say so much, this Xiao won't accept your kindness." "You don't need to accept my kindness. This true monarch disdains to make you accept my kindness." Sun Jian waved his hand. "This true monarch will let you go today, but the next time this true monarch sees you, will definitely meet and capture you." "Ha!" Xiaohua laughed loudly. He held the Kuachong in his hand and calmly flew to the gap of the inescapable net and said, "If you want to see this Xiao, then go ahead. This Xiao doesn't want to see you. Wait until you're no longer a man, then we'll talk." Chapter 38-28. After Xiaohua finished speaking, he didn't hesitate at all. His body shrunk slightly and he flew out of the gap in the inescapable net. At this time, although the inescapable net had a gap of several tens of zhang, there were hundreds of engraved chains cruising inside like poisonous snakes. They were waiting for Xiaohua to be careless and immediately pounce on him to kill him. Xiaohua flew to the gap and suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked at the flag-bearer with a strange expression. Sure enough, the flag in the flag-bearer's hand was slightly trembling. Seeing Xiaohua's gaze sweep over, the flag-bearer's face revealed an unnatural expression. Xiaohua's left hand shook the motionless Kuachong in an extreme display of strength. Then he swaggered out of the gap. Lightning flashed around Xiaohua's body as he prepared to fly in the direction of the Longevity Town. But at this time, rumble? Several huge rumbling sounds came from all directions of the Black Wind mountain range. The entire sky suddenly darkened. Several huge shadows were like distorted shadows cast down from the distant sky. Several terrifying divine senses swept over from the sky in an unbridled manner, and the suffocating aura surged over as well. Xiaohua turned pale with fright. His hand involuntarily exerted strength. Kuachong's eyes rolled. He was almost crushed to death by Xiaohua. Little Sun Jian, although this old man and the others came late, I still saw your defeated appearance. I really didn't expect Master Xiao of the Black Wind Mountain Range to be so powerful. You could still safely escape from 100,000 celestial soldiers. An arrogant voice seemed to come from all directions. It was like a thunderclap falling down. Sun Jian, don't you feel ashamed? You are the dignified Sun Palace's true monarch Qingyuan. You actually let someone escape like this. Don't you feel ashamed? Come out. This old man will let you capture this old man and report back. See. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He seemed to understand something and said in surprise, could it be the Grand Mist Ancestor? Sun Jian didn't fly out of the inescapable net. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the rapidly changing sky. He coldly snorted and said, just a thief who escaped from the Penglai immortal realm. How can this true monarch make a move? Even if you're not afraid of being embarrassed, this true monarch is afraid of dirtying my hands. Daoist Xiao. A rainbow flew over from afar and stopped not far away from Xiaohua. After the rainbow faded away, Daoist Qingsu's figure was revealed. He cupped his hands toward Xiaohua and said, I have come to save you under the orders of the Grand Mist Ancestor. However, it seemed like there was no need for that now. Daoist Master Xiao is indeed the champion of the three armies. 100,000 heavenly soldiers are nothing to him, as expected of the person valued by the patriarch. Thank you, fellow Daoist Qingsu. Thank you, ancestor, for your kindness. Xiaohua replied with a smile. This Xiao didn't expect that ancestor would send you all to help this Xiao. Nothing else. Hidden immortal Dao cultivators are one family. Daoist Master Qingsu says with a smile. Daoist Xiao is in trouble, how can we just stand by and watch? Now that fellow Daoist is out of danger, why don't you come with me to pay a visit to the Grand Mist Ancestor? Sigh, I also want to pay a visit to the Ancestor. Xiaohua sighs. However, this Xiao has other important matters. I hope that fellow Daoist can bring eyes respect and apologies. When this Xiao has the chance, I'll definitely pay a visit. Daoist Qingsu is somewhat helpless. However, he came a step too late and can't show Xiaohua any kindness. Therefore, he can't force Xiaohua. He can only cup his hands and say, since that's the case, I won't force you. However, Daoist Xiao, you also saw that the ancestor cherishes the talents of our Taoism. For you, he didn't hesitate to expose his strength, didn't hesitate to borrow the strength of the seniors. If Daoist has time, you'll definitely pay a visit to the ancestor. Yes, this Xiao understands. Xiaohua nods. This Xiao appreciates the ancestor's intentions. Good, farewell. Daoist Qingsu cups his hands and leaves. After his figure disappears. A burst of laughter ripples through the sky. Hurricanes and thick clouds rise. In just a moment, that terrifying aura completely disappears. Seeing that Daoist Qingsu left easily, Xiaohua heaves a sigh of relief in his heart. He understands that with the Grand Mist Ancestor's character, Daoist Qingsu has the intention to save him, but more importantly, he wants to pull him closer to the Grand Mist Ancestor and let the Immortal Palace force him a little more. Grand Mist Ancestor, it's better to stay away from him. Xiaohua thinks and hurriedly moves his body, flying towards the Longevity Town. After flying for a while, Xiaohua turns his head and calls out, Lord True Monarch, when this Xiao feels safe, this Xiao will release Qua Chong. Don't chase. Xiaohua's laughter echoes in the air and soon disappears. However, Sun Jian's voice chases after Xiaohua. Xiaohua, if you want to live, stay away from the Grand Mist Ancestor. Otherwise, this true monarch won't need to crusade again, you'll be bitten into pieces by him. The Lord True Monarch doesn't need to worry about this. Xiaohua's voice is very strange. Great General. Seeing that Xiaohua has left, the immortal general in charge of the formation says in a low voice, this Xiaohua is really powerful, this general doesn't dare to act blindly without thinking. When did this true monarch ask you to attack? Sun Jian says coldly. The immortal general doesn't dare to answer and hurriedly waves the formation flag to fill the gap. Break the formation. Sun Jian retracts his gaze from the distance and looks at the capital Heaven Star formation under his feet. He orders indifferently. His figure flashes and instantly lands on the Sun Chariot. The chariot's flames rise again, blocking Sun Jian's figure. Damn it, the Xiaohua is too cunning. Not only did he take Qua Chong as a hostage, he also escaped to the Longevity Town. Even if Sun Jian wants to chase, he doesn't dare to. Not to mention, the Grand Mist ancestor actually sent a 5th or 6th grade Dao sect cultivator over. Once Sun Jian leaves the inescapable encirclement, he might really be captured by these cultivators. Sun Gang pokes his head out from behind the immortal soldier and looks at Sun Jian behind the flames. He laughs bitterly and thinks, it seems that true monarch Qingyan is really angry. This Black Wind mountain range is probably going to be a bloodbath. Boom. While Sun Gang is thinking, countless inscription law chains crazily pounce on the capital Heaven Star formation like tyrannical flood dragons. This represents Sun Jian's unusual feelings of shame and anger. Although the capital star formation that Xiaohua had set up in the Black Wind Ridge was incomplete, it was still a famous defensive formation of the Daoist sect. Under the inescapable attacks of the 100,000 celestial soldiers, this unmanned formation actually managed to hold on for 2 hours before it collapsed with a loud bang. At this moment, Hua Chong, who has already returned, looks at the messy but dead Black Wind mountain range and is dumbfounded. The Immortal Palace spent so much energy to suppress the Black Wind mountain range, but actually nothing. Thinking that he was still captured by Xiaohua, Hua Chong clenches his teeth and flies to the front of the Sun Chariot. He bows and says, "Reporting to Great General, there is no one in the Black Wind mountain range." Sun Jian's tone is calm as he orders, "Destroy all the elemental or veins underground and flatten the Black Wind mountain range." Hua Chong passes down the order, only to see the entire Black Wind mountain range shaking. Tens of thousands of inscription law chains shuttles on the ground. As the inscriptions burst one by one, as the majestic pillars of Qi rumbles down, the heaven and earth elemental Qi like a hurricane is born from the underground veins. It is the heaven and earth elemental Qi that was destroyed by the inscription law chains and dissipated. Great General, Hua Chong looks at the Black Wind mountain range collapsing like tofu and asks in a low voice, "Since there is no one in the Black Wind mountain range, Xiaohua's disciple must have fled elsewhere. Why don't we search around the Black Wind mountain range? Maybe we can find something." My Sun Palace was only ordered to suppress Jiang country and the Black Wind mountain range. Now that it has been completed, there is no need to do anything else. Sun Jian replied indifferently, "When the Hall of Enlightenment finds the information of the other survivors of the Black Wind mountain range, it won't be too late for us to follow orders." Good. Sun Gang cupped his hands and said, "I will definitely report this matter to the deacon. Sir, please make a decision." The Black Wind mountain range's primordial stone mine was almost completely plundered by Xiaohua. The inescapable net only used an hour to destroy the remaining primordial stones. As Sun Jian activated the Sun Chariot, the 100,000 immortal soldiers returned to the Immortal Palace. Just as the immortal soldiers left, the Confucian cultivators who had been coveting the Black Wind mountain range flew over. When they saw the Black Wind mountain range changed beyond recognition and the dense heaven and earth elemental Qi in the air, they unconsciously understood. Many cultivators turned and flew away. There were still cultivators who did not give up and escaped underground. However, not long after, all the cultivators flew away. From then on, the Black Wind mountain range disappeared from the hidden Immortal continent, just like the short-lived Jiang country. After a few months, the black gas that was no longer suppressed by the capital star formation began to seep out again. Gradually, the Black Wind mountain range returned to its former state. Tongzhou country, Gu country, and Jiming country all sent troops to investigate. Then, they all tacitly made their own plans for the original Black Wind mountain range. This area became a barren mountain range again. It was also at this time that Xiaohua, who had almost finished setting up the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range's Great Formation, escaped underground into the metal and wood magnetic space and began to set up the transmission formation. The majority of the transmission formations at the bottom of the Sage River were intact. Xiaohua only needed to refine these intact materials again. Of course, this teleportation array was different from the capital star array and so on. It needed to be meticulous, but Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. While he was refining it, he carefully comprehended the array and practiced his divine sense. In this leisurely manner, the entire teleportation array took 5 years to set up. 5 years was not a long time, but it was extremely important for Xiaohua, who especially needed to go into seclusion. In these 5 years, Xiaohua's cultivation in all aspects advanced by leaps and bounds. Although he did not encounter any bottlenecks in his cultivation and reached the point of breaking through, compared to before he went into seclusion, it was incomparable. Within the space of the metal and wood elemental magnetism, a massive teleportation array with a boundless aura had been successfully set up. Xiaohua's figure flew out from the array. As a smile appeared on his face, he took out the Grand Universe teleportation token from the space. Quick! Xiaohua chanted an incantation and pointed at the Grand Universe teleportation token. A crystal thread fell from Xiaohua's finger into the Grand Universe teleportation token. Chapter 3829. Buzz. The Grand Universe teleportation token in midair made a strange sound. A faint green color began to flash in the void within a 1-foot radius. It looked extremely strange. As the strange sound appeared, an even greater movement rippled in the void. The void swelled as though Xiaohua was using green seal text. Xiaohua was a little surprised. Seeing the teleportation array in this state, how could he not know that the sacrificial refining of this teleportation array was related to the green seal text of soul cultivators? Xiaohua hurriedly released his soul consciousness. Indeed, several soul strands had appeared around the Grand Universe teleportation token. These soul strands extended out from the Grand Universe teleportation token and entered the void. The grayish-white air current in the void started to revolve around the soul strands. Waves of green seal text sounds were emitted from this vortex. Looking at the Grand Universe transference token again, as Xiaohua activated his technique, it gradually expanded. The dark green brilliance gathered into a ball, and even more soul strands extended out from the void and stuck onto this ball of light. Similarly, even more vortexes appeared around the Grand Universe transference token. In the end, it actually formed a spatial crack that was invisible to the naked eye. Go! Xiaohua observed and activated his magic power. The Grand Universe teleportation token fell into the teleportation array that was as silent as a monster. Like a spark falling into a withered leaf, the green brilliance of the Grand Universe teleportation token instantly lit up the huge teleportation array. After this brilliance, that strange fluctuation spread out from within the teleportation array and passed through the entire teleportation array in a few breaths. Boom! The ball of light around the Grand Universe teleportation token began to expand again and drown the entire teleportation array inch by inch. As the ball of light expanded, the vortex in the void also pushed the silent teleportation array and began to emit a roaring sound from the inside out. It was like the roar of a monster that had woken up from a deep slumber. Xiaohua watched as the entire transmission array began to revolve like a giant stone ball. Sounds that sounded like green seal characters began to reverberate within the magnetic space. His brows unconsciously furrowed. Obviously, the teleportation array in front of him was different from the one he had seen in Sky Patrol City. He did not know if his teleportation array was successful. It took a few hours for the Grand Universe transference token's green light to cover the entire teleportation array. Moreover, the entire teleportation array was rotating in different ways. It was as though there was a strange giant hand pushing it, and it didn't seem like it would stop. Xiaohua took a deep breath as his hands started to form seals, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. Following Xiaohua's incantation, the huge ball of light began to slowly recede from the outermost edge of the transmission array. This receding speed was even slower than before. Every inch of movement consumed a huge amount of Xiaohua's spiritual power. This continued for several days. Xiaohua's face was pale. With the help of the green-robed Xiaohua twice, the huge green light finally shrank to the area around the Grand Universe shifting token. Quick! With the incantation for the last time, Xiaohua's figure swayed, and he actually sat in the air limply. The green light emitted an intense brilliance around the Grand Universe shifting token. A strange rune appeared. This rune was not green seal text, but it was flashing with green light. Puff! The rune landed on the Grand Universe Shifting Token. The Grand Universe Shifting Token shook violently for a moment before becoming still. At this moment, all the sounds disappeared, the void disappeared, and the teleportation array stopped moving. It was as though Xiaohua had never cast a spell. The exhausted Xiaohua waved his hand, and the Grand Universe Shifting Token landed in his hand. Xiaohua scanned it with his spiritual sense, and a strange fluctuation and imprint emerged from it. Xiaohua understood that this imprint was the location of the teleportation array in front of him. If he wanted to set up a teleportation array that was connected to this teleportation array, he had to use this imprint. Otherwise, he would not be able to connect to this teleportation array. If I'm not mistaken, the teleportation array of my Daoism should be derived from the teleportation tunnel of soul cultivators. Xiaohua put away the Grand Universe Shifting Token. As he closed his eyes to rest, he thought to himself, the teleportation tunnel of soul cultivators that I saw in the Misty Mountains is the real teleportation array. The teleportation tunnel of soul cultivators looks simpler than this teleportation array, and the distance is also longer. Unfortunately, there seems to be no method to set up a teleportation tunnel in the millions of Meng Mountains. Who knows where this secret technique is lost? Also, after 5 years of cultivation with the support of the Netherworld fruit, soul cultivator Xiaohua's 9 heavens of spirit origin had long reached the peak of heart heaven. But for some reason, the gap between heart heaven and soul-forming heaven was so tenacious. Even with the help of Whitey, he could not break through. What should he do? After all, the gap between heart heaven and soul-forming heaven is not a simple bottleneck. From the perspective of soul cultivators, it is the difference between soul scholars and shamans. There must be some secrets that I don't know about. Soul cultivators, even if I am about to reach the shaman realm and enter the 3rd heaven of spirit origin, I am still so mysterious. Xiaohua had consumed a lot of magic power this time, so he had to rest for more than a month to recover. After he put away the spirit stones he needed for the teleportation array, he circulated his magic power and left the magnetic space. Looking at the faint black fog lingering within 100 li radius, Xiaohua was very satisfied. He knew that there would be very few cultivators coming here in the future. Finally, Xiaohua released his soul sense and carefully scouted the area within 1,000 li radius. After confirming that there was no immortal palace, he flew towards the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Xiaohua's several years of closed-door cultivation were not just for setting up the teleportation array and cultivating. Many times, he would fly back to the soaring Dragon Mountain range to set up the incomplete Grand Formation. Therefore, when he flew back to the soaring Dragon Mountain range this time, the Fortune Gate's disciples did not know what he was doing outside. They just thought it was a simple trip. Although the soaring Dragon Mountain range's Grand Formation was not as detailed as the teleportation array, it covered a large area. It was also different from the Black Wind Ridge's Capital Star Formation. After Xiaohua returned to the soaring Dragon Mountain range, it took him more than a month to set up the Grand Formation. On this day, Xiaohua was in midair. He seemed to be struggling as he made a grabbing motion with his hand. Within 1,000 li radius, the wind and clouds surged, and the scenery turned into a stream of light that fell into his hand. Then, a crisp, kacha sound was heard, and a palm-sized crystal plate appeared in Xiaohua's hand. Xiongyi and the others who were standing respectfully in the distance and carefully observing Xiaohua's Grand Formation had an illusion in their eyes. It was as if a layer of mist was gushing out from the soaring Dragon Mountain range, but this mist was thinner than the clear morning fog. After it gushed out, it dissipated with a kacha sound. However, after the mist dissipated, the entire soaring Dragon Mountain range had an indescribable change. Xiongyi released his soul sense and carefully observed. After a long time, he withdrew his soul sense and said in a low voice with admiration, "Junior brothers, did you notice the difference?" Of course. Li Xiang lowered his voice. The scenery of the soaring Dragon Mountain range is completely the same as before, but everything is completely different. Ordinary cultivators can't discover the location of our sect even if they directly flew over the mountain range, let alone flying over the sky. It's even more impossible for them to know that they have already fallen into the grand formation. Senior brothers are right. The flowers are not flowers, the mist is not mist. The soaring dragon mountain range is no longer the soaring dragon mountain range of the past. Fu Ji when prostrated himself in admiration and said, Master's grand formation Dao has greatly improved these past few years. It seems that no matter how much I cultivate, I can't see Master's back. It's not just the grand formation Dao. Imperial Highness Lan said with a smile, I don't know where Master went to train during this period of time, but every time he comes back, I can feel that Master is different. However, I can't detect Master's realm at all. Let's go, Master is calling us. Seeing Xiaohua waving his hand in the distance, Xiongyi hurriedly reminded them. The four of them flew and landed in front of Xiaohua. Master has worked hard. Xiongyi and the others bowed. Hee, it's nothing. Xiaohua said with a smile, setting up a formation is the same as cultivating. Master has been setting up a formation for a few years, and Master has benefited greatly. Yes, senior brother was just envious of Master just now. He said that every time he sees Master, he feels that Master is more profound and unfathomable. Already profound and unfathomable, can it still be more unfathomable? Xiaohua smiled and said, My Taoism's 3,000 great Daos, each of them is unfathomable. You all have your own opportunities, so there's no need to be envious of Master. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you'll understand what Master is doing now. Everyone's expression turned cold, and they hurriedly bowed and said, Many thanks for Master's reminder. Xiong, ring the bell, this old man has something to instruct. Xiaohua waved his hand and ordered. Xiong didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Strangely, although his transmission landed in the soaring Dragon Mountain range, no one responded. Ha! Xiaohua lightly smiled. He waved the crystal token in his hand, and a faint light fell into the mountain range. At the place where the mountain range landed, a red cloud emerged like a fountain and landed right under everyone's feet. Let's go, the great array has already been sealed. Even a fourth-grade essence energy would not be able to send a message inside. As the rosy cloud descended, the scenery in front of Xiaohua and the others flashed slightly. The mountain range was still the same mountain range, and the forest was still the same forest. However, between the mountain range and forest, there were some towering palaces standing there. Xiaohua smiled and flew directly to the largest palace on the mountain peak. Before Xiaohua landed, the sound of a golden bell rang in the mountain range. Dozens, or even hundreds of rays of brilliance flew out from various parts of the mountain range and gathered toward Xiaohua's landing spot. The palace that Xiaohua landed on looked dazzling and magnificent. It was close to several hundred zhang tall, and there was a bright and colorful signboard on top of it. The words, Fortune Dao Palace, were written in large letters. The palace was built with huge blue stones, and many Dao runes were carved on the blue stones. Wisps of heaven and earth yuan qi were constantly pouring into these runes from all directions, and the tens of thousands of runes were flashing with faint waves of Dharma power. Although the waves were obscure, they gave off an indescribable aura that was like a coiling dragon. This palace was naturally the Fortune Gate's main palace, the Fortune Dao Palace. Chapter 3830. The Fortune Gate was currently entrenched in the soaring Dragon Mountain range, and they had already built more than 100 palaces. However, the Fortune Dao Palace was different. The Fortune Dao Palace was created by the combined efforts of Xiongyi, Prince Lan, and Li Xiang, and the restrictions inside were personally laid down by Xiaohua. These runes not only contain the Dao sect's restrictions, but also the Confucian cultivator's dragon qi, occupying the fate of tens of thousands of li around it. When the Fortune Dao Palace's restrictions were completed, there was a faint dragon roar coming from the ground, followed by a 9-colored radiance soaring into the sky. If Xiaohua hadn't used the capital star array to conceal it, it would have attracted the greed of the Confucian cultivators. Xiaohua's figure landed in front of the Fortune Dao Palace, pausing for a moment before walking up the steps. There were 365 steps in front of the Fortune Dao Palace, and the center of the steps was not only engraved with dragons and phoenixes, but also inscriptions of mountains and rivers. Walking up the steps, there was a supreme majesty coming from the steps. Xiaohua had just led Xiongyi and the others up the steps when they saw the black bear spirit, white lion and golden condor kneeling on the steps to welcome them. The black bear spirit even shouted, "Welcome, Master, into the palace." Following the black bear spirit's shout, a tsunami of shouts came from the platform above the steps. "Welcome, Master, into the palace." On the platform, there was a black mass of Fortune Gate's disciples kneeling on the platform. "Rise." Xiaohua walked up the platform, turned into a streak of light, and landed in front of the embroidered chair. "Thank you, Master." The group of disciples stood up and respectfully stood to the side. "Master has orders." Lu Yi's voice rang out. "Xiongyi, Prince Lan, Li Xiang and the others enter the palace for a discussion. We obey Master's orders." Xiongyi and the other disciples didn't dare to delay and entered the palace. The interior of the Fortune Dao Palace was similar to the other palaces. There were several huge coiling dragon pillars in the palace, and Xiaohua sat on the embroidered chair on the high cloud platform. Lu Yi and Wang Yifei stood on the sides of the embroidered chair. Seeing that all the disciples were standing in order, Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, "This old man established a sect on the hidden immortal continent and established the Fortune Gate on the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Although I don't dare to say that I'm the first to establish a Dao sect, but looking at the current Dao sect's sorrow, I can be considered as a prodigy. This old man is very happy that all of you have chosen to join my Fortune Gate. Today, my Fortune Gate's grand protective formation is finally completed. We can retreat, defend, or attack. Even if the Immortal Palace attacks again, even if there is an inescapable net, there is no need for you to be afraid. Many thanks for Master's grace." All the disciples were beaming with joy when they heard this. They bowed and saluted. Xiaohua continued, "Although our Fortune Gate has risked universal condemnation and dared to drag the Immortal Palace down to the mundane world, our foundation is still lacking. Compared to the hundreds of millions of years of heritage of Confucian cultivators, we are just children. However, a child will eventually grow into a strong man one day. This old man believes that as long as our Fortune Gate disciples work together and cultivate diligently, there will come a day when our Fortune Gate will become the most brilliant Dao sect on the hidden immortal mainland." Although Xiaohua was encouraging everyone, everyone's blood was boiling with excitement. It was not only because of Xiaohua's words, but also because of the rapid improvement in their cultivation after entering the Fortune Gate. This was something they could never have imagined even in their dreams. After Xiaohua said a few more words and asked about the Fortune Gate's recent affairs, he asked, "Xiongyi, how is the situation in Yu Province?" "Good, Father knows." Xiongyi's face lit up with excitement. "Today's Yu Province, no, the entire hidden immortal continent is in a mess." "What do you mean?" Xiaohua was already prepared, but when he heard this, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He asked, "Could it be that the battle between the immortals and Buddhas in Shi Country's Longevity Town has spread to the entire hidden immortal continent?" "Not only the battle between the immortals and Buddhas," Xiongyi laughed, "there is also the 100 schools of thought debate of the Confucian school." 100 schools of thought contending? Xiaohua raised his head and looked at Fu Jiwen, frowning slightly. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let's talk about Longevity Town first." "Yes, Master." Xiongyi continued to explain, just like what disciple reported to Master earlier, the Longevity Town's immortals and Buddhas have been in an extremely delicate situation. The hidden immortal continent's kind-hearted men and women have been trekking from all over the continent to worship the Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body. Shi Country's monarch and Chongyun's sect have been thinking of ways to stop this, but after all, they couldn't compete with the millions of people's hearts. Therefore, the Confucian cultivators gradually retreated under the pressure of the Buddhist sect. Yu Province's other Confucian cultivators, seeing the Buddhist sect's expansion, began to pay attention to Longevity Town. At the same time, this attention attracted the attention of many Confucian cultivators. When the Immortal Palace was conquering my Black Wind Ridge, the Dongfang family's martial grandmaster brandished his sword to destroy the Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body. At this time, the southern paradise's Manjushri Bodhisattva's golden body suddenly descended to the Rivertide Temple and waved his 9-dragon staff to block the sword. After that, Manjushri Bodhisattva took charge of the Rivertide Temple and investigated the murder of the Rivertide Temple's abbot Lishan. This matter has been going on for almost 10 years. Is there still no result? Xiaohua listened to Xiong Yi's detailed explanation and didn't say much. When he heard this, he couldn't help but feel moved and asked, "How can there be a result?" Xiong Yi's face showed a mocking expression. Even if there is a result, Manjushri Bodhisattva will definitely not announce it. But Fu Jiwen was puzzled and asked curiously, "Didn't Manjushri Bodhisattva come to investigate the murder of Lishan?" "It's very simple." Prince Lan laughed. The Confucian cultivator who killed Lishan was very skillful. That Cloud Forest Temple's master CI Mei couldn't find any clues at that time. After that, Manjushri Bodhisattva couldn't find any clues. There's no need for any clues. The Buddhist sect has many ways to find clues. Fu Jiwen retorted. Manjushri Bodhisattva naturally has the Buddhist sect's supernatural powers, but why didn't he announce it? The biggest reason is that he couldn't find it. In other words, Thunder Temple's Mahavarakana also couldn't find the real murderer of Shan. Then isn't it done by the Immortal Palace or the patriarch of a first-class family? Fu Jiwen was dumbfounded. Xiaohua nodded. If that's the case, it must be someone who inverted yin and yang and disturbed the 5 elements. Without extraordinary supernatural powers, it can't be detected. There's another possibility. Prince Lan said, Manjushri Bodhisattva found the real murderer, but the real murderer is an important figure of the Confucian cultivator. Once it is announced, the anger of the Buddhist sect's followers in the hidden immortal continent and the anger of the Nirvana world's followers will ignite a war between the immortals and Buddhas. Therefore, Manjushri Bodhisattva didn't dare to announce it. Speaking of this, Prince Lan showed a worried expression. He looked at Xiaohua and said, "Actually, disciple is worried that not finding the real murderer is not a good thing for our Dao sect. Maybe one day, the Buddhist sect and the Confucian cultivators will pour this dirty water on our Dao sect." Li Xiang nodded. Disciple has also considered this matter. But fortunately, the hidden immortal continent is in dispute with the Confucian cultivators. Although our Dao sect's disciples are weak, they are still useful in restraining the Buddhist sect. The Confucian cultivators won't agree to frame our Dao sect. Other than the country of Shi's longevity town, the hidden immortal continent's 9 prefectures is already burning with the flames of war. Xiongyi said, not only were the Buddhist sect's countries destroyed, but the Confucian cultivators' countries are also fighting with each other. It is said that 10 countries in the Su province were destroyed in one day. The 100 Confucian cultivators each occupy a part of their sphere of influence. It's really a mess. It's also because of the war between the Confucian cultivators and the immortals and Buddhas. Li Xiang smiled. Our fortune gate has a chance to breathe. Otherwise, Master's big movements might have attracted the attention of the Confucian cultivators. Alright. Xiaohua nodded. Our fortune gate strength is weak. It's already not easy for you to find out so much. We don't care about other people's matters. We only work behind closed doors. Li Xiang, bring me the array plate you used in the Black Wind Mountain. Yes, Master. Li Xiang respectfully handed over the Black Wind Mountain's array plate to Xiaohua. Xiaohua casually refined the array plate and passed it to Li Xiang. However, Li Xiang did not put the array plate into his cosmos bag after receiving it. Instead, he smiled and said, Master, disciple was guarding the Black Wind Mountain, so of course I had to use this array plate. Among us disciples, senior brother Xiongyi is the leader, so this array plate should be under his control. You have yours and he has his. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the crystal plate he had refined earlier. He tapped on it, and the crystal plate split into 2. With a wave of his sleeve, the 2 pieces of crystal plate fell in front of Xiongyi and Prince Lan. He said, This array plate is the main array plate to control the soaring Dragon Mountain Range's Grand Array. The two of you will control it together. Inside the array plate is the method to control the Grand Array, and there are also other methods to enter and exit the array plate. You two can decide on your own. Yes, disciple understands. Xiongyi and Prince Lan carefully answered. Li Xiang's array plate was personally refined by Master. It can freely enter and exit the Grand Array, but it does not have the power to control the Grand Array. Xiaohua explained. Li Xiang was about to accept the array plate, but when he heard Xiaohua's question, he was startled. He hastily took out the array plate and presented it with both hands. He said, "Master, you should take this array plate yourself. Disciple will ask senior brothers to refine another one for disciple." Master, Xiongyi was also stunned, but he soon understood. "Are you going on a long journey again?" Li Xiang and Xiongyi's words immediately made their realms clear. Xiaohua smiled faintly and nodded. "Yes, Master will be going on a trip in a few days. I'm afraid this trip will take a long time. The matters of the Fortune Gate will be handled by you three senior brothers. It's not that Master doesn't trust any of you, but the Fortune Gate has just been established." Under the eyes of Confucian cultivators and in the midst of the battle between immortals and Buddhas, it's better for us to be careful. As for Li Xiang, although this array plate is somewhat transcendental, in the hands of someone who is at ease, wouldn't it have any transcendental effect? Since Master said so, disciple can naturally take it. Li Xiang smiled and said, "But wouldn't it be better if junior brother Fu takes this array plate? Master, why don't you give it to junior brother?" Chapter 38-31. Hehe, these disciples' cultivations are too low. Xiao Huan naturally understood Li Xiang's indecisiveness and indecisiveness. He smiled and said, "Moreover, they are detrimental to the three of you controlling the Fortune Gate. When Master leaves, I will bring them along with me." But His Highness Lan was a little anxious. "What do you mean, Are you going to abandon the three of us and not control the Fortune Gate? How is that possible?" Xiao Hua waved his hand. "Your cultivation is still too low. There are some things you cannot understand. Master felt it when he was setting up the formation. The three of you will definitely bring glory to the Fortune Gate in the soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Lu Yi and the others will also improve in terms of cultivation following Master. Master is the sect leader. Bringing a few junior brothers with you is also quite ostentatious. This is how it should be." Xiongyi smiled and added, "Moreover, Master controls the nation weapon. It won't be a problem to take them into the nation weapon in times of danger." "Exactly." Xiaohua nodded. He raised his head to look at the Great Hall and instructed again. "Xiongyi, Highness Lan, Li Xiang, it was not easy to establish our Fortune Gate. Now, it is just a spark. If we want to grow into a prairie fire, we need all of you to work together. Master does not want to see anything that Master does not want to see when he returns. Master's thoughts, I'm sure nascent soul realm cultivators like you who have gone through life and death trials can understand." "Master?" Xiongyi, Highness Lan, and Li Xiang hurriedly knelt and said, "Disciples can swear a blood oath to be loyal to our Fortune Gate, and will absolutely not do anything that will harm the Fortune Gate." Sigh. Looking at the three disciples who swore a blood oath, Xiao Hua sighed inwardly. Although he was very conflicted with the method of refining the natal spirit tablet, now that he thought about it, this method was indeed an effective method to control the entire Fortune Gate. Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out 3 jade-eye pouches and handed them to the 3 disciples. He said, "Get up. Inside these pouches is the refining method of the natal spirit tablet. Cultivate on your own and you can refine one for each of our Fortune Gate's disciples." "Yes, Master." The 3 disciples stood up and received the jade-eye pouches. Also, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and took out a lot of Qingkuan bags from his bosom. He waved his hand and gave them to the 3 people. He said, "This is what Master obtained from traveling these past few years. You and your disciples should be able to satisfy the cultivation expenses. Our Fortune Gate is not lacking in origin stones, We can simply bid for common items. Hiss. The three of them opened the Qiankuan pouch to take a look, and they were all dumbfounded. The medicinal pills and spirit herbs inside were things that even if one had primeval stones, they wouldn't be able to bid for. Master, thank you for your hard work. Thinking about how Xiaohua still went out to look for these medicinal pills and spiritual herbs while setting up the formation, the three nascent soul cultivators felt extremely grateful. Yes, this is what I should do. When I'm not here, I'll have to rely on you to recruit disciples and guide their cultivation. Xiaohua stood up and said, Disciple is willing to die 1,000 times. Alright, Xiongyi, come in with me. Everyone else, wait outside. Xiaohua said as he walked into the hall. Xiongyi hurriedly followed him into the back of the palace and only returned after 4 hours. Although he was already a nascent soul cultivator, Xiongyi still couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Just as Royal Highness Lan was about to ask, Xiongyi blinked his eyes and smiled. Royal Highness Lan, Master wants you in. See. Royal Highness Lan sucked in a deep breath, his heart thumping wildly as he walked into the back of the palace. The three nascent soul cultivators' cultivation was naturally guided by Xiaohua himself. Not only did Xiaohua teach them the astral soul and soul-severing stage cultivation techniques according to their cultivation realm, he even took out the spiritual artifacts refined by the green-robed Xiaohua. How could the three nascent soul cultivators not be overjoyed to receive such generous rewards? After settling the three nascent soul cultivators' affairs, Xiaohua returned to the main hall and sat down. His gaze swept past everyone and landed on Changyu and Wu Tian. He said, Changyu, Wu Tian, you two are different from other disciples. You can be considered Master's in-name disciples. Now that my fortune gate has been established, this old man would like to ask you, are you willing to enter my fortune gate? How could Changyu and Wu Tian hesitate? They immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Disciple is willing to enter the fortune gate and respect Daoist as master. Good. Xiaohua nodded. Today, this old man officially accepts you two as disciples, but this old man doesn't like any formalities, so I don't want anything like that. We will follow Master's decision. Both of them respectfully kowtowed 9 more times before getting up. Congratulations, junior brothers. Xiongyi and the others were also overjoyed as they stepped forward to congratulate them. Changyu and Wu Tian also got up from the ground and happily returned the greeting. After waiting for a while, Xiaohua said, Changyu, you are different from Master's other disciples. You have already reached late-stage Golden Core realm. You have cultivated the cultivation technique Master gave you for so many years. If it weren't to make up for your previous missteps, you would have been able to conceive a nascent soul long ago. This time, this old man's trip is to send the disciples into the country artifact. The origin energy inside the country artifact is not abundant, so it is not suitable for you to cultivate inside. You stay in the fortune gate and ask your 3 senior brothers about your cultivation. Master hopes that when I return, my fortune gate will have another nascent soul cultivator. What Xiaohua said was the truth. Lu Yi and the others were merely at the Qi refinement realm. How much origin energy did they need to cultivate? Changyu alone was equivalent to several hundred Lu Yis. Changyu bowed respectfully and said, Yes, disciple obeys. This is what you need for your cultivation. Xiaohua took out 2 spatial pouches and handed them to Changyu. After Changyu received the spatial pouches, Xiaohua looked at Wu Tian. Who would have thought that Wu Tian would hastily kneel down and cry out, Master, please don't let disciple stay. Disciple would rather not cultivate than to leave Master's side. Your situation is indeed troublesome. If you stay in the soaring Dragon Mountain range, the entire fortune gate will suffer. Xiaohua smiled and said, This old man wants to take you away. Pooh. Wu Tian's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly got up and said, Many thanks, Master. Xiaohua then looked at the other disciples and said with a smile, Wang Bianfei, go say goodbye to your mother. Tomorrow morning, come with Master to travel the hidden immortal mainland. Ah yes, Master. Hearing that he was going to travel, Wang Bianfei was ecstatic. After saluting, he quickly left the Fortune Gate Palace. Looking at Wang Bianfei's back, Xiaohua smiled. Wang Bianfei's mood represented the mood of the other Fortune Gate disciples. Although he couldn't make too many promises to them, if they were to cultivate quietly, he could do it. What revitalizing the Dao Gate? Perhaps it would start from the smallest action. Master! Xiongyi looked at Xiaohua's smile and suppressed his excitement. He couldn't help but carefully ask, Master, this trip will be different from before. When will you return? Disciple will take charge of the Fortune Gate in Master's place. What should I do? Xiaohua had vaguely mentioned these things before, and Xiongyi naturally understood. However, when Xiaohua guided the cultivation of the 3 nascent Soul Realm disciples, Xiongyi suddenly realized that although the Fortune Gate was still within his control, in a few decades or 100 years, it might not be something he could control. He had no choice but to ask for instructions again. However, before Xiaohua could say anything, the black bear spirit's cries could be heard from outside the hall. Master, you don't want this little one anymore? You're leaving the Fortune Gate with a group of disciples, but you're leaving this little one here? Amidst the cries, heavy footsteps could be heard. The black bear spirit, golden eagle, and white lion ran in from outside the hall and threw themselves in front of Xiaohua, kowtowing. The dong-dong sound was rather clear in the somewhat quiet main hall. Xiaohua looked at the 3 demons and frowned slightly. He understood in his heart that when he was in the Black Wind Ridge, other than himself, the highest cultivation was the foundation establishment Qin Xiaoyao. But now, not to mention Golden Core disciples, there were 3 nascent Soul Realm disciples. The Black Bear Spirit and the other 2 demons' status in the soaring Dragon Mountain range was getting lower. Moreover, he was going to travel, and these demons could only be mountain guards. Their importance was getting lower and lower. The other demons were better, but the Black Bear Spirit, Golden Eagle, and White Lion might not be able to stand the loneliness. Especially the fickleness of human nature, the 3 demons might not be able to understand. They might even start a dispute with Xiongyi and the other human cultivators. Forget it. Xiaohua's thoughts turned, and he smiled. You 3 get up, this old man will take the 3 of you out to travel. Really? Oh, Master? The Black Bear Spirit raised his head, his bare face full of tears. Beside him, the Golden Eagle and White Lion were also surprised. If you 3 leave, how will the demons be arranged? This old man will not take them out to travel. Xiaohua asked. The Black Bear Spirit did not even look at the Golden Eagle and White Lion, and hurriedly said, Old Master, this little one's boy, Qin Xiaoyao, Jiang Ming, Qin Qingyi, and Jiang Haodong are all good. If possible, this little one will let these disciples lead the little one's boy. This little one too. The Golden Eagle and White Lion hurriedly agreed. Now that Old Master has made the Fortune Gate impregnable, this little one does not need to patrol. Just let Qin Xiaoyao and the others be in charge of these boy. Xiaohua nodded and ordered, pass down this old man's decree, order Qin Xiaoyao and the others to take over the Fortune Gate's disciples. In addition, Black Bear, Golden Eagle and White Lion, you all must obey Qin Xiaoyao and the other disciples' orders. If there is anything you don't agree with, kill without mercy. Yes, Old Master. Black Bear and the other 2 demon beasts' hearts trembled, and they hurriedly complied and retreated. Xiaohua looked at Xiongyi and said, if this master's departure goes smoothly, I estimate I will return in a few years, but if it doesn't, I'm afraid it will take more than a few decades. In fact, you should understand that if this master is not in the Fortune Gate, this soaring Dragon Mountain range is very safe. As for how the Fortune Gate will develop, this old man will still say the same thing when I accepted you into the Fortune Gate. If you want a chance, this old man will give it to you, no matter how big it is, as long as this old man has the ability, this old man will definitely give it to you. Xiaohua's tone turned cold again. But, once you enter my Fortune Gate, you are a Fortune Gate disciple. Remember not to cause trouble, brothers fighting each other. This disciple understands. Not only Xiongyi, but Li Xiang and Lan also bowed and answered. Chapter 38-32. Xiong Yi, these guards are old friends of my Black Wind Mountain range. Don't treat them lightly. Xiao Huan nodded slightly and instructed, of course, the demonic beast race is not our human race, so this old man doesn't dare to judge them. If there are any abnormalities, there is no need to hold back. The safety of our Fortune Gate disciples is the most important. Yes. Xiong Yi hurriedly replied. Disciple understands. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and felt that there was nothing else to say. He stood up and said, this old man will not say much. The hidden immortal mainland is only so big. If there are any abnormalities, this old man will be able to hear them. With this old man's ability, it is not impossible for me to rush back in time. Xiong Yi and the others naturally did not know that there was a transmission array in the Black Wind Mountain range. When the time was ripe, Xiao Hua might set up another transmission array in other places. If he wanted to return, it would be a blink of an eye. Respectfully send off, Master. The group of Fortune Gate disciples bowed on the soaring Dragon Mountain range and said in unison. Xiao Hua sent Lu Yi Heixiong and the others into the Kunlun mirror and flew into the air. With a flick of his sleeve, all the disciples involuntarily stood up and said, all of you, cultivate in peace. Don't let this old man be disappointed when he returns. With that said, Xiao Hua's figure turned into a gust of wind and disappeared into the sky. When Xiong Yi and the others hurriedly got up and opened a corner of the array to check, there was no trace of him. Master's escape technique has reached perfection. Although Xiong Yi and the others did not dare to release their divine sense, they could not help but whisper after looking at each other. Yes, with Master's cultivation in the future, he will definitely catch up to that person. Li Xiang narrowed his eyes and said, as Master's father's disciples, we must not lose his face. Two junior brothers, let's discuss a plan. Xiong Yi closed the capital star array and said in a low voice, not only will we take turns to control the Fortune Gate and cultivate, but we will also develop the Fortune Gate's forces, putting aside the fact that Xiong Yi, Prince Lan, and Li Xiang, the three nascent soul cultivators of the Fortune Gate, had begun to make plans for the Fortune Gate, consolidating their respective forces. The Fortune Gate had begun to embark on a difficult path of development. After Xiao Hua left the soaring Dragon Mountain range, he first chose a direction that he believed to be correct and flew for several hours before revealing himself. With a wave of his hand, the Pegasus and flying chariot landed in midair. Then he released Wu Tian and Fu Jiwen from the Kunlun mirror. Xiao Hua looked at Wu Tian and asked with a smile, Wu Tian, is the qi of heaven and earth in the Kunlun wonderland abundant? Wu Tian did not dare to be negligent. He bowed and said, yes, teacher knows that when I first entered, the heaven-earth yuan qi inside was not abundant. Now that I have entered again, I can feel that it is gradually recovering. Although it's not enough for disciple to cultivate freely inside, disciple believes that as long as time passes, it will definitely be possible. Xiao Huan nodded slightly and frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Wu Tian didn't dare to ask more. He looked at Fu Jiwen standing at the side with his hands folded. Now, other than the space that could accommodate Wu Tian and the other disciples, Xiao Hua could also accommodate the Mountain River Seal and the Kunlun Mirror. Needless to say, the Mountain River Seal was a nation weapon that purely suppressed people. There was no qi of heaven and earth inside. The Kunlun Mirror was somewhat similar to the space. There was a Kunlun wonderland hidden inside. The Kunlun wonderland could provide qi of heaven and earth for Wu Tian and the other disciples to cultivate. However, the Kunlun wonderland had already been destroyed when the Kunlun mirror shattered. Xiao Hua had obtained the fragments of the Kunlun mirror from the Dawn Rain continent and the hidden Immortal continent and refined them bit by bit. The Kunlun ruins was slowly recovering into the Kunlun wonderland. However, judging from the current situation, the Kunlun mirror would not be too far away from recovering its power. However, if the Kunlun wonderland's barrier wanted to recover, it was not a simple matter. When Xiao Hua was refining the Kunlun mirror, he had already tried to comprehend the barrier of the Kunlun wonderland. He knew that it was an extremely mysterious spatial barrier that was somewhat similar to the so-called spirit gathering formation. Of course, If it was purely a high-level spirit-gathering formation, Xiaohua believed that as long as his cultivation increased in the future, he would definitely be able to refine such a miraculous spatial spirit artifact. However, when Xiaohua was refining the Kunlun mirror, he discovered that this barrier was not as simple as he thought. There were faint traces of an innate divine restriction in this barrier, but it was also very different from what he thought it was. Moreover, this difference made it extremely difficult for Xiaohua to comprehend. In fact, after a long time, it would even give Xiaohua a strange and even terrifying feeling. Xiaohua did not know if this feeling came from the barrier itself or if it was born from his insufficient cultivation. Therefore, after trying to comprehend it a few times, he did not dare to think deeper. Of course, apart from the unfathomable nature of this barrier, the lack of qi of heaven and earth was also a shortcoming of the Kunlun wonderland. Therefore, Xiaohua asked Wu Tian about his feelings. After hearing Wu Tian's words, Xiaohua knew that it was not a long-term plan to leave Wu Tian in the Kunlun wonderland. Not only would this delay Wu Tian's cultivation, but it would also interfere with the cultivation of Lu Yi and the others. Xiaohua's space was the best choice, but Xiaohua had a great worry. That was, the qi of heaven and earth in the space was completely different from the Xiaoyu continent and the hidden immortal continent. Any nascent soul cultivator from outside the space would collapse when they entered the space. Xiaohua did not dare to take the risk of letting Wu Tian and the others enter the space to cultivate. In the end, they would not be able to come out of the space. In this space, I have also received Dao disciples before. Cui Hongshan, Zhen Minghui, Su Qing, and other Imperial Thunder Sect disciples have also stayed in there for several years. Moreover, after they came out, their cultivation had greatly improved. This shows that this space is suitable for cultivators to cultivate. However, the problem is that they are only qi refining disciples. The strongest is only foundation establishment, far from nascent soul. This Xiao also does not know if they can come out of the space after cultivating to nascent soul. If they can't come out, wouldn't this Xiao's disciples only be able to guard this unformed space? Could it be that they are like those lonely disciples of fellow Daoist Green Robe? Those lonely disciples have both men and women. If they can't cultivate, they can still reproduce in the space and create a world of cultivation. When Xiaohua thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, "This Xiao understands. Benevolent great master. This Xiao has to thank you. If I didn't meet you, this Xiao wouldn't be able to understand the relationship between the physical body and nascent soul." That's right. In the cultivation of Buddhism, the physical body and Saraira are two things that are difficult to reconcile. Buddhism has always emphasized on abandoning the physical body to become Saraira. However, our Dao sect is somewhat different. The physical body is very important in the early stages of cultivation. Dao sect cultivators rely on the physical body to sense the world's origin energy and rely on the meridians of the physical body to refine the world's origin energy. However, after reaching nascent soul, the nascent soul itself has two meridians, one yin and one yang. These two meridians directly communicate with the world. At this time, the physical body may no longer be important in cultivation. Even after losing the physical body, the nascent soul can still exist and can still cultivate the so-called scattered nascent soul. However, at this time, the physical body is another kind of protection. The physical body is a boat floating in the turbulent water, and the nascent soul is the passenger on the boat. No matter what space, no matter what changes the world's origin energy, it can protect the nascent soul. Therefore, the physical body is also the proof that our Dao sect cultivators can ascend to the immortal world. Because the world's origin energy in the immortal world is definitely different from the hidden immortal continent and other cultivation worlds. As for the scattered nascent soul, it can only be reconstructed after ascending to the immortal world, or use some secret technique to prevent the nascent soul from collapsing while reconstructing it bit by bit. If that's the case, within this Zhao's space, although the world's origin energy is different from the hidden immortal continent, it can still allow Wu Tian and other disciples to cultivate inside. Seeing Xiaohua first frown and then clap his hands in joy, Wu Tian and Fujiwen were somewhat baffled. However, The two of them didn't dare to make a sound and lowered their heads to look at the flying carriage below them. Wudun. Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror and said with a smile, Master has thought of a way to make the world's origin energy in the Kunlun mirror abnormally abundant. However, your cultivation method may have to be changed. I will listen to Master's instructions. Wu Tian naturally didn't have any objections. Immediately, Xiaohua pretended to refine the Kunlun mirror and then dictated some cultivation methods to Wu Tian for him to comprehend. His mind entered the space, and in a corner of the space, he created a Kunlun fairyland that was exactly the same as the Kunlun mirror. In fact, fellow Daoist should have done this earlier. Green-robed Xiaohua's figure appeared in front of Jade Archive Xiaohua and said with a smile, not to mention the Fortune Gate's disciples in the soaring Dragon Mountain range, even those demonic beasts in the legacy world should be taken in. Green-robed fellow Daoist is wrong. Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand and said, although this space can cultivate, after all, it's our space, not the Dawn Rain continent, nor the 3 continents. Right now, you and I can't control the fate of others. I can't make decisions for others without permission. As for the demonic beasts in the legacy world, I presume fellow Daoist hasn't forgotten about the spirit-devouring bugs in the profound water palace. Alright, I also know what fellow Daoist is thinking. Anyway, this space is so big and has so many uses. Fellow Daoist should make use of it as much as possible. Green-robed Xiaohua waved his hand and said, I will go and teach my disciples. When the time comes, I want to see whose disciple is more powerful. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, aren't they both our disciples? What's there to compare? Moreover, these disciples of yours have been cleansed since they were young. They have been tempered by lightning strikes and shaped by lightning water. I'm afraid these disciples of I can't compare. Green-robed Xiaohua laughed complacently. He cupped his hands and disappeared. Jade Archive Xiaohua's mouth also revealed a trace of a smile. What green-robed Xiaohua could use, he could also use. Lu Yi and the others' aptitudes were far superior to green-robed Xiaohua's disciples. How could over 10,000 disciples surpass them? Rumble! Just as Jade Archive Xiaohua was about to leave, an indescribable muffled sound of thunder suddenly came from the starry sky. The entire starry sky slightly distorted, and the karmic hands slightly swayed. An obscure fluctuation that only Jade Archive Xiaohua could comprehend fell into his body. Jade Archive Xiaohua's face changed greatly. Chapter 38-33. In an instant, Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure also swayed, like a lamp in the wind. After a few times, Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure became clear, but at this time, Jade Archive Xiaohua's face was pale. What? Is there going to be a disaster? Jade Archive Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the karma hand that had hidden in the starry sky. He whispered bitterly, this disaster is too big to be stopped. If it's not handled properly, it's inevitable that I'll end up dead. Where did this disaster come from? Is it Dragon Island? Or the Immortal Palace? Or something else? And this disaster can't be avoided. Even if I go into seclusion, this disaster will come. Could it be the Immortal Palace? That's impossible. Although I escaped from the Immortal Palace's attack that day, my cultivation was only at the late Yuanying stage. With Sun Jian's character, he wouldn't exaggerate. How could it attract the attention of the Immortal Palace? Could it be the trip to the Dragon Palace? No, it doesn't seem like it. If there's a problem with the trip to the Dragon Palace, I just have to go into seclusion. Forget it. Jade Archive Xiaohua thought for a moment, but still had no clue. In particular, the message from Karma Xiaohua was too vague. Jade Archive Xiaohua only felt that this crisis was very special, but he couldn't tell how special it was or when it would happen. Be careful. When it happens, I'll deal with it by sticking to the status quo. My cultivation is still not enough. Xiaohua's mind came out of the space. He opened his eyes and looked at the clouds and mist around him. He took a deep breath and sighed secretly. This warning is so vague. It's not only because the origin of the disaster is unclear, but also because karma Xiaohua can only deduce in the space. If I can perform the complete karma method, I may be able to find some clues. Master, this method is very similar to the one I practiced before. Seeing Xiaohua open his eyes, Wu Tian said carefully, it's just that the absorption and refining of the qi of heaven and earth are a bit strange. I've completely mastered it. Good. Xiaohua collected his thoughts and nodded. Master will call Lu Yi and the others out. Tell them about the differences in cultivation in detail. Wu Tian was a Jindan cultivator, so explaining the cultivation method to Lu Yi and the other aura refining disciples was naturally as easy as lifting a finger. When Xiaohua released the group of disciples from the Kunlun mirror, Wu Tian carefully explained the differences between the two cultivation methods. Lu Yi and the others were all peerless geniuses, so they only needed to ponder a little bit to understand. However, they didn't know why Xiaohua suddenly asked Wu Tian to teach them such a strange cultivation method. Xiaohua didn't explain much and said to Wu Tian, bring the group of junior brothers back to the Kunlun mirror first and test out the new cultivation method. Come out after that. I still have some things to ask you. Yes, master. After Wu Tian respectfully agreed, Xiaohua put them into the Kunlun wonderland in his space. Fujiwen. Xiaohua turned around and asked, where are we now? When Fujiwen heard this, he couldn't help but feel surprised. He used the eye-clearing technique to take a look and whispered, Master, this place is very unfamiliar. I don't know either, but it seems that it should be within Yu Province. Why are we still in Yu Province? Xiaohua didn't find it strange when he heard this. Yu Province was originally big, and he was flying around blindly before, so it wouldn't be strange even if they were circling around the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Go and inquire about it, Xiaohua instructed. Not long after, Fujiwen flew back and said with a smile, Master, we're still in Yu Province. Right now, we're in the territory of Dong Lin country. Around us are Qizhan country, Lin country, Xang country, and Yifeng country. Yifeng country? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. He immediately thought of the high-spirited Yu Zhongquan who wholeheartedly wanted to be a ranger. Master, do you have any goals for this experiential learning? Or just walk around casually? When Fujiwen saw that Xiaohua only let him and Wu Tian out, he knew what Xiaohua meant and asked carefully. Master wants to go to the North Sea. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, however, there's still enough time. Take Master to Yifeng country. Yes, Master. The North Sea was naturally very far away for Fujiwen. Fujiwen knew that he might not be able to reach there in a short time even if he rode on a Pegasus. However, since Xiaohua said there was enough time, then there was enough time. He bowed and answered, then raised his hand and patted the Pegasus, indicating that it should fly to Yifeng country. Watching Fujiwen riding on the Pegasus, Xiaohua waved his hand again. The black bear, golden eagle, and white lion appeared on the flying carriage. The three demonic beasts looked around and hurriedly knelt down. Master, do you want us to pave the way for Master? No need. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, this old master had previously promised all of you that I would find a suitable cultivation method for all of you. When the time is right, I will teach it to all of you. Many thanks, Master. The black bear spirit and the other two demonic beasts were overjoyed and hurriedly kowtowed. Xiaohua smiled and helped the three demonic beasts up, saying, in fact, this old master was planning to test your temperament before telling you. However, now that our fortune gate has just been established, we need all of you to contribute. The stronger you are, the better it is for our fortune gate. Therefore, today I will teach all of you the cultivation method. Master, this lowly one swears to the heavens that this lowly one is loyal and devoted to Master and the fortune gate. The black bear spirit was the most quick-witted. After Xiaohua finished speaking, he immediately forced out a drop of blood essence from his body and swore the demonic beast alliance. Beside him, the white lion and golden eagle also swore an oath. Seeing the strange fluctuations in the air, Xiaohua raised his hand and held the 3 drops of blood essence in his hand. He ordered, "Black Bear, bring me the White Lion and Golden Eagle's natal spirit tablets." Natal spirit tablets? The black bear blanked for a second, then understood. He hurriedly took out the jade token that Xiaohua had used to force the two demonic beasts to swear an oath on the Black Wind Ridge. "Quick!" Xiaohua waved his hand, and 3 drops of blood essence landed on the jade token. The red light on the jade token disappeared in a flash. Xiaohua did not return the jade token to the black bear, but kept it for himself. He said, "This old master will take this jade token first. As long as all of you are sincere to our fortune gate and follow this old master will definitely return all of you your freedom after 1,000 years. Hee, master is speaking outside the box." The black bear laughed. "This lowly one has no ill intentions towards master. It doesn't matter whether we have this natal spirit tablet or not. If master likes it, he can take it for 10,000 years. Yes, this lowly one also has the same thoughts." The White Lion and Golden Eagle hurriedly answered. "And that's for the best." Xiaohua smiled as he looked at the black bear. The black bear saw a trace of dark green in Xiaohua's eyes, and felt a sharp pain in the space between his eyebrows. Shortly after, countless totems swarmed into his body. These totems were the demonic bear's cultivation postures, and a series of cultivation secret techniques rippled out from these totems and rushed into his mind. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua turned his head and looked at the golden eagle. By the time Fujiwen stopped the flying carriage in the sky above Yifeng country, Xiaohua had already sent the demonic beast clan's inheritance suitable for the 3 demonic beasts to cultivate into their minds. Seeing the 3 demonic beasts' bodies tremble slightly, and some inexplicable fluctuations emitted from their bodies from time to time, Fujiwen knew that this was an important matter, so he didn't dare to disturb them. He only stood quietly beside the Pegasus. Xiaohua withdrew his supernatural power and closed his eyes slightly. Ever since he obtained the inexplicable bloodline of the absolute saint in the relic world, his body was constantly undergoing subtle changes. Even starlight power that couldn't be detected by supernatural powers constantly fell into the 13,200 million blood essences in his body. These blood essences were transforming, and the inheritance within the blood essences was also merging into Xiaohua's bloodline. At the same time, countless demonic beast totems also rushed into Xiaohua's bloodline and entered the body of the demonic phoenix Xiaohua. There were so many totems that they had already impacted the demonic spirit Xiaohua's cultivation. Xiaohua also took the opportunity to temporarily stop practicing the blood drop paradise technique, allowing these totems to attack his bloodline. Through the demonic spirit Xiaohua, Xiaohua could clearly see that the golden threads in his bloodline were becoming clearer and clearer. Moreover, when the totems attacked, an inexplicable golden light flashed from time to time. Every time it flashed, it unconsciously brought about a kind of comprehension, and there was even a kind of indescribable, obscure fluctuation hidden in the void, its whereabouts unknown. Taking advantage of this gap, Xiaohua's consciousness once again entered the mysterious dark clouds. However, at this time, the sky seemed to be gloomy. Above the soul cultivator Xiaohua's head, a heavy dark cloud was tightly pressed there. The dense soul threads were like the texture of granite, revealing a dignified and thick feeling, different from all the soul threads before. "How is it?" Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at this layer of dark clouds that couldn't be detected, and asked in a low voice. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua appeared in front of Jade Archive Xiaohua and slightly shook his head. "I have tried countless times. This dark cloud is abnormal and abnormal. I can't break through it at all." "Granny, Xiaohua, this thing is too strange." Xiaobai waved his huge dragon body and shouted, "Even the star splendor sky from before, and even the spirit chi sky from before wasn't so difficult to figure out." "Don't worry," Jade Archive Xiaohua said indifferently. "The gap between the soul-sealing sky and the heartbreaking sky is the difference between a soul scholar and a shaman. From the perspective of my Dao school, it is the difference between a nascent soul and a spirit-severing stage. This layer depends on luck. That's the only way." Soul Cultivator Xiaohua closed his eyes. The endless soul threads around his body began to dance. The faintly discernible fragrance of the underworld fruit floated in the air, along with the soul threads in the entire heart-breaking sky. After Xiaohua's consciousness left the mysterious dark clouds, several hours had passed. The golden eagle was the first to open its eyes. The confusion in its eyes disappeared in a flash, and then it kowtowed again full of gratitude. "Many thanks, Master." At this time, the words, "Master," came from the heart more than ever before. The golden eagle understood in its heart that the master of the Dao school in front of it was far from the human cultivator of the Dao school in the eyes of ordinary people. Golden eagle? Xiaohua nodded. "How much have you forgotten, Master?" A trace of fear flashed in the golden eagle's eyes, and it respectfully replied, this little one, has forgotten 70%. Chapter 38-34. So much. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. After all, the inheritance he gave to the golden eagle and the other two demons was not particularly high level. It was just a relatively low-level inheritance among the 13,200 million inheritances. "I've disappointed Master." The golden eagle lowered its head and said in a low voice. Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked, "Just with the remaining 30%, how far can you cultivate, Master?" The golden eagle still had a difficult expression as it replied, 5% of the 30% is gradually disappearing. This little one thinks that at most there will only be 25% left. But with this inheritance, this little one doesn't dare to say how far this little one can cultivate. If there is enough time, this little one can cultivate to the Na Tian realm. And this old man understands. This is not your fault. You can cultivate as much as you want. Xiaohua nodded. This old man has also left a cave residence for you 3 demons in the Kunlun Immortal realm. You can go in and take a look. "Many thanks, Master." The golden eagle kowtowed again. After sending the golden eagle into the space, Xiaohua looked at the white lion and the black bear. He was a little curious as to who would wake up first and how much they would forget. After another hour, the white lion opened its eyes. Its reaction was the same as the golden eagle's. However, to Xiaohua's surprise, the white lion had forgotten 60% and was also forgetting more than 5%. It seems that the more you wake up, the more you remember. After sending the white lion into the space, Xiaohua looked at the black bear spirit who was as timid as a mouse with interest. Although Xiaohua had high hopes for the black bear spirit, the black bear spirit's bloodline was not much stronger than the white lion's. After an hour, the black bear spirit also woke up. He only remembered 5% more than the white lion. However, Xiaohua understood that this 5% was enough for the black bear spirit to cultivate to the devouring the sky realm. It was also enough for the black bear spirit's bloodline inheritance to step into the realm of experts. Perhaps this is all this old man can do now. Xiaohua faced the black bear spirit who was now even more devout and smiled. "If you want to transcend mortality and become a saint, then this old man can only help you in the future and replace your blood essence. My greatest ambition in the past was to become the king of Black Wind Ridge." The black bear spirit's answer was not out of Xiaohua's expectations. Right now, this little one's greatest ambition is to guard the door for Master. No matter what cultivation this little one has, this little one will always be the black bear that guards the door for Master. Go and cultivate. Xiaohua waved his sleeves and sent the black bear spirit into space. He said, "I'm looking forward to having a great demon saint to guard my cave abode." After sending the black bear spirit into the space, Xiaohua released the golden eagle and asked a few questions. The result did not disappoint Xiaohua. There were 6 solar stars and 3 lunar stars in the space. The power of the stars and the moon was extremely abundant. It was more suitable for demons to cultivate than any place in the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. Seeing Xiaohua put the golden eagle back into the space again, Fu Jiwen asked respectfully, "Master, now that we've arrived in Yifeng country, please tell me what to do." However, before Xiaohua could say anything, Fu Jiwen's body suddenly trembled. Then, strands of true qi emerged from the top of Fu Jiwen's head in an extremely disorderly manner. In particular, there were inscriptions condensing into formation talismans that flew out without warning. Some formed flying swords, some formed armor, and some even rushed toward Xiaohua. "Master, save me." Fujiwen's face was ashen, but his trembling limbs did not seem to listen to Fujiwen's control. Even when Fujiwen called for help, the corners of his mouth twitched. "Sigh." Xiaohua sighed. With a wave of his hand, he restrained Fujiwen. With a grab of both hands, thousands of inscriptions fell into his hands and transformed into the shape of a broken scroll. Looking at the flickering clouds of the inscriptions in the scroll, Xiaohua shook his head slightly. "Disciple, what Master was worried about has finally happened." "Master?" Fujiwen was ashamed. He said, "This disciple is ashamed of Master's guidance." "You can't say that you're ashamed," Xiaohua said. "Looking at your diligent cultivation and rapid progress. Actually, Master is very happy in his heart. However, when Master first saw you, you were still a scholar. Your cultivation was just refining essence into qi, and you could be considered a scholar. In just a few decades, you actually broke through to the realm of great Confucian. If this news were to spread, I'm afraid it would scare people to death. Disciple, do you still remember the maze on Cloud Mountain? In Senior Zonglangzi's cave, you very boldly said to Master that as long as you accumulated a little bit, you could probably enter the realm of great Confucian within 3 years. Do you know how surprised Master was at that time? I'm not surprised at your progress, but rather, I'm surprised that you're biting off more than you can chew. Actually, Master felt that if you could enter the realm of great Confucian within 300 years, it would already be very amazing. But what could Master say? You had just condensed the heavenly book and were in high spirits. Although Master was worried, Master could not discourage you. Master could only encourage you at that time. Yes, disciple." Fujiwen lowered his head, not daring to say anything more. "Disciple, the path of cultivation is a long and arduous one. It takes a lifetime to walk it. Perhaps there are some opportunities that can speed up your cultivation, but shortcuts are never the right way." Xiaohua said very seriously. "Any action that is short-sighted will lead to failure. Master has always wanted to find time to talk to you about this, but Master also has to cultivate, and Master also has a lot of things to do during this period of time. I only gave you a little reminder in the Fortune Palace, but you didn't seem to hear it at all. Actually, disciple, you don't have to care too much. When Master was cultivating in the past, he was also as aggressive as you, and also suffered a big loss. You are worried about and want to enter the realm of great Confucian as soon as possible, and want to see and as soon as possible. But if you are too impatient, you won't be able to eat hot tofu, and when the time comes, won't you make and even more disappointed?" "Yes, disciple understands." Fujiwen was sweating like rain. "Forget it." Xiaohua waved his hand, and a crystal light fell into Fujiwen's body. After a while, Fujiwen's body could already move. "Master will temporarily seal most of your heavenly books. You have to carefully comprehend these sealed heavenly books, and you have to carefully comprehend the cultivation method of Confucian cultivators. Walk step by step, don't run." "Yes, disciple understands." Fujiwen replied in a low voice. "Well, don't think too much. Follow Master down and bring Master to find Yifeng Country's Yu clan." Xiaohua instructed. "Yes, Master." Fujiwen calmed his mind and rode the heavenly horse down. When Xiaohua kept the heavenly horse and the flying carriage, Fujiwen had already found the location of the Yu clan. Yifeng Country was not big, even smaller than Jiang Country. With Xiaohua's ability, he could completely detect it with a sweep of his divine sense. However, because of the previous warning, Xiaohua did not want to attract any trouble and did not dare to be careless. He only followed Fujiwen outside Yifeng Country's capital. Looking at the not-so-majestic city walls and the simple villagers entering and leaving the city gate, Xiaohua somewhat understood. The Yu clan was not a great family of Confucian cultivators. From the information that Fujiwen found out, the Yu clan was only a secondary 7th-rank aristocratic family. The so-called Great Confucian cultivator that came out was probably many years ago. Only this kind of small country would be able to support the Yu clan. Yifeng country's city gate was also guarded by soldiers, and it seemed that the inspection was very strict. Occasionally, there would be some people who looked like spies being arrested. This made the atmosphere in and out of the city gate a bit tense. However, with Xiao Hua's ability and Fu Jiwen's identity as a Confucian cultivator, entering Yifeng country was not a difficult matter. When the two people arrived in front of the Yu residence, Xiao Hua frowned again. The layout of the Yu residence was very large, occupying dozens of acres of land in Yifeng city. There were many pavilions, terraces, pavilions, and pavilions inside. Even the two copper lions in front of the residence gave off a kind of steadiness that had been passed down from generation to generation. However, at this moment, this steadiness was broken by some noisy carriages and people wearing court uniforms and military armor. These people's faces carried some nervousness and respect as they hurriedly shuttled in and out of the wide-open residence gate. Some servants wearing embroidered clothes also followed these people in and out, shouting loudly, as if they were announcing and welcoming them. Xiao Hua had never liked this kind of bustle, so he simply released his soul consciousness and probed inside the Yu residence for a moment. He said to Fu Jiwen in a low voice, "The person Master is looking for is not in the residence. It seems we can only pay a visit." "Yes, Master." "Please wait here for a moment." Fu Jiwen thought for a moment and smiled. This disciple will use the name of an assassin to visit the Yu clan. I wonder who Master is looking for? Yu Zhongquan, the young master of the Yu residence. Xiao Hua replied, "This child is fated with this old man. Today, I have specially come to settle the karma." This disciple understands. It seems this disciple will have another little junior brother. Fu Jiwen said with a smile as he took out the name of an assassin from his bosom. If it's fated, it should be a little junior brother and a little junior sister. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed as he replied thoughtfully. Fu Jiwen took out his name of an assassin and very politely smiled at the servant who came to greet him. "This one is Fu Jiwen. I have specially come to pay a visit to the residence's young master, Yu Zhongquan. Please announce him." Upon hearing that Fu Jiwen had come to pay a visit to Yu Zhongquan, the servant's respectful face suddenly revealed a trace of strangeness. However, the servant didn't accept the name of an assassin and only politely replied, "So it's young Master Fu. This one has been disrespectful. It's just that my family's young master isn't in the residence, so this one has no way of announcing. I hope young master can understand." "Oh, where did young master you go?" Fu Jiwen was slightly surprised and asked curiously, "Of course, young master you only said that he could find him in Yifeng country." The servant smiled apologetically, "This one doesn't know where my family's young master went." "Ai, since that's the case, please bring this one's name of an assassin to Uncle Yu's table. This one will ask him personally." Fu Jiwen saw that the servant didn't intend to announce his arrival, so he could only say it himself. The servant was a bit embarrassed and smiled apologetically. "It's not that this one doesn't want to announce it to young master. Today, there is a military mission in the residence. Other than the officials in Yifeng country's imperial court, no one is allowed to announce it to young master. So that's how it is." Fu Jiwen frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he asked again, "Then, if this one wants to know where young master you went, what should I do?" Chapter 38-35. The servant hesitated and sized up Fu Jiwen again. Fu Jiwen rolled his eyes and casually touched his waist with one hand. He took out a small silver ingot and placed it in the name token. He handed it over again and smiled. "This one is indeed young Master Yu's old friend. This time, I came to fulfill our previous agreement." The servant was extremely quick-witted. With a pinch of his hand and a slight curl of his finger, he stuffed the silver into his sleeve even more nimbly than Fu Jiwen. Immediately after, he smiled apologetically and said, "Since young Master Fu is a close friend of my young master, Then I would like to ask young Master Fu to report to the left side door. That is where the daily family affairs of the Yu residents are reported. Hee, thank you very much. Fu Jiwen kept the name token and was about to turn back when the servant hurriedly said, "All right, young Master Fu, if you want to know about my family's young master, remember, don't say that you're my young master's close friend. Just say that you're here to settle accounts with my young master." Oh? Fu Jiwen stared blankly and asked curiously, "Why is that?" However, at this moment, another military horse galloped over. The person on the horse held a yellow scroll in his hand and shouted, "Urgent report from the king." When the servant heard this, how could he say anything more to Fu Jiwen? He smiled apologetically at Fu Jiwen and hurriedly ran over. Fu Jiwen also knew that this was an important military matter of Yifeng country. It was inconvenient for him to delay. He also turned slightly and returned from the side of the stairs. However, when he raised his eyes to look at Xiaohua, he was stunned again. He saw that the place where Xiaohua was standing was empty. Where was Xiaohua's figure? Of course, in the blink of an eye, Xiaohua's figure reappeared on the spot, as if he had never disappeared. In an instant, Fu Jiwen understood that he had not seen wrongly, nor had his master disappeared. Instead, it was his master who had merged with all things in the world. Even a casual thought from him could not be detected by people with shallow cultivation. "Master?" Fu Jiwen walked in front of Xiaohua and was about to speak. Xiaohua nodded and said, "Master understands. We'll go to the side door." But, seeing his own master so condescending to go to the side door, Fu Jiwen felt more and more that this Yu Zhongquan was important to Xiaohua. He hurriedly agreed and walked in front. The side entrance of the Yu residence was not small. Although it did not have the copper lion to suppress evil, the tightly shut vermilion door and the neat pine and cypress trees on both sides of the vermilion door also gave off a solemn and dignified air. Fu Jiwen walked to the front of the vermilion door and lightly knocked on the brass ring. In a moment, an elderly servant poked his head out. Fu Jiwen was about to take out his name inscription, but when he thought about what the servant had said, his face turned cold and he shouted, "Is this the Yu manor? Where is Yu Zhongquan? Who is young master? Why are you looking for my young master?" The old servant's expression didn't change. He opened the door slightly and asked with a smile, "You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I'm here to settle accounts with Yu Zhongquan." Fu Jiwen decided to play along. "As for what it is, you can just call Yu Zhongquan over and you'll know." "Sigh, young master, please calm down, young master." The old servant didn't find it strange and hurriedly bowed. "My young master is not in the residence right now. This old servant apologizes to young master on behalf of my young master. This has nothing to do with you." Fu Jiwen couldn't bear it, but he still said, "You just need to tell me where Yu Zhongquan went." "This old servant doesn't know where my young master went." The old servant replied fluently. "If young master needs any compensation, feel free to ask." "No need," Fu Jiwen said resolutely. "Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. This humble one will only look for Yu Zhongquan." "Sigh, then please wait a moment." The old servant sighed again and closed the door. He turned around and seemed to be reporting. Fu Jiwen turned to look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was also somewhat helpless. After all, he was here to form good karma with the Yu family. Forceful means might be effective, but Xiaohua always felt that it was disrespectful to the Yu family. He wouldn't be able to explain himself to Yu Zhongquan in the future. A moment later, there was a sound from behind the vermilion door. Xiaohua's soul sense swept over and a strange expression immediately appeared on his face. Sure enough, when the vermilion door opened again, a family guard wearing embroidered clothes came out. Wasn't this one of the two family guards who escorted Yu Zhongquan back then? However, those two family guards didn't report their names from beginning to end, so Xiaohua didn't know their names. The family guard pushed open the door and looked at Fu Jiwen. He frowned and said, "This young master, I don't know how my young master offended you. My young master isn't here now, so if you have anything to say, just say it. As for my young master's whereabouts, forgive me for not being able to tell you." Not waiting for Fu Jiwen to make up a story, Xiaohua's figure flashed and arrived in front of the family guard. He opened his mouth and said, "It is this Xiao who came to look for you, Zhongquan. Do you still remember this Xiao?" Xiaohua's sudden appearance in front of the family guard gave him a fright. The family guard abruptly retreated, true energy actually appearing around his body. He shouted with extreme vigilance, "You? Who are you?" Xiaohua smiled and looked at the family guard. He said expectantly, "Could it be that you have already forgotten? When you Zhongquan ran away from the marriage, you, seventh uncle you and another family guard went to Bronze Pillar country to chase after him. You even ran into bandits on the way. That." The family guard looked at Xiaohua up and down, somewhat puzzled. He smiled and said, "This Daoist Xiao, this one doesn't know what Daoist Xiao is talking about. When did he run away from the marriage?" Xiaohua's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. He said in shock, "You Zhongquan, how many times did he run away from the marriage?" "AI, Daoist Xiao should know. Every time my young master ran away from the marriage, he was chased back, and every time he was chased back, he would run away again after a few days." The family guard said with an extremely bitter smile, "To tell the truth, this one already can't remember how many times my young master ran away from the marriage." "Granny, this you Zhongquan, isn't he too strange?" Xiaohua really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had only heard of people running away from the marriage, but he had never heard of people running away from the marriage to the end. He really didn't know if Yu Zhongquan's ambition was to be a ranger or to run away from the marriage. Seventh uncle also chased after him a few times in the beginning. The family guard sighed again. Later, seventh uncle also got old and couldn't catch up anymore. He let this one and Yu Guangwei chase after him together. But later, Guangwei died in the hands of a demon when he encountered bandits. Now only this one is left. AI, this one hasn't received any news from the young master yet, otherwise, this one would have already chased after him. What? Even Fujiwen, who was next to him, couldn't help but exclaim, "Could it be? Yu Zhongquan ran away from the marriage again?" While speaking, Fujiwen turned to look at Xiaohua, not knowing what to say. Xiaohua was even more dumbfounded. Previously he had already thought highly of Yu Zhongquan, but he still didn't expect that. Yu Zhongquan still hadn't married that young lady from the Chang family, and was even running away from the marriage. But Yu Zhongquan hasn't married yet? Is it still that Chang family's young lady? Xiaohua probed again. When the family guard heard Xiaohua's question, some of his original doubts were reduced. He nodded and said, "What Daoist elder said is right. It's still that young lady, but now she has become the Chang family's young lady." Xiaohua was quite puzzled and asked curiously, "Since Yu Zhongquan isn't willing to marry the Chang family's young lady, then why does the Yu family insist on forcing him to marry the Chang family's young lady?" Daoist elder doesn't know. The family guard seemed to have met a confidant. He almost pulled Xiaohua's hand and confided, "Now it's no longer up to my Yu family. Previously, my family's young master ran away before the engagement. After being chased back by seventh uncle Yu, he got engaged to the Chang family's young lady. After the engagement, the young master ran away from home several times. The Yu family didn't want to force the young master too much, so they discussed breaking off the engagement with the Chang family. The Chang family saw that a forcefully picked melon isn't sweet, so they also wanted to break off the engagement. But although that Chang family's young lady hasn't seen my family's young master, she is willing to be loyal to one person and won't marry anyone other than my family's young master. For so many years, Yu Zhongquan and Chang family's young lady have never seen each other." Xiaohua immediately felt that it was inconceivable, almost interrupting the family guard's words. "That's not it." The family guard explained, "This was what the Chang family's young lady said at the beginning. Later, my family's master thought that it might be because the young master hadn't seen the Chang family's young lady's appearance, so he refused. Later, he simply tied up the young master and brought him to see the Chang family's young lady. But even after seeing her, the young master was still unwilling. Could it be that the Chang family's young lady is vulgar?" Xiaohua seemed to understand. Daoist elder is wrong. The family guard shook his head and said, "The Chang family's young lady is a famous beauty in Xen country. She is proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. How could she be vulgar?" "Then that's strange." Xiaohua was greatly puzzled. Fu Jiwen smiled. "Master, it said that a tortoise meets a mung bean, and their eyes match. I think these two people are not fated to be together." "Not fated to be together?" Xiaohua frowned. From the current situation, it seemed that it was very different from what he had imagined. "How should I address you, my dear friend?" Fu Jiwen smiled. "It seems that you are also a trusted aide of the Yu family. Every time young Master Yu escapes, travels, you are the one who goes to find him." "Oh, I'm Haiming." The family guard smiled bitterly. "Of course, I grew up with young Master. But why do I have to go down to find young Master? It's not because of this. It's because my face is very thick. After young Master gets into trouble, I can help him clean up." Fu Jiwen asked curiously, "Brother Yu, what do you mean?" "Sigh, there's something young Master doesn't know." Yu Haiming explained, "My family's young Master didn't just leave home to escape from marriage. He also wanted to be chivalrous. Every time he goes out, he has to do some good deeds that are neither good nor bad. Every time, he tries to be clever but ends up making a fool of himself." Just as Yu Haiming said this, he heard a soft and rather dignified cough from behind him. "Haiming, who are you talking to?" Hearing this voice, Yu Haiming's face immediately turned pale. He hurriedly shut his mouth. Without turning around, he immediately shouted, "Master, you? Why did you come out from the side door?" Chapter 38-36. Naturally, Xiaohua had long sensed that someone was coming. At this time, he raised his head and saw the vermilion door open. A tall and sturdy old man about 60 years old dressed in embroidered clothes walked out from inside. Behind him were several guards with swords. Although this old man was slightly old, his spirit was very good. His ruddy face vaguely resembled Yu Zhongquan's. The old man didn't answer Yu Heming's question at all. He coldly snorted and said, "This old man is asking you, who are you talking nonsense with? Aren't you afraid of my Yu family's family law?" "Master, please forgive me." Master misunderstood. Yu Heming hurriedly bowed and said, This is Xiao Daoist and his disciple. Back then, when this little one accompanied seventh uncle to Copper Pillar Country to find the little Gongzi Io, this little one remembers. Back then, this Xiao Daoist even saved the little Gongzi's life. It's just that Xiao Daoist didn't seem to have changed after so many years. This little one almost couldn't remember. Hearing Yu Heming's words, the old man didn't dare to be negligent. He looked at the young Xiaohua and cupped his hands. "So it's Xiao Daoist. This old man will repay the kindness of Daoist for saving my son. However, this old man has some important matters to attend to in the palace. It's not good to accompany Daoist. Heming, go find the accountant and withdraw 1,000 taels of gold. Respectfully give it to Xiao Daoist." "Yes, master." Yu Heming didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly replied. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Master Yu seems to have misunderstood the purpose of this Xiao's visit. This Master Yu didn't even tell Xiaohua his name. It seemed that he really had some urgent matters. However, the main meaning was that he didn't really believe Yu Heming's words. Now that he heard Xiaohua speak, he couldn't help but ask with interest, "Oh? If Xiao Daoist didn't come for money and kindness, then why did you come?" This Xiaohua hesitated slightly. It wasn't wise to speak of his intention to take in a disciple now. However, if he didn't say it now and mentioned it later, it would give people a misconception. Xiaohua thought of the story between Yu Zhongquan and Miss Chang and said, "This Xiao came to see Yu Zhongquan and see if I can take him as a disciple." "Disciple? Are you joking?" Master Yu was stunned. His pair of withered yellow eyes looked at Xiaohua up and down 3 times. Then, he looked at Yu Heming at the side and said to Xiaohua solemnly, "Daoist Xiao, if this old man didn't see that you have some skills, my loyal servant wouldn't lie in front of this old man. This old man would almost beat you out of here." Although you have the grace of saving my son's life, it is absolutely impossible for my Yu clan's descendant to join the Dao sect. Even if Quan agrees, this old man will never agree. Taoist priest, please? All right. Xiaohua didn't drag things out. He nodded and said, since we're not fated, then this Xiao won't force it, Hemming. When Master Yu saw Xiaohua like this, he was even more like 7th Uncle Yu that day, treating Xiaohua as a swindler. He coldly snorted and said, in the future, your pair of eyes need to be sharpened. Don't believe anyone who says it's related to Quan. This old man told you to take care of Quan, and you just... Unfortunately, before Master Yu finished speaking, a thunderous voice shouted from afar, Yu Zhongquan, which one of you is Yu Zhongquan? Get out here for this old man. Oh, not good. When Yu Hemming heard this, his face changed slightly and he looked at Master Yu. What are you afraid of? Master Yu glared at Yu Hemming and said angrily, quickly go and take a look. Could it be that someone is going to tear down my Yu clan? Yes, yes. Yu Hemming hurriedly agreed and ran towards the front door of the Yu clan. Boom. Before Yu Hemming could turn around the pine tree, he heard a loud noise. Several tall and straight trees were uprooted and flew into the air. Even the square bricks and bluestones on the ground were lifted up. These broken pieces of wood and gravel were mixed with great force and smashed towards Yu Hemming. Yu Hezing was startled and hurriedly raised his hands. The true qi around his body surged as he tried to block these things. However, just as he raised his hands, the gravel in front of him flew over. The true qi around Yu Hezing's body was immediately shattered by these gravel. Yu Hezing turned pale with fright. He quickly leaped to dodge, but at this moment, not to mention the gravel covering his entire body, even the area around him was covered by the gravel. How dare you! Hearing old Master Yu's angry roar, the guards behind him followed his order and flew up, each of them urging their true qi to save Mingyu. Unfortunately, they were too far away from Yu Hemming. How could they make it in time? Rather than saying that they wanted to save Yu Hemming, it was better to say that they were blocking in front of Master Yu to block the broken pieces of wood for him. Seeing that several guards had passed by him, the broken pieces of wood and gravel had already landed in front of Yu Hemming. Master Yu was shocked. He didn't expect that the intruder's strength would be so strong. Moreover, he was ruthless and didn't show any mercy. However, it was too late for him to make a move now. Master Yu raised his hand and put it down again, watching coldly. Pa. A loud rumbling sound came from where Yu Hemming was. All the broken pieces of wood and gravel that landed on Yu Hemming's body were blocked by an invisible barrier and fell to the ground. Yu Hemming, who had already given up on resisting, naturally used his hands to protect his chest in vain. His head was tucked into his chest. At this time, he was stunned as he watched the broken pieces of wood that were enough to kill him slowly fall to the ground. His eyes flashed with disbelief. Yu Hemming was safe and sound. On the other hand, the guards who rushed out to block in front of Master Yu were barely able to resist under the pressure of the broken pieces of wood. Two of them even had their arms injured. Jiga Yu Yun? A thunderous voice came unexpectedly from not far away. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, your cultivation has become so profound. Following this voice, a man who was even more burly than Yu Yun in armor flew out from behind the pine and cypress trees. In this burly man's hand, he was holding a servant of the Yu residence. Go, you tight-lipped dog slave. The burly man flew closer and shook his hand. He shouted, kowtow to your master. The servant flew towards Yu Yun even more ferociously than the broken pieces of wood from before. A powerful force enveloped Yu Yun before the servant landed. Hiss! Yu Yun sucked in a breath of cold air, and his eyes flashed. He didn't dare to stay in the same spot any longer. Instead, he flew forward slightly and raised his hands. The noble qi surging around him formed an oval shape in front of him. Pooh! The servant landed on the noble spirit and his body slowly floated down. Yu Yun's solemn expression had just relaxed when the noble spirit that Yu Yun had activated suddenly produced an explosive force. With a loud boom, Yu Yun's body was sent flying back a few feet. The servant who had originally landed and the few guards who had blocked the broken pieces of wood were also sent flying by this explosive force. Ah, old man you, it seems like you haven't changed much from before. You've been living like a dog all these years. With a loud laugh, the burly man landed from midair and the entire ground shook slightly. Looking at the burly man in armor in front of him, Yu Yun sneered, "Sima Minghong, are you here to find someone or to provoke me? Are you representing the Sima family or yourself? Yu Zhongquan is the legitimate son of your Yu family, right?" Sima Minghong looked at Yu Yun and asked indifferently. "Yes, he is my son." Yu Yun nodded and replied sarcastically, "Could it be that brother Sima has a dispute with my son?" Not to mention your son, even you, what qualifications do you have to fight with me?" Sima Minghong snorted arrogantly. Sima Mingguang has the qualifications to say this, but you don't. Yu Yun's expression didn't change as he retorted sarcastically. Hee, don't worry. If you can't uphold justice for my Sima family, I'm afraid that my patriarch will say this to you face to face. But when that time comes, you should know the result. Sima Minghong wasn't angry. He waved his hand and said, "Yen, quickly come over and tell your story to the patriarch of the Yu family. He will definitely uphold justice for you." It was only at this moment that a frail-looking scholar walked over from the end of the pine and cypress tree. Not only was this scholar young, but his face was also pale. Although the brocade robe on his body was bright, his left sleeve was fluttering in the wind. It was obvious that he didn't have a left arm. "Junior Sima Yen greets Uncle Yu." The scholar walked in front of Yu Yun, bowed with difficulty and said, "Junior's matter requires Uncle Yu to uphold justice." Seeing Sima Yen like this, how could Yu Yun not know why he was here? Yu Yun's mouth was filled with bitterness. He raised his hand and said, "Nephew Sima, please rise. May I know when you met my son and how did you get into a dispute with him?" "Dispute?" Sima Minghong sneered. "My Sima family doesn't dare to have a dispute with the Yu family's son. My Yen couldn't cultivate since he was young and could only read books. It can be said that he doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Your son relied on his cultivation and knew some bullshit swordsmanship to bully the weak. Facing such a weak and defenseless scholar, he actually dared to attack him. Old man Yu, if you don't uphold justice for my Yu family today, do you believe that I won't tear your Yu family apart from the outside?" Sima Minghong. Yu Yun sneered and said, "Although this old man's son is unfilial and has many shortcomings, this old man knows that he has always been reasonable and abhors evil. If it isn't something that he can't stand, he absolutely won't act. This matter can't be just based on nephew Sima's side of the story. What do you mean by he didn't like? What he didn't like was something that he should attack." Sima Minghong sneered, "Not to mention that there are officials and laws in this world, there are also Confucian laws. Even if there weren't any, he shouldn't have attacked a weak child." Sima Minghong kept mentioning laws and saying that Yu Yun didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. These words made Yu Yun's mouth extremely bitter. Chapter 38-37. Uncle, please uphold justice for your nephew. At this moment, Sima Yen took the opportunity to speak. He knelt on the ground and said, "A few days ago, your nephew brought a group of guards to the outskirts for a walk. We met a few villagers who bumped into your nephew's carriage and dirted your nephew's brocade robe. Your nephew didn't want to escalate the matter and only wanted to ask for 1 or 2 copper coins to teach them a lesson. But at this moment, your noble son descended from the sky. Not only did he disperse the guards who were protecting your nephew indiscriminately, he even cut off your nephew's left arm. He kept saying that he wanted to get rid of violence and bring peace to the people. Uncle, this little nephew only wanted to teach the villagers some etiquette and some lessons. How did it become cruel? Nephew, please get up." Yu Yun's face was a little green as he raised his hand and said, "It does sound like this old man's son is in the wrong. However, this old man has already said that what nephew said is only the opinion of one person. This old man still wants to ask my son. If it is really his fault, This old man will definitely cut off his left arm as an apology for you. Thank you. Sima Yan stood up, trembling. He looked very weak. Yu Yun looked at Sima Yan's left arm and bit his lip. He understood that if an ordinary disciple's arm was cut off, it might not be able to be reborn. But how could a disciple of a scholarly family be cut off just like that? Since the Sima family didn't want to reattach Sima Yan's arm, they naturally had other plans. Quickly call Yu Zhongquan out. Sima Minghong shouted, I want to see what kind of guts he ate to actually dare to hurt my Sima family disciple. Sigh, my son isn't at home. Yu Yun sighed, I didn't teach my son well and couldn't discipline him. These days he has been wandering outside. Even if don't know where he went. Hee hee. Sima Minghong looked straight at Yu Yun and sneered, Old man Yu, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I won't hide it from you. My clan head was furious when he heard about this. If it weren't for my persuasion, he would have come personally. My Sima clan is a scholarly clan. When have we ever suffered such a loss? This old man came here today to try peaceful means before resorting to force. If the Yu clan doesn't give me an explanation, not only will this old man not leave easily, the development of the situation in the future will definitely be out of my control. The threat in Sima Minghong's words was very obvious, not to mention that he was staring at Yu Yun like a sharp sword. Yu Yun narrowed his eyes and replied indifferently, My Yu family has been spreading its influence in Yifeng Nation for more than a year or two. What kind of scenery have we not seen? Although my Yu clan can't be compared to your Sima clan, if you want to take away my son with just a few words, Sima Minghong, you're thinking too simply. Simple or not, this old man doesn't know. Sima Minghong waved his hand again. A crane rushed into the air and disappeared in an instant. He then smiled and said, This old man only knows that it's fine if you don't hand over Yu Zhongquan today, but you have to give my Sima clan an explanation. My Sima clan disciple's arm can't be chopped off for nothing. What kind of explanation do you want? Yu Yun asked thoughtfully. Sima Minghong took out an envelope from his chest. With a flick of his finger, the envelope fell in front of Yu Yun and said, This is a letter from my clan head. You'll know once you read it. Yu Yun took the envelope and slowly opened it. When his gaze fell on it, his eyes flashed with anger. He raised his head and said coldly, Impossible. This old man can't agree to this kind of condition. Boom. Just as Yu Yun opened his mouth, the envelope in his hand spontaneously combusted and instantly turned into ashes. Since you can't agree. Sima Minghong wasn't surprised by Yu Yun's reaction. He smiled and said, Then don't blame my Sima clan for not giving your Yu clan face. Generals, listen up, yes? It was at this moment that several cultivators who were wearing the same armor as Sima Minghong flew over from out of nowhere. When they heard Sima Minghong's order, they all replied in unison. Sima Minghong. Yu Yun said angrily, You are trying to start a war between our two clans. This old man can't bear this crime. Sima Minghong laughed. Since you can't hand over Yu Zhongquan, then this old man can only order the generals to go to your Yu clan and capture him. Your Sima clan's disciple barged into my Yu clan like this. Isn't this a slap to my Yu clan's face? Isn't this provoking a war between our two clans? Yu Yun said angrily. Sima Minghong retorted, That's right. Since you know that this old man's actions are a slap to your face, then Yu Zhongquan chopped off my Sima clan's disciple's arm. Isn't that a slap to my Sima clan's face? The one at fault is your Yu clan. Is indeed not at home. Otherwise, why wouldn't this old man let him out to confront me? Yu Yun suppressed his anger and said helplessly, If he's really not at home. Sima Minghong thought for a moment and said, Old man Yu, make an oath and tell me where Yu Zhongquan went. This old man will give you face today. Otherwise, as soon as Sima Minghong said this, Yu Yun's face flushed red. Not to mention that he was forced to swear an oath in front of his own house. Even if he revealed Yu Zhongquan's whereabouts, he wouldn't be able to face the Yu family. However, if he didn't do this, then the Sima clan's people would barge into the Yu residence. The ones who would lose face would also be him and the Yu residents. Sima Minghong was forcing him step by step. He didn't plan to let today's matter end well. Otherwise what? Yu Yun asked coldly. What else can we do? Sima Minghong finally revealed his sharp teeth. Otherwise, before Qizhanggua's army conquers Yifeng country, my Sima clan will take the head of the Grand Minister of Yifeng country first. How dare you? Yu Yun's body trembled, and a sharp aura emitted from his body. He left the residence from the side door and headed to the palace to discuss with the Emperor of Yifeng country about how to deal with Qizhanggua's army. The Grand Minister of Yifeng country was Yu Yun's eldest son, Yu Zhongli. Now, the Yu residence's soldiers and message delivery were also discussing the battle report from the front line. Old man Yu, this matter is no longer up to you. Sima Minghong said coldly, it was your Yu clan who provoked us first and offended the dignity of my Sima clan. My Yu clan is already very merciful by not sending troops directly. At this moment, there were naturally soldiers flying out from the Yu residence. Their murderous aura wasn't inferior to the cultivators brought by Sima Minghong. However, Yu Yun understood that if it was a normal situation, he could fight with Sima Minghong. But now, he definitely couldn't let the Yu clan get worse. Unfilial son, thinking of Yu Zhongquan, Yu Yun's eyes were filled with anger. At the same time, a heavy sense of powerlessness surged from the bottom of his heart. Just as Yu Yun was thinking about whether to compromise, he heard a clear voice in the distance, "Who is looking for my husband?" Ever since Sima Minghong appeared, Xiao Hua and Fu Jiwen hid at the side and watched everything that was happening in front of them with interest. At this moment, when he heard someone speak, he had already released his soul consciousness. However, when he saw the person clearly, he frowned. He saw a woman wearing ordinary clothes flying over on clouds. This woman was short and her body was slightly plump. Her face was like a full moon, revealing a kind of luxurious appearance. She was completely different from the ghost Huang Yi that Xiao Hua saw in the Huang clan of Tianmen Mountain. Husband? Sima Minghong looked at this woman who was only in the scholar realm. Disdain appeared on his face as he waved his hand and said, "You are that shameless woman from the Chang clan who only wants to marry Yu Zhongquan, right? This old man really doesn't understand why Chang Honglai is so indulgent with you. If it was this old man, I'm afraid that I would have already slapped you to death." Junior Chang Yuan greets senior. The woman landed on the field and respectfully bowed to Sima Minghong. She replied neither arrogantly nor humbly, "Fortunately, this junior surname is Chang and not Sima. My father had a great scholar teach this junior about filial piety. Since young, this junior has known the principle of being filial to one's parents. Since this junior has already been betrothed to Yu Zhongquan, then this junior is Yu Zhongquan's wife. Even if my husband doesn't want this junior still has to keep my chastity for my husband. If this becomes the Sima clan's shameless, then this junior doesn't know what the Sima clan's so-called fickle woman is called in the Sima clan." Sima Minghong's face was slightly red and he was rather embarrassed. Sima Yan's eyes lit up and he said frivolously, "So this is the Chang clan's young lady. This junior has long heard of you. Now that I see you, you really live up to your reputation. Although Yu Zhongquan is your husband in name, you two are not husband and wife in reality. Moreover, Yu Zhongquan is already a grasshopper after autumn. Not many people can survive. This junior advises you to make early plans. It is my fortune to be able to marry someone with such great ambitions like Yu Lang. Even if I have to die with my husband, it will be worth it." Chang Yuan looked at Sima Yan with disdain and sneered, "It's still better than someone who got his arm chopped off by a woman and lived an ignoble life." Chang Yuan's words immediately pointed out the question that Yu Yun couldn't ask and even exposed Sima Yan's scars. Sima Yan's face was filled with shame and anger. "Shut up." Sima Minghong scolded Sima Yan and asked Chang Yuan, "Chang clan's young lady, did you come here on your own or on behalf of Xen country's Chang clan?" "This junior naturally came here on my own. This has nothing to do with my Chang clan or Xen country." Chang Yuan replied faintly, "Moreover, this junior is clear about senior's intentions. Since my husband isn't here, if senior has any problems, Please come to this, Junior. You! Sima Minghong was really caught off guard. He really didn't expect Chang Yuan to come. He also didn't expect Chang Yuan to stand up for Yu Zhongquan. Chang Yuan was right. Although Chang Yuan and Yu Zhongquan weren't married and Yu Zhongquan had been running away from the marriage, they were still engaged. Chang Yuan could replace Yu Zhongquan's matters. Chapter 38. Yu Yun was truly moved. Chang Yuan's appearance instantly pulled the Yu family out of an extremely awkward situation and blocked the Sima family's meticulous plans. He opened his mouth and said, "You don't have to, father." Chang Yuan's face was slightly red, as if it was the first time she had been called that. "This is a matter between the boy and my husband. You don't have to worry about it." "All right," Sima Yen laughed nastily and said, "Since you're willing to stand up for Yu Zhongquan, then I'll take one of your arms today." "If you're willing, shut up." Without waiting for Sima Yen to finish speaking, Sima Minghong berated again. If it was Yu Zhongquan, this old man would naturally take one of his arms first and then send it to my Sima family. However, since you're Yu Zhongquan's wife and a disciple of the Chang family, you can keep this arm first and wait until we return to the Sima family. It doesn't matter. Chang Yuan replied indifferently, "I'm Yu Zhongquan's wife now. It has nothing to do with my Chang family." Hearing this, everyone understood that the Chang family definitely didn't want to offend the Sima family. All of this was done by Chang Yuan on her own initiative. Father. At this moment, a man wearing an official's robe who looked similar to Yu Zhongquan rushed out from the side door. He held a blood-stained tiger tally in his hand and said anxiously, "Dong Lin country has already sent out their troops. Their grand tutor has brought a group of disciples and is approaching the capital city." Hearing this, Yu Yun's face became anxious. His gaze fell on Chang Yuan and he said in a low voice, "This is urgent. I'll have to trouble you for now. Let's go." Sima Minghong saw that the situation was hopeless and that the Sima family couldn't get any benefits from Feng country for the time being. He laughed coldly and reached out to grab Chang Yuan. Wait. Right at this moment, even though it sounded indifferent, it was filled with boundless majesty in the hearts of everyone present. Sima Minghong was slightly startled, and he looked towards the source of the voice with great vigilance, only to see a tall and skinny Dao sect cultivator slowly walking over. Wasn't that Xiao Hua, who had been watching the show from the side? Sima Minghong frowned, and his eyes flashed with confusion. When he arrived in front of the Yu mansion, he had already seen the surrounding situation clearly. Xiao Hua and Fujiwen were quietly standing not far away. Although it looked very abrupt, Sima Minghong's divine sense swept over them, and even the clear eyes technique didn't find anything special about Xiao Hua. Only Fujiwen's body emitted a faint Junqi aura, and this aura didn't attract Sima Minghong's attention. In particular, Sima Minghong closed in step by step. Although the Yu clan's patriarch, Yu Yun, kept defending himself, Yu Yun didn't even look at Fujiwen who was beside him. Fujiwen also didn't have any reaction. He even looked like he was watching a show. Sima Minghong already knew that these two people had nothing to do with the Yu clan. Moreover, if Fujiwen wasn't beside him, Sima Minghong would have even thought that Xiao Hua was a wandering Daoist. However, who would have thought that at such a crucial moment, when the Yu clan gave up and the Sima clan was about to succeed, this Daoist that was almost ignored by Sima Minghong actually spoke up. Moreover, the moment he stood up, the aura around him seemed to cover up everything in the Sima clan. How could Sima Minghong not know that he was in trouble? Fellow Daoist. Sima Minghong hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "May I know why fellow Daoist spoke up? Who would have thought that Xiao Hua would completely ignore him?" Instead, he walked in front of Chang Yuan, looked into her eyes, and asked kindly, "Chang Yuan? Do you know this old man?" "Senior?" Chang Yuan naturally felt the mountain-like pressure coming from Xiao Hua's body. At the same time, she also felt the mountain-like kindness in Xiao Hua's voice. However, she looked at Xiao Hua, shook her head slightly and said, "Junior doesn't know Senior." "Do you know Huang Yi?" Xiao Hua asked again. What? Chang Yuan frowned even more. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head again. Junior also doesn't know him. Disappointment appeared on Xiao Hua's face. Cough cough, fellow Daoist. Sima Minghong coughed a few times and wanted to speak again. Xiao Hua sneered. His gaze swept over and he said indifferently, "Those who use their strength to bully the weak are not worthy of being Xiao Hua's fellow Daoist." Sima Minghong's eyes narrowed. He raised his hand but put it down again. Now that he had already taken the initiative in the Yu clan's Yifeng country, he definitely wouldn't spoil the initiative because of a trace of anger. Yu Zhongli and Yu Yun also stood there, not daring to move. They had a feeling that Xiao Hua's appearance was definitely not a bad thing for the Yu clan. Yu Yun even glanced at Yu Hemming, who was standing there stupidly. Could it be that you really can't remember? Xiao Hua once again looked kindly at Chang Yuan. Huang Yu, little cabbage, Tianmen Mountain? Senior, Chang Yuan's face was slightly red. She said in a low voice, Junior indeed doesn't know what Senior is talking about. Xiao Hua slightly closed his eyes. His heart was rather unwilling. After thinking for a bit, he slowly raised his hand as if he was holding onto something extremely heavy. There were even invisible soul threads wrapped around his finger. As Xiao Hua's finger pointed, it landed between Chang Yuan's eyebrows. Chang Yuan only felt her vision go dark. The stars and the sun in the sky all turned into flowing light and rushed into Xiao Hua's finger. She was also sucked into it. Immediately after, the beautiful and tragic scene of that night on Tianmen Mountain floated before her eyes. Time passed for a very long time, yet it also seemed to pass for a very short time. When the sun suddenly appeared, Chang Yuan once again saw Xiao Hua standing in front of her, alive and well. As for the ferocious Sima Minghong, his face still carried the anger from before. Chang Yuan felt that her face was slightly cold. She used her hand to wipe it away. Her face was already filled with tears. Do you remember what happened? Looking at Chang Yuan's tear-streaked face, Xiao Hua asked again. Senior's story is very tragic and beautiful. The fate of Huang Yi and Yu Zhongchuan also made this junior sigh. Chang Yuan still shook her head. But this junior is Chang Yuan, not Huang Yi. Alas, forget it. Xiao Hua sighed. Human strength is sometimes limited. This Xiao can't cover the sky with one hand. Thank you, senior. Chang Yuan bowed slightly. Do you need this old man to take action? Xiao Hua looked around and asked softly. Chang Yuan shook her head. There's no need to trouble senior. Huang Yi can turn into a cabbage and live an ignoble life for Yu Zhongchuan. Why can't Chang Yuan die with Yu Zhongchuan? Senior has nothing to do with this junior. How can this junior let senior take risks? While speaking, Chang Yuan's eyes flickered. She hurriedly bowed to Xiao Hua again. Wait. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's body shook. He hurriedly said, Open your eyes and let this old man take a closer look. Chang Yuan was somewhat embarrassed. This old man is old enough to be your grandfather. Xiao Hua said with a smile. If this old man's guess is correct, you must be the person this old man is looking for. But Chang Yuan bit her lips. She opened her eyes and looked straight at Xiao Hua. As expected. Xiao Hua stared at Chang Yuan's pitch-black pupils and carefully examined the details inside. His impression of Huang Yi's appearance was basically from Huang Mingxiang's, but he had an extremely deep impression of the soul condensed into eyes. Huang Yi's ghost cultivation divine ability was called Seven Eyes Beautiful Fire. Her eyes contained an extremely powerful ghost fire. These eyes were exactly the same as her eyes when she was alive. They were completely different from Huang Mingxiang's eyes on Tianmen Mountain. But the strange thing was that the soul's eyes that Xiao Hua had a deep impression of were exactly the same as Chang Yuan's in every detail. Senior. Chang Yuan had never looked straight at a man for such a long time. She said somewhat shyly, Junior, Chang Yuan. Xiao Hua said with a smile. The so-called eyes are the god of the heart, and the heart is the master of the soul. If a person falls into the cycle of reincarnation, everything in the past will be counted as the past, and everything in this life will be reborn. However, although reincarnation can erase the appearance of the soul, it can't erase the soul's core. Although you can't remember your past life, and it's different from your past life, but your soul, your heart, and your eyes haven't changed. You are the person this old man is looking for. Ah! A trace of surprise and excitement appeared on Chang Yuan's face. But Junior, you don't need to remember who you were in the past. Moreover, this old man will make you forget. Xiaohua raised his hand and lightly tapped between Chang Yuan's eyebrows. He said with a smile, "You only need to know that from today onwards, you are this old man's disciple. Even if the Yu clan can't make a decision for you, even if the Chang clan doesn't want to stand up for you with this old man here, not to mention Sima Minghong, even if the entire Sima clan comes, this old man will definitely not let you suffer the slightest grievance." Say, Senior, Chang Yuan's heart gave birth to incomparable trust in Xiaohua. But suddenly asking her to become his disciple really made it difficult for her. Junior is a Confucian cultivator, not a Dao cultivator. Hehe, Junior sister. Fu Jiwen, who had been standing respectfully at the side, said with a smile, "Not only is Master's Dao cultivation unfathomable, his Confucian cultivation is also as vast as the sea. I have only been Master's disciple for a dozen years, and I have already reached the stage of qi refinement and soul return. What are you still hesitating for?" While speaking, Fu Jiwen opened his mouth and a mouthful of true qi rushed into the sky, causing countless noble qi to fall down with a loud bang. Fu Jiwen's heavenly book was indeed sealed by Xiaohua, but the true qi in his chest was not fake. Although he did not reach the stage of qi refinement and soul return, he still had the late stage of qi refinement. At the side, Sima Minghong and Yu Yun's expressions changed. Sima Minghong even reached out and grabbed a scroll in his bosom. Master also wants to take Yu Zhongquan as his disciple. The two of you can be under this Xiao's tutelage. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing for eternity? Xiaohua said with a smile. But Chang Yuan asked again. Junior still doesn't know Senior's name. This old man is the Dao sect's Xiaohua. Xiaohua replied amiably. Although Xiaohua's voice was soft, in the eyes of others, it was no different from a bolt from the blue. What? You are Black Wind Mountain's Xiaohua, Daoist Master Xiao? Sima Minghong almost could not suppress his cry of surprise. At the same time, he suddenly thought of the attack that was blocked when he was showing his might. What? Do I not look like it? Xiaohua slightly frowned. He raised his eyes to look at Sima Minghong, who he did not know before. He did not understand why everyone was so surprised. Chapter 38-39. You're the one who broke the Immortal Palace's inescapable net formation at Black Wind Ridge, swallowed 100,000 heavenly soldiers in one gulp, defeated the giant spirit Immortal General with one strike, and forced perfected Lord Qingyuan to return to the Immortal Palace. Daoist Xiaohua? Admiration appeared in Chang Yuan's eyes, and she almost stuttered as she asked, "What are you talking about?" Xiaohua touched his nose, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He knew that this was false information spread by Daoist Master Qing Su, but he couldn't refute it, so he thought for a moment, then asked with a smile, "What? Wasn't this old man a little too vicious and evil? Do you still dare to take me as your master?" Why wouldn't I dare? When she didn't know that Xiaohua was the Immortal Palace's enemy, Chang Yuan was still somewhat hesitant, but now, Chang Yuan actually stiffened her neck and said, "When Disciple came to Yifeng country, Disciple first sent a message to Chang family, but Chang family really hurt Disciple's heart. You family?" Disciple didn't dare to say anything, but Disciple felt that if Yu Lang was here, he might end up like Disciple. In the eyes of aristocratic families, the life and death of an individual can never compare to the prosperity of the family. Master dared to challenge the Immortal Palace, so your name has already spread throughout the hidden immortal realm. It's Disciple's honor to be able to take you as my master. At this point, Chang Yuan's face, which had always been strong, became somewhat distressed. If Disciple doesn't take you as my master, the outcome will be death, but if Disciple takes you as my master, the worst outcome will also be death. Moreover, if disciple takes you as my master, disciple can still meet you Lang, then why wouldn't disciple take you as my master? Immediately, Chang Yuan bowed and said, disciple Chang Yuan greets master. After Chang Yuan kowtowed 9 times, Xiaohua helped her up with a smile and said, kowtowing 9 times means you're my disciple, and I'll bear all your karma. Yes, master. Chang Yuan nodded and obediently stood beside Fujiwen. Hee, congratulations master, congratulations little junior sister. Fujiwen congratulated with a smile, not putting the dozen or so disciples of the Sima family in his eyes at all. Sima Minghong's face was green and red, and he was extremely embarrassed. He wanted to reprimand Xiaohua, but he didn't dare. After all, the cultivator in front of him was a fiend who ate 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Such a fearsome reputation. Even the entire Sima family would not dare to provoke him. However, Sima Minghong, who represented the Sima family, had no choice but to speak up. He gritted his teeth and said, Daoist Master Xiao, since you want to take Miss Chang as your disciple, then she and my Sima family are. Naturally, I will take care of these trivial matters. Xiaohua looked up at Sima Minghong and said coldly, since you asked about this matter, this old man will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Sima Minghong was slightly stunned. He didn't really understand what Xiaohua meant. Swoosh! At this moment, the entire sky seemed to have darkened. Sima Minghong felt as if his limbs were unable to move. The true energy in his body instantly froze. The entire entrance of the mansion was dead silent. This. Sima Minghong's forehead was covered with sweat. He was extremely shocked. What kind of divine ability is this? Could it be? Just when Sima Minghong was trembling with fear and was afraid that Xiaohua would kill him to silence him, a familiar voice clearly entered his ears. My name is Sima Yen. That day, when I was passing by Qinghong town, I happened to see a beautiful young lady resting under the shade of a tree with an old man accompanying her. That young lady was very beautiful and I liked her very much. At that time, it was noon and there were no passers-by around. I let a group of guards surround the tree and prepared to have some fun. But at this time, Yu Zhongquan flew over in the sky and wanted to save the young lady. The guards couldn't beat Yu Zhongquan and my left arm was also cut off by him. Sima Minghong raised his head in horror. He saw Sima Yen walking in front of everyone with his eyes wide open. There was no expression on his face as he spoke word by word. Not only did he speak about the day when Yu Zhongquan saw injustice on the road, he also spoke about the plans of the Sima family. At the end, Xiaohua glanced at Sima Minghong who was sweating profusely and said, Sima Yen, apart from the dispute between you and Yu Zhongquan that day, have you ever ruined the chastity of other women? Have you been stained with the blood of other people? Yes, last year in Zhonghai town. Sima Yen was like a well-behaved child as he spoke about his scandals one by one. It seemed that he didn't know shame. Xiaohua only heard a few things and his face was already filled with anger. He waved his hand and said, Enough. Sima Yen obediently listened. Xiaohua looked at Sima Minghong and said coldly, Sima Minghong, this is your Sima family's disciple? He is really brave. Sima Yen really deserves to die. Sima Minghong suddenly felt that the sky was bright and he could move again. He hurriedly said, This one will take him back to the family and ask the family head to punish him. My Sima family wrongly blamed the Yu family and will definitely come to apologize in the future. Sima Yen looked at everyone and listened to Sima Minghong's words. His face was pale as if he thought of something. He said a few words but didn't know what to say. Xiaohua laughed and said, You killed 3 people and defiled several women. When you return to your Sima family, you will only be punished. Your Sima family's rules are also very good. It's a pity that you met this old man. Since this old man dared to take Yu Zhongquan as a disciple, of course I value his righteous conduct. If he can enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, why can't this old man do the same? Spiritual Master Xiao. Sima Minghong was shocked and wanted to say something, but he saw a red spot appear on Sima Yan's forehead. This red spot instantly spread to his entire face. "Io, Io!" Sima Yen anxiously shouted and reached out to scratch his face. It was as if it was extremely itchy, but when his hand touched his face, a piece of flesh fell from his face. At the same time, the red spot spread to his hand and neck. Hee. Sima Yen was in pain and itchy. He couldn't help but scratch. After a while, his throat couldn't make any sound. His entire body curled up on the ground, barking like a dog and gasping for breath. Seeing this kind of miserable situation, even Chang Yuan, who had just heard Sima Yan's confession, couldn't help but close her eyes and not dare to look. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua lightly said, "This is this old man's answer to your Sima family. Can leave now." Chang Yuan opened her eyes and only saw a few bones on the ground slowly disappearing in a pool of blood. Where was Sima Yan's corpse? Good. Sima Minghong clenched his teeth and said, "I will remember spiritual master Zhao's words. I will report this matter to my family's patriarch. N. Take advantage of this old man's good mood and leave quickly." Xiao Hua waved his sleeves and said, "You can find this old man to take revenge, but don't involve others. If this old man finds out that your Sima family is doing something else, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. I don't know if your Sima family's disciples can even fill the gap between this old man's teeth. Leave." Sima Minghong still wanted to say something, but when he saw Xiao Hua sticking out his tongue and licking his lips, he was really afraid. Xiao Hua's methods were unpredictable. Although he had an extremely powerful scroll in his arms, in the end he didn't dare to take it out to test it. Seeing that Sima Minghong left with a dozen cultivators, Yu Yun and Yu Zhongli retracted their gazes from the sky. The two of them looked at each other and bowed at the same time. "Junior, thanks spiritual master Xiao for your help." "No need." Xiao Hua ignored the two of them and said indifferently, "This Xiao has no fate with you. You don't have to thank me. Your enemy has already forced you to the city. If you can't defeat the enemy, I'm afraid that the enemy will be even more ferocious than the Sima family." Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua hesitated and said, "However, this old man sees that the enemy is at the initial stage of a scholar. If you can't find enough help to resist, I'm afraid." Speaking up to here, Yu Yun's expression changed greatly and he exclaimed, "Murong Hanping? He actually personally went out to fight? Impossible, right?" Yu Zhongli said anxiously, "Murong Hanping is the state preceptor of Dong Lin Kingdom. My Yifeng Kingdom doesn't have a state preceptor." How could he? Xiao Hua didn't care about Yu Yun and Yu Zhongli's surprise. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go, Chang Yuan. This matter has nothing to do with us anymore. Master will take you to find Yu Zhongquan." "But Master?" Chang Yuan looked at Yu Yun and Yu Zhongquan's ashen faces and couldn't bear it. She also understood Murong Hanping's power and said in a low voice, "Yifeng Kingdom is Yu Lang's home. If his home is invaded by Dong Lin Kingdom, what will he think? Moreover, if Master doesn't help, even if my Chang family sends troops over to help, the Yu family won't be able to avoid the misfortune of being annihilated. How will Master tell Yu Lang? Senior Immortal, save us. Senior Immortal, save us." Yu Yun and Yu Zhongquan were still hesitating. Yu Hemming, who saw that the situation wasn't right, immediately rushed over and knelt in front of Xiao Hua, shouting, "This lowly one deserves to die." This lowly one actually didn't recognize Senior Immortal's appearance before. This lowly one really didn't expect that after so many years, your appearance hasn't changed at all. Back then, young master and you had never met, yet you were able to save him from the hands of bandits. Even seventh Uncle Yu, who disliked Daoists very much, often talked about Senior Immortal's appearance after he left. Although seventh Uncle Yu isn't here anymore and my young master isn't in the residence, this lowly one is still here. This lowly one kowtows to Senior Immortal and pleads Senior Immortal to save my Yu residence and the people of my Yifeng Kingdom. This lowly one is willing. Yu Hemming was willing for a moment but couldn't think of what he should say. In the end, he could only forcefully kowtow to the ground. Blood flowed from his forehead as he said, "Senior Immortal has the world in your heart. You definitely can't bear to let the flames of war spread throughout Feng Kingdom. Senior Immortal, please be merciful. Yu Hemming was indeed anxious. He even praised the eminent monks of the Buddhist sect. However, seeing Yu Hemming like this, other than Yu Yun and Yu Zhongli, the other Yu family guards also knelt on the ground. After all, Murong Hanping's power was well known in several countries. Chapter 3840. Yu Zhongli bit his lip and looked at his hesitant father, then looked at the noisy army in the distance. Steeling his heart, he lifted his official robe and knelt on the ground, solemnly saying, Junior Yu Zhongli greets Daoist Xiao. Junior will now go to battle against Murong Hanping. Junior does not dare to ask Senior to save Yifeng country, but after Junior leaves, the Yu family will belong to Yu Zhongquan. Senior, please consider your relationship with Zhongquan. Please extend your hand and save my Yu family. Looking at his own son kneeling down, Yu Yun's heart wasn't filled with grief, but with deep regret and self-blame. Previously, Xiaohua had said very clearly that he wanted to accept his son as his disciple, but he had mercilessly refused and even said ruthless words. But now, at this critical moment, how could he still plead with him? If he had formed good karma before, he wouldn't need to say anything now. Old ancestor. At this moment, a slightly immature voice sounded in the distance. A boy in an imperial robe, surrounded by a group of palace maids, came over in a dragon carriage. Along with this voice, another tyrannical divine sense swept over from outside Yifeng country's capital. This divine sense Yu Yun was very familiar with. Wasn't this the state preceptor of Donglin country, Murong Hanping? Yu Yun knew very well that back then, when Donglin nation invaded Xan nation, it was because of Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan's marriage alliance that Yifeng nation and Xian nation joined forces. Furthermore, with the help of Confucian cultivators who were familiar with the Chang family, Xan nation was able to escape a calamity. Now that Donglin country invaded again, because of Yu Zhongquan, Xan country couldn't send troops for the time being. Moreover, the situation in Yu province was delicate. Many Confucian cultivators couldn't act independently, and Yu family couldn't find suitable help to resist Murong Hanping. Yu Yun had always hoped that Donglin country would follow the old rules of hidden immortal continent. As long as a country didn't have a state preceptor, the state preceptor wouldn't go to war first. But he never expected that Murong Hanping would come personally. Since Murong Hanping came, Yifeng country was finished. Father. Just as Yu Yun was thinking, Yu Zhongli stood up and said, the monarch is here. Boy, immediately face the enemy. Daoist Master Xiao, it's all Junior's fault for being blind. Yu Yun knew that it would be extremely difficult for Yu Zhongli to return from this trip. He hurriedly looked at Xiaohua and said a few words. He gritted his teeth and was about to kneel on the ground. However, Xiaohua frowned and raised his hand, stopping Yu Yun. He said, you are Yu Zhongquan's father. There is no need to be so courteous. See. Xiaohua's words were like a bright sun in the dark night, instantly awakening Yu Yun's despairing heart. He sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly bowed. Junior's eyes were poor. Previously I wronged the Daoist. Now Junior earnestly requests Senior to accept my son as a disciple. My Yu family also regards the Daoist as a master. At the side, Fu Jiwen naturally knew what his master was thinking. He was afraid that Xiaohua would be put on the spot, so he hurriedly said with a smile, Master, Uncle Yu loves his son dearly. Previously, it was indeed somewhat inappropriate for us to rashly visit. Now, for the sake of Junior sister's face, please forgive them. Xiaohua nodded and waved his hand. Get up. This old man is willing to accept Yu Zhongquan as a disciple, but I don't want to accept the entire Yu family. Yes, yes. Yu Yun was overjoyed and hurriedly nodded. Junior understands, Junior understands. Xiaohua looked at the dragon carriage that stopped in the distance and frowned again. Now that this old man has formed a relationship with the Yu family, this old man can certainly stop the state preceptor of Donglin country. However, Yu Yun, don't forget that this old man is a Daoist cultivator. The Immortal Palace wants to capture me. Once this old man makes a move, your Yifeng country will be blackmailed. Daoist Xiao is famous for hiding immortals, but the Immortal Palace doesn't seem to have issued an immortal order to arrest him. Yu Yun smiled bitterly. And now that things have come to this junior can't care too much. Daoist, please make a move. Is Murong Hanping a member of the Murong family? Xiaohua suddenly asked. Of course. Yu Yun was slightly stunned. A disciple of the Murong family actually bullies the weak like this? Xiaohua asked curiously. Murong Hanping is just a disciple of the Murong family's side branch. Yu Yun smiled apologetically. If he was a disciple of the Murong family's main branch, how could he come to Donglin country to be the state preceptor? So it's like this. Xiaohua nodded slightly and said, this old man understands. This old man has met Murong Tsongyun of the Murong family once. Murong Hanping had already released his divine sense, but Xiaohua was still talking leisurely. Yu Yun was a little anxious, but when he heard that Xiaohua had met Murong Tsongyun once, he was delighted and said anxiously, Murong Tsongyun is a member of the Murong family's main branch. If Daoist has her keepsake, you only need to take it out and you can make Murong Hanping retreat. This old man has only met her once. How could I have a keepsake? Xiaohua smiled. This old man just wants to find a way to satisfy both sides. When Yu Yun heard this, his heart was filled with gratitude. He turned to Yu Zhongli and said, Go and tell the monarch that my Yu family will send people out to fight. Yes, father. Yu Zhongli replied and hurriedly rushed over. The monarch of Yifeng country was just a puppet in front of the Yu family. Yu Yun's words were the imperial edict in Yifeng country. Master, if it doesn't work, let this disciple go out to fight. Fu Jiwen volunteered. Xiaohua shook his head. If you weren't sealed by me, you would definitely be able to do it. But now, you are not Murong Hanping's opponent. Sealed? Yu Yun was slightly stunned. He didn't dare to believe it. After all, the current Fu Jiwen looked like a scholar. He might even be at the end of the scholar stage. Could it be that he is already a scholar who has refined his qi and returned to spirit? Forget it. Master will do it. Xiaohua thought for a while and said, Yes, master. Fu Jiwen said respectfully. This disciple will see how master will kill everyone. Why do I need to kill everyone to deal with a small Murong Tsongyun? Xiaohua laughed loudly and flew into the air. He opened his mouth. Pung. A sword cry soared into the sky. Following the sword cry, 9 sword lights flew out. Confucian sword Dao? Yu Yun stood on the ground, feeling the surge of Zhen Qi around Xiaohua's body. That sharp sword Qi was surging within a radius of several hundred zhang. Every strand of sword Qi was accompanied by a strand of righteous Qi. It was the pure cultivation of a Confucian cultivator of the sword. Yu Yun couldn't help but be shocked. He knew that what Fu Jiwen said before was true. While Yu Yun was shocked, the 9 sword lights had already flown out of the capital of Yifeng country. These 9 flying swords were like 9 stars in the sky. Every time they flew, there would be a soul-stirring sword cry emitted from the sword lights, producing an extremely powerful sword force. Moreover, a huge amount of noble spirit rushed in between the rumbling of the sword lights. The noble spirit clustered around the sword lights as if it was clustered around a king. The sword intent of the 9 flying swords condensed into one and streaked across the sky, landing in front of a Confucian cultivator wearing battle armor. This Confucian cultivator was tall and sturdy, with a handsome face. A kind of arrogance that came from being in a high position for a long time involuntarily appeared between his brows. This Confucian cultivator was the state preceptor of Donglin country, Murong Hanping. However, at this time, how could Murong Hanping still feel contempt? Looking at the flying swords whistling through the air, all his previous plans turned into dust and dissipated in the sword qi. How is this possible? When did the Yu family make friends with a master stage cultivator? Regardless of whether it was the information obtained or the clear eyes technique, there was no mention of such a powerful figure. Could it be that the Sima family's disciple just flew away, not because of my army attacking the city? Murong Hanping sensed that this murderous sword qi had completely enveloped him. The true qi in his dantian was rapidly vibrating in this sword qi. A feeling of powerlessness arose in his heart. Could it be that man proposes, God disposes? But if I retreat without a fight, how can this old man explain it to him? Murong Hanping naturally knew that he was definitely not the opponent of the flying sword's master. If it was a normal situation, he would have retreated long ago, but now he was unwilling. Or perhaps he didn't dare. Thinking that he was nothing more than a chess piece on someone else's chessboard, Murong Hanping clenched his teeth and extended his hand to take out an old scroll from within his armor. Under the urging of true qi, he raised his hand and threw it. Clang! When the scroll unfolded, a sword cry like that of a ferocious bird rushed out. In an instant, a splendid sword qi similarly rose up like the rising sun. Boom! Like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, the awe-inspiring qi within a radius of a dozen li from outside the capital of Yifeng Nation crazily surged into the sword light. Within the sword light, an inscription of the word sword that was at least 100 feet in size stood majestically. Just as this sword qi character appeared, each stroke began to tremble. Enormous sword qi sounds rang out incessantly. There was simply no need for Murong Hanping to do anything. That Mingwen had already sent several dozen flying swords to meet Xiao Hua's 9 stars transit of the sun. Ka. Several flying swords collided with each other in a flash. Thousands of sword qi danced in the air, and all kinds of brilliance overflowed in all directions. The deafening roar resounded through the entire horizon. Murong Hanping urged his true qi to do his utmost to resist the incoming gale. He widened his eyes and used the clear eyes technique to stare fixedly at the sky. A rare kind of expectation appeared on his face. Unfortunately, in merely a few breaths of time, a flying sword that was like a 9-colored dragon flew out from the sword qi and directly landed on the scroll in midair. That scroll shattered like paper. Boom! At the same time that the scroll shattered, even more sword qi transformed into fragmented inscriptions that filled the sky and fluttered like snow falling from the sky. How is this possible? Murong Hanping was completely dumbfounded. Even when the flying sword broke through the scroll and once again landed on top of his head, it was as if he didn't feel it. This is a scroll written by the sage of literature. How can it be so weak? However, the sharp sword qi on his forehead immediately woke him up. Under the sword qi, the space between his eyebrows and other places split open, and streaks of blood seeped out. Murong Hanping didn't have the slightest doubt that as long as the opponent thought about it, his head would be separated from his body. This was something that he, as the teacher of a nation, had never encountered before. The streaks of blood condensed into drops of blood and slowly flowed down, streaking across Murong Hanping's cheek. Murong Hanping didn't dare to move. That flying sword was heavier than any mountain he had ever seen. Chapter 3841. Murong Hanping. Within the sword light, Xiao Hua's voice leisurely sounded, very dignified. Yifeng country's Yu family is this old man's old friend. If this old man hadn't revisited this old place on a whim today, I'm afraid this Yifeng country would have been captured by your Wang Lin country. Logically speaking, this old man should have killed you on the spot, but since this old man and Murong Tsongyan have met before, I'll let you off today. The 9 flying swords suddenly flew away. Murong Hanping's body lightened, but he felt that his entire body was covered in sweat, soaking his armor. Senior, can you bestow me your name? Murong Hanping probed, still unwilling to give up. You don't deserve to know this old man's name. Xiao Hua said coldly, of course, if you don't want to know, you won't be able to return to Wang Lin country today. Why haven't you left yet? Another huge rumble sounded, but this time the rumble came from Murong Hanping's mind. A burst of dizziness made Murong Hanping almost unable to stand steadily in the air. Facing such a mysterious opponent, How could Murong Hanping dare to stay any longer? Turning around, Murong Hanping glanced at the cultivators who had been forced to retreat several hundred meters by the flying swords, waved his hand, and said, "Retreat." Seeing the might of Xiao Hua's sword sweep away 1,000 soldiers and force Murong Hanping to flee in panic, Yu Yun and Yu Zhongli's faces were full of joy. Not to mention that such a powerful expert was Yu Zhongxuan's future master. Even if they could befriend Xiao Hua, the Yu family and Yifeng country would definitely be safe for 1,000 years. Junior thanks Daoist Xiao on behalf of my Yifeng country's millions of people. At this time, Yu Zhongli was sincerely convinced and kneeled on the ground. In the distance, the young ruler who was surrounded by people also had an expression of admiration in his eyes. If it weren't for the many palace maids blocking him, he would have already rushed over. Xiao Hua looked at everyone and waved his hand, saying, "This Xiao only came here by chance." This Xiao's original intention was Yu Zhongquan. Therefore, if Yu Zhongquan has done anything harmful to Yifeng country, everyone can forget about it. This Xiao is doing this to make up for Yu Zhongquan's previous actions. When Yu Yun heard this, his face turned red. To be honest, he hated Yu Zhongquan's actions from the bottom of his heart. He had scolded Yu Zhongquan more than once behind everyone's back. The reason why Yu Zhongquan had repeatedly run away from the marriage was because he had betrayed Yu Yun. Now that he saw Xiao Hua actually exonerate Yu Zhongquan, how could he be at ease? Daoist Master Xiao, actually, it's all my fault. Yu Yun said sincerely. Xiao Hua shook his head. You weren't wrong. Yu Zhongquan wasn't wrong either. You've done a lot for Yifeng country and the Yu family, and Yu Zhongquan has also sacrificed a lot for his own ideals. Unfortunately, you can't give Yu Zhongquan what he wants. You can't understand what Yu Zhongquan is thinking. Now that you have this Xiao, you can be at ease. Whatever Yu Zhongquan wants, this old man will give him. This Xiao will bear all the consequences of Yu Zhongquan's actions that have violated the rules of Confucianism. Alas. Yu Yun sighed, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. This junior gave birth to Quan, but I can't raise him, and I can't let him freely soar in the sky of faith and righteousness. Now, I can only ask Daoist Master Xiao to give Quan a pair of free wings and let him roam freely. And this old man understands. You may rise. Xiao Hua accepted Yu Yun's bow. He understood that Yu Zhongquan's mortal fate with Yifeng country, and even the Yu family, had come to an end. When Yu Yun got up, Xiao Hua transmitted his voice. Yu Yun, at this point, you should explain Yu Zhongquan's whereabouts to this Xiao. Yu Yun nodded respectfully. He took out a letter from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, "This was left behind by Quan, or when he left home." Although every time Quan left home, he would leave behind a letter, but not every time is true, so this junior can't be sure. Xiao Hua took the letter and read it carefully. Before he could finish reading, an inexplicable fear arose in his heart. Oh, not good. Xiao Hua frowned and cried out in a low voice. Master? Fu Jiwen rarely saw Xiao Hua lose his composure. He hurriedly asked in a low voice, "Is there something wrong?" Xiao Hua looked left and right. He took out a Qingkuan bag and threw it to Yu Yun, saying urgently, "The grains in this bag are for your Yu family. No matter if it's Yifeng country, Xen country, or even Donglin country, as long as there is a famine, you can give it to them." This. Yu Yun didn't understand the meaning of Xiao Hua's words, but when he opened the Qingkuan bag, he was wild with joy. He cried out in surprise, "Daoist Master Xiao, you? How do you know that my Yifeng country is full of famine?" Xiao Hua didn't have time to explain. He just waved his hand and said, "This old man already saw it when I came here. This is a meeting gift from this Xiao to the Yu family. You all can accept it. This old man still has urgent matters to attend to, so I won't delay any longer. See you later." As Xiao Hua spoke, he waved his hand and took Fu Jiwen and Chang Yuan. His figure turned into a rainbow and flashed into the distance. Seeing Xiao Hua fly away, Yu Yun's eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor. Almost without hesitation, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed, saying, "Junior Yu Yun thanks Daoist Master Xiao for bestowing the grains. Junior doesn't dare to assume an undeserved reputation. I will spread Daoist Master Zhao's name throughout Yifeng country. Father. Beside him, Yu Zhongli's face lit up with joy. He asked in a low voice, This Qiankuan bag is actually grain? That's right. Yu Yun handed the Qiankuan bag to Yu Zhongli and sighed. That's right. Not to mention Yifeng country, Xan country, and Donglin country, even if another Yifeng country came, it would still be able to solve the current famine. If Daoist Master Xiao had come a few months earlier, Donglin country wouldn't have dared to invade our territory while our Yifeng country was in famine. Sigh, Daoist Master Xiao. What a godly person, truly a great master who bemoans the state of the universe and sympathizes with mankind. With such a great master, little brother Quan's future achievements will far surpass this boy's. Yu Zhongli sighed and said with some envy. But Yu Yun's eyes were filled with worry. He looked in the direction Xiao Hua left and said in a low voice, I don't know why Daoist Master Xiao left in such a hurry. Is it because of Quan Er's safety? Or is Quan Er able to safely become Daoist Master Zhao's disciple? Who knows? Little brother has always been very open-minded. Ordinary Confucian cultivators and great Confucian cultivators wouldn't even look at him. They would only criticize him as a rotten Confucian. Yu Zhongli was also worried. Regardless of whether it was Xiao Hua, Yu Yun, or Yu Zhongquan, none of them noticed that after Xiao Hua transformed into a rainbow and left, on a small mountain less than 10 li away from where Xiao Hua had scared Murong Hanping away with his sword, a short Confucian cultivator poked his head out from the mountain rocks like a ghost. This Confucian cultivator's clothes were different from ordinary Confucian cultivators. It was a kind of earthy yellow official robe. Wasn't it the same as the land Xiao Hua had encountered near Blackwind Ridge that day? And at this moment, on the earthy yellow official robe, strands of cloud and mist emerged from the strange patterns engraved with inscriptions. This cloud and mist lingered together with the mountain rocks and land beneath the Confucian cultivator. Not only did it conceal the Confucian cultivator's figure, it also extracted a force from the mountain rocks and sent it into the Confucian cultivator's body. Is this the Xiao Hua that the Immortal Palace's decree said to pay close attention to? He's really powerful. That Confucian cultivator looked in the direction Xiao Hua flew and whispered to himself, even true monarch Qingyuan's troops couldn't capture this cultivator. How could Murong Hanping be his opponent? However, this has nothing to do with this old man. As long as this old man uses the land writ to report his whereabouts to the Hall of Enlightenment, it will be a great merit. As soon as his voice fell, the Confucian cultivator raised his hand and took out an imperial tool that looked like a floating cloud. He opened his mouth and a strand of earthy yellow true qi fell on it. The imperial tool silently expanded and turned into a cloud that flew into the sky. In just a moment, it mixed with the clouds in the sky and no one knew where it went. When the imperial tool flew out, the Confucian cultivator's figure flashed and earthy clouds gushed out from his official robe. The clouds drilled into the ground and the Confucian cultivator's figure also fell into the mountain rocks. It wasn't only his father and eldest brother who were worried about Yu Zhongquan. Even the young lady who didn't have a proper status, Chang Yuan, asked in a faint voice, Master, you're in such a hurry. Could it be because of Yu Lang? Xiao Hua didn't use the lightning evasion technique. When he heard Chang Yuan's question, he slightly shook his head and said, Master previously had a kind of great warning sign, but I didn't understand why. However, when I saw the letter Yu Zhongquan left for his family, I suddenly had a premonition. This premonition might be related to Yu Zhongquan, but it might also be related to Master. Master is temporarily unable to distinguish. Yes, where is junior martial brother now? What was written in the letter? Fu Jiwen asked in a low voice. Xiao Hua didn't hide it and said, the letter didn't say much. It only said that he received an invitation from a good friend to go somewhere so that his family wouldn't be worried. That place, where is it? Chang Yuan wanted to know where Yu Zhongquan went even more than Fu Jiwen. Su Province's Feng Xiang country. Xiao Hua replied word by word. Chang Yuan was somewhat puzzled and secretly pondered. However, Fu Jiwen said in surprise, Master, Su Province and Beihai are still going in opposite directions. Can you still catch up with the previous plan? Beihai's matter is admittedly important, but Yu Zhongquan's life is even more important. Xiaohua replied without hesitation. Let's hurry to Fengxiang country first. Master. Chang Yuan bit her lips, as if she didn't dare to ask too much. However, she was somewhat unwilling and said in a low voice, Why is Yu Zhongquan going to Fengxiang country? Hee, don't think too much. Xiaohua said with a smile, Yu Zhongquan received a message from a good friend, so he went to Fengxiang country. From the tone of the letter, this good friend should be a man. Chang Yuan's face slightly reddened. She lowered her head and said, Disciple just wanted to ask. Yu Zhongquan has always been a righteous person. Others only need to say a word, and he would be willing to go through water and tread on fire. Forget it. Xiaohua's hands fluttered like butterflies through flowers, as if he was forming some hand seals. An indescribable fluctuation spread out in all directions. Similarly, some obscure fluctuations penetrated into Xiaohua's hands. After a moment, Xiaohua smiled and said, Everything depends on effort. We don't need to be too cautious. Fu Jiwen, you drive the flying carriage. Master will help Chang Yuan see her realm and also guide her cultivation. Chapter 3842. Yes, Master. After Xiaohua released the Pegasus and flying carriage, Fu Jiwen rode the Pegasus and replied calmly, Chang Yuan. Xiaohua sat down on the flying carriage and comforted her. Previously, when Master used a secret technique, I discovered that Yu Zhongquan might encounter some misfortune. However, the outcome should be more daunting than dangerous. Do not worry. Chang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Disciple is worried and confused. With Master here, disciple can be at ease. And tell this old man what you've learned. Xiaohua nodded slightly and asked. After Chang Yuan told Xiaohua everything she learned in her life, Xiaohua nodded inwardly. This Chang Yuan is indeed a talented girl of Xian country. Not to mention that she is proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Even her Confucian cultivation has reached the late stage of refining essence into qi. However, because Chang Yuan is a girl, Chang family did not completely teach her the family's cultivation methods. Her cultivation has been stagnant and unable to advance. Master, my Confucian school has a saying, a girl without talent is virtuous. My father does not advocate for disciple to cultivate more. Although disciple's aptitude is good since childhood, disciple has less opportunities to cultivate than others. Moreover, if not for my mother secretly passing on the family's cultivation methods behind my father's back, disciple would not be able to cultivate to such a level. Chang Yuan finished speaking, bit her lips and whispered, This is also one of the reasons why disciple is determined to become your disciple. Yuan, no need to feel guilty because of the so-called motive. Xiaohua smiled. The reason why people are human is because they have their own thoughts. No one is pure, selfless, and without desire. You and I are fated, so I will accept you as my disciple. That's all. Yes, Master, disciple understands. Apart from her mother, Xiaohua is the first person in the world who is willing to help Chang Yuan. Chang Yuan cannot help but feel sour in her nose. Xiaohua smiled and said, Master's knowledge is relatively complicated. Whether it is Confucian cultivation or Daoist cultivation, I can teach you. You can choose yourself. Master, what kind of ability do you have to swallow 100,000 celestial soldiers in one gulp? Disciple is very curious. Chang Yuan's eyes turned sharply and suddenly asked with a smile. What kind of person can swallow 100,000 celestial soldiers in one gulp? Xiaohua waved his hand and said, That's just a way for others to show off their prestige and rope me in. However, at this moment, Xiaohua's figure shook, as if he thought of something. What's wrong? Chang Yuan was slightly stunned and hurriedly asked, Could it be that those people have bad intentions? It's fine. Xiaohua waved his hand, It's just for the sake of some Dao sect's forces. It can't be considered bad intentions. Think about it first. As Chang Yuan lowered her head in thought, Xiaohua's heart was in turmoil. Chang Yuan's words had enlightened Xiaohua. The Yao race's inheritance did indeed contain a secret devouring technique. This was a fundamental cultivation method for the Yao race. Unlike humans, the demon clan didn't use the power of the stars and moon to refine it in their meridians. Instead, they directly devoured it. As for the inner cores of demonic beasts that were condensed from the power of the moon and stars, they could also be devoured. Not only that, but the true qi of Confucian cultivators, the golden cores and nascent souls of Daoist cultivators, and the relics of Buddhist sects could also be devoured by the demons. The demonic beasts were divided into moon-plucking, sun-devouring, heaven-absorbing, and space-devouring. Their original intention was to devour. Devouring 100,000 celestial soldiers might not be possible for the current Xiaohua, but in another 100 or 1,000 years, Xiaohua's supreme bloodline would definitely not be a problem. Although Daoist Master Qing Su didn't know that Xiaohua had the Yao race's inheritance, the wild words he spread were also true. Master, disciple has decided. Just as Xiaohua was pondering, Chang Yuan raised her head and said, Disciple wants to practice Master's sword Dao. Why do you want to practice sword Dao? Xiaohua didn't react for a moment and asked curiously, You haven't practiced sword Qi before. Moreover, Master still wants to teach you a wonderful Dao cultivation technique. However, after Xiaohua finished speaking, he also woke up and said with a smile, So you want to fly side by side like Yu Zhongquan? Chang Yuan blushed slightly and nodded. Disciple doesn't know why Yu Zhongquan is always hiding from me. However, if Disciple can learn flying sword and be as happy as Yu Zhongquan, presumably he won't reject Disciple anymore. Good. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, Sit down cross-legged with your eyes closed. Master will first teach you sword Dao and other basic 5 Qi origin technique. After Chang Yuan sat down cross-legged, a strand of dark green soul thread gushed out from between Xiaohua's eyebrows. As this soul thread fell into Chang Yuan's forehead, Chang Yuan's body couldn't help but tremble. Beads of sweat the size of beans fell from the top of her head. In just a moment, Chang Yuan's face was deathly pale. Under her tightly closed eyelids, her eyes were rapidly turning. All right. Xiaohua withdrew the soul thread and looked at Chang Yuan, who was about to collapse, and said, Carefully comprehend the cultivation technique. When you wake up, Master will give you a surprise. Yes, Master. Chang Yuan answered weakly. In a flash, a day and a night passed. When Chang Yuan opened her eyes, Xiaohua also came out from his closed eyes. He looked at Chang Yuan with a smile and asked, How was it? Master's teachings are as vast as the open sea. Disciple can only see the big picture through a tube and have some experience. Chang Yuan's eyes flashed with joy and excitement as she replied. Xiaohua raised his hand and took out a bottle of medicinal pills and handed it to Chang Yuan, saying, This is a Dao sect medicinal pill. It is effective for Confucian cultivators to condense true qi and produce sword qi. You can take it. Chang Yuan accepted the medicinal pills and thanked her subordinate, thinking that this was a pleasant surprise. However, Xiaohua immediately stretched out his hand again and took out 2 flying swords. He smiled and said, Master obtained a flying sword a long time ago. It's very outstanding. Master has always wanted to find a master for this flying sword. Now that you've become master, Master will refine this flying sword into 2 Mandarin duck swords. You can choose one. Thank you, Master. How could Chang Yuan not know Xiaohua's wry smile? She smiled like a flower and picked a slightly smaller and lighter flying sword. Looking at Chang Yuan admiring the flying sword admiringly, Xiaohua said with a smile, Yuan, don't look down on this flying sword. After you've refined it and achieved great success in your cultivation, you'll know how formidable this flying sword is. Master is not bragging, but Dao sect spirit weapons may not be comparable to this flying sword. Chang Yuan was even more excited when she heard this. She bowed and thanked him. Don't worry. Xiaohua helped Chang Yuan up and said with a smile, You have to slowly refine this flying sword. You also have to slowly become proficient in the sword art. However, you already have true qi in your body that can refine essence into qi. Master will give you a hand. With that, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and touched Chang Yuan's forehead again. A drop of blood essence was produced. Xiaohua formed a seal and hit the blood essence. The blood essence began to expand rapidly. Go! Xiaohua raised his hand again. A seemingly faint but extremely solid deer shape flew out from his fingertip and fell into the blood essence with a clear cry. Quick! Xiaohua waved his hands and several crystal lights fell. The blood essence spun rapidly. Obscure textures and talismans gradually appeared on the surface. Absorb this sword intent into your true qi and comprehend it. Xiaohua instructed Chang Yuan. This is half of the complete sword intent. If you can comprehend it, you can step into the ranks of sword transformation. Master will leave the other half to you, Zhongquan. Chang Yuan opened her mouth and a mouthful of true qi fell, swallowing the sword intent wrapped in the blood essence into her dantian. As the sword intent fell, the true qi around Chang Yuan's body suddenly moved and emitted a sharp qi. All right. After finishing all of this, Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, Fujiwen, Chang Yuan, this place is very far from Shuzhou's Fengxiang country. You should go to the Kunlun Immortal realm to cultivate. Chang Yuan can also meet the other senior brothers. Kunlun Wonderland? Chang Yuan was slightly surprised after hearing this. After Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror, she suddenly realized and said with admiration, Master, this famous Kunlun mirror has fallen into your hands. No wonder the Immortal Palace is looking for trouble with you. Shu, the Immortal Palace doesn't know about this. Xiaohua said with a smile, Master will not take it out in ordinary places. Only our disciples can use it. And disciple knows. Disciple will definitely keep it a secret. Chang Yuan hurriedly nodded. Disciple also wants to quickly greet other senior brothers. Later, senior brother Fu, please introduce them. Of course. Fu Jiwen rubbed his nose and said with a smile, However, among Master's disciples, there are a few younger than you who can be considered your senior brothers. You don't have to be embarrassed. Everyone has their own specialization. Chang Yuan read many books. How could she not know this? She said with a smile, Little sister is already very happy to be able to enter the sect. Why would I care about this false reputation? But Xiaohua pretended to activate the Kunlun mirror and sent the two into the Kunlun Wonderland. Then, he put away the flying carriage and Pegasus, flew into the sky and used the lightning escape technique to rush towards Shuzhou. Shuzhou was very big and Fengxiang country was not small. Xiaohua released his soul consciousness and asked several people. It was not too difficult for him to arrive in the sky above Fengxiang country. However, looking at the capital of Fengxiang country below him, Xiaohua frowned again. It was not only because Yu Zhongquan only said in the letter that he was looking for an old friend in Fengxiang country. However, Yu Zhongquan was afraid that the Yu family would send people to find his old friend. Therefore, Xiaohua did not know where to find Yu Zhongquan. Moreover, Fengxiang country was founded by a Dao sect. At this time, Fengxiang country was very similar to Yifeng country. It was in a famine. Although it wasn't to the point where the land was littered with wailing corpses, Xiaohua couldn't bear the sight of the disaster victims surrounding the city gates, the emaciated villagers in the city, and even the corpses that had starved to death in the distance. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua landed and released his divine sense. He said, Which fellow Daoist is in charge of Fengxiang country? Please come out and meet me. Xiaohua's divine sense swept through Fengxiang country's imperial palace and alarmed a group of cultivators. Among them, a young cultivator wearing a Daoist robe and a feathered crown on his head hurriedly flew out of the imperial palace with several disciples. When they saw Xiaohua's appearance, they were shocked. They all respectfully went forward and saluted. The early nascent soul stage cultivator even bowed and said, Junior Chang Qingzi greets Daoist Xiao. Chapter 3843. Xiaohua is not surprised that Chang Qingzi recognized him. Even Yifeng country's Yu Yun and Sima families Sima Minghong have heard of his name. As a Dao cultivator, it is impossible for Chang Qingzi to not know about him. However, Xiaohua does not know that under Daoist Qing Su's intentions, he has become a mighty hero. All of you, stand up. Xiaohua raises his hand and says with a smile, I did not expect my name to spread so quickly. Even Su province's fellow Daoists know about me. Daoist is too modest. Chang Qingzi smiled and said, You killed tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers in the Black Wind Ridge and even defeated perfected Lord Qingyuan, causing the Immortal Palace to lose face. You really helped the Daoist sects of the hidden Immortal Continent to vent our anger. Who doesn't know Daoist Zhao's name in hidden Immortal Continent? Who doesn't want to see Daoist Zhao's appearance? Sigh, how could the battle at Black Wind Ridge be as fierce as fellow Daoists described? Xiaohua waves his hand and says, I admit that I am not that perfected Qingyuan's opponent. I only held one of his immortal generals hostage. This forced him to open his inescapable net and I barely escaped with my life. How could Chang Qingzi believe him? He says with a smile, Daoist Xiao must be joking. Perfected Qingyuan was ordered by Immortal Palace to flatten Black Wind Ridge. How could he let Daoist Xiao go for the life of an immortal general? Now that Daoist Zhao's heroic deeds have spread throughout hidden Immortal Continent, there is no need for Daoist Xiao to hide anything anymore. Damn it, I understand. Xiaohua laughs bitterly in his heart. He already understands Daoist Qing Su's intentions. Since Xiaohua was unwilling to submit to the Grand Mist Ancestor, Daoist Qing Su decided to create momentum for Xiaohua, allowing Xiaohua's reputation to soar, attracting the attention of the Confucian cultivators and the Immortal Palaces. Based on Xiaohua's current cultivation of upper 4th grade essence force, it was unlikely that he would be able to deal with these people who were eyeing him covetously. When Xiaohua had nowhere else to go, he had no choice but to submit to the Grand Mist Ancestor. But how could Qing Su Zhenren know that Xiaohua's strength was not merely at the 4th level of elemental energy? The fame of Xiaohua's prowess really lived up to its name. Xiaohua's world-shaking deeds were not inferior to defeating Sun Jian and annihilating tens of thousands of celestial soldiers. It was just that these matters were not known to the public for the time being. As the saying goes, if you plant flowers with the intention, the flowers won't bloom, but if you plant a willow unintentionally, the willow will grow. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and didn't want to explain anything. Chang Qingzi bowed again and said, Daoist Master Xiao, please come to my residence to serve tea. All right. Xiaohua nodded, descending together with Chang Qingzi and the others. After Chang Qingzi personally served the spirit tea and respectfully drank a few sips, Chang Qingzi carefully asked, Does Daoist have any orders for coming to the country of Phoenix Soaring? This old man was originally passing by Fengxiang country, but when I was in the air, I saw Fengxiang country. Fengxiang country is surrounded by disasters and countless refugees, so I came down to ask about the situation. Xiaohua had already thought of an explanation, so he replied with a concerned expression. Sigh, Daoist Master Xiao is truly merciful. As soon as he heard about the disaster, a worried expression appeared on Chang Qingzi's face, and he said, This junior is worried about this. Although this junior is already a nascent soul cultivator, it is impossible for me to conjure food out of thin air to help the people of Fengxiang survive the famine. On the other hand, Fengxiang country is surrounded by Confucian cultivators. Although they haven't reached the point of being incompatible with our country, it is still impossible for them to provide us with some food. Of course, in recent years, there have been many disasters, and those Confucian cultivator countries are also in a difficult situation, so they can't be blamed. Oh, this old man came to see you today for this matter. Xiaohua didn't ask any more questions. He stretched out his hand and said, Give me a few Qinkuan bags. Daoist Master Xiao, this is... Happiness came too suddenly, and Chang Qingzi didn't dare to believe it, so he asked in astonishment. Xiaohua smiled and said, This old man occasionally gets some old grains here, but I didn't care about them before. Now that I am passing by Fengxiang country, I can give them to you to solve your urgent situation. Good. Chang Qingzi was really happy, and he hurriedly ordered his disciples to give him a few qiankuan bags. Xiaohua pretended to take out a qiankuan bag, and put the grains in the bag, then handed them over to Chang Qingzi. Chang Qingzi scanned with his divine sense, and saw that there were countless grains in the qiankuan bags. Surprise appeared in his eyes. He had never seen so many grains in his life. This old man only has this much grains, is it enough? Xiaohua was a bit proud, but his tone was still uncertain. It's enough, it's enough. Chang Qingzi thought that Xiaohua had never been in charge of a country before, so he didn't know how much grains were enough. Moreover, to cultivators, grains were no different from rocks, and cultivators didn't have any concept of how much was enough. He hurriedly and carefully replied, only 30% of the grains is enough for the people of my Fengxiang country to eat. Even if we leave the grains for farming, we won't use 40%. Good, then you can keep the rest of the grains for yourself. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, if it's possible, this old man suggests that you distribute the remaining grains to the Confucian cultivator countries around us, and also use this opportunity to establish good relations with these countries. This junior will carefully consider senior's suggestion. Chang Qingzi smiled very easily, and as he replied to Xiaohua, he waved his hand and called over his disciples. He handed over a few qiankuan bags to them, and instructed them to bring them to the imperial palace for the king to provide relief to the disaster victims. Then, Chang Qingzi said respectfully, Senior Xiao, please wait for a moment. This junior will set up a banquet to express this junior's gratitude. There's no need. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, this old man still has some matters to attend to, and will leave after asking you a few questions. Senior, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Chang Qingzi hurriedly said, it's just a banquet. If this junior doesn't perform the duties of a host, I really won't be able to live with myself. Hee, this old man understands your intentions. Xiaohua said with a smile, this old man's matter is a bit urgent, so I can't stay here for long. All right then, may I know what this junior can do for senior? Chang Qingzi could only ask. Are there any Confucian cultivator families in Fengxiang country? Xiaohua probed. Confucian cultivator families? Chang Qingzi was slightly stunned, and then his eyes turned, and he said with a smile, Senior wants to find Confucian cultivator families in the country where we Daoists founded our country? That's a rather difficult matter. Then, are there any Confucian cultivators? Xiaohua was still unwilling to give up. After all, Yu Zhongxuan was a Confucian cultivator, and the possibility that his old friend was also a Confucian cultivator was relatively high. Of course there are Confucian cultivators, and there are quite a few of them. Chang Qingzi replied, May I know which one senior is looking for? Do you have a list? Xiaohua asked helplessly. When Chang Qingzi took out the jade eye and handed it to Xiaohua, looking at the densely packed names, Xiaohua felt like he was looking for a needle in a haystack. Unfortunately, he patiently used the clear eyes technique to look carefully, and none of the names caught his attention. Forget it. Xiaohua returned the jade eye to Chang Qingzi and sighed in his heart. Perhaps it's just as Yu Yun said, and the words that Yu Zhongxuan left behind might not be the truth. Senior, are you looking for something? Chang Qingzi put away the jade eye, lowered his head to look at the ground, and then asked again. Xiaohua stood up and said with a smile, I'm looking for a young Confucian cultivator. As for who it is, I don't have any special description. It seems that he's not in Fengxiang right now. Chang Qingzi suddenly came to a realization and asked in a suppressed voice, Daoist Master Xiao, are you looking for the Zhu family? Zhu family? Xiaohua was stunned. Yes, the Zhu family of Wuyuan County. Chang Qingzi nodded and said, Wuyuan County is in the northern part of my Fengxiang country. The current head of the Zhu family is called Zhu Cheng, and the Zhu family's young master, Zhu Xiang, can be considered a young Confucian cultivator. The Zhu family is in Fengxiang country? Xiaohua stopped and asked curiously, Didn't you say that there are no Confucian cultivator families in Fengxiang country? Senior might not know, but the Zhu family has long been in decline. Now, It can't even be considered a Confucian cultivator family. Chang Qingzi smiled and said, "Moreover, I won't hide it from Senior. If it weren't for this Zhu family, Junior probably wouldn't be able to establish a Daoist sect in Fengxiang country." Why do you say that?" Xiao Hua's heart was moved. He thought of the bone that Zhu Qing gave him that day and asked while secretly calculating. Chang Qingzi smiled and said, "Senior must know that the Zhu family once produced a sage like Zhu Shi. Although the family has already declined, how could any Confucian cultivator dare to show off their knowledge in front of the Zhu family? Which cultivator would dare to establish a Confucian cultivator country in Fengxiang country? Senior, look at the Confucian cultivator countries around Fengxiang country. Junior's Fengxiang country is sandwiched in the middle. The reason why they allowed Junior to establish a country here, isn't it because they want Junior to keep an eye on this centipede that won't fall even if it dies? So it's like that? It seems, the knowledge of establishing a country is really not small." Xiao Hua shook his head and said with a smile, "This Xiao's cultivation is not bad, but in the path of establishing a country, I am still far from it. Of course, with the pressure of the Immortal Palace, this Xiao will not establish a country in the future." Daoist Xiao, why do you need to establish a country? All of the Daoist sects in the hidden Immortal continent are Daoist Xiao's countries. Chang Qingzi said respectfully. "All right, this Xiao won't disturb you anymore." Xiao Hua cupped his hands. It seems like the Zhu family is also not the place this old man is looking for. This old man will go to other places in Su province to take a look. Junior respectfully sends Daoist Xiao off. Chang Qingzi sent Xiao Hua out and respectfully sent him off. Seeing Xiao Hua fly away and not heading towards the north, Chang Qingzi frowned slightly and thought to himself, "If I guessed correctly, Daoist Xiao should be looking for the Zhu family. Could it be that those rumors among the Confucian cultivators are true? Daoist Xiao really took the Zhu family's inheritance treasure? Then should I send a message to that old senior? Sigh, this is really making things difficult for I. If I send a message, Daoist Xiao might be in trouble. If I don't send a message, if that old senior finds out, I won't be able to keep my life." After pondering for a long time, Chang Qingzi once again looked at the direction Xiao Hua left and said to himself, "Forget it, perhaps I guessed wrong. However, this matter involves the Zhu family. Even if I guessed correctly, I still have to send a message. I hope Daoist Xiao didn't go to the Zhu family." Chapter 3844. Since he had made his decision, Chang Qingzi quickly descended from the cloud, no longer paying attention to the bystanders, and entered the quiet room. Indeed, as Chang Qingzi had hoped, Xiao Hua wasn't heading to Wuxia County's Zhu clan this time. He had only come to Phoenix Soaring Country to look for Yu Zhongquan. However, Wuxia County was in Phoenix Soaring Country. Xiao Hua had a faint premonition that the one who had invited Yu Zhongquan here was a disciple of the Zhu clan. Moreover, on the bone that Zhu Qing had given Xiao Hua that day, there were 2 verses left behind by sage Xu Shi. The ancestral tree is like the Xiantian Qi, the family tree is like silk and silk of the younger generation. Xiao Hua had never understood the meaning of these words. Now that he had arrived at the Zhu clan, how could he not go there to take a look? Xiao Hua flew for a moment and released his soul sense. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he descended and changed his appearance slightly, transforming into Zhang Xiaohua with a small nose and small eyes. He also changed into Confucian attire and flew towards Wuxia County on a cloud. Not long after, Xiaohua arrived at the left side of Wuxia County. However, when Xiaohua used the clear eyes technique to take a look, doubts arose in his heart. Logically speaking, a place that could give birth to a Confucian sage like Zhu Shi was definitely a spiritual and divine place. However, let alone spiritual and divine place, the place in front of Xiaohua couldn't even be considered as a place with beautiful mountains and limpid waters. What was special was that the towering mountain ridge was covered in gray spots of moss. There were also strange patterns on the moss that made one's hair stand on end. The moss covered most of the mountain ridge, and there were very few tall trees, let alone fruit trees. The river that surrounded the town under the mountain ridge was also suffused with a sour aura. There were also some gray spots floating on the river's surface. This aura entered Xiaohua's nose and mouth, and an indescribable feeling arose. It seemed to be somewhat familiar, but also very unfamiliar. There were also some paddy fields between the mountain ridge and the river, but where was the rice in the paddy fields? Broken rice stalks poked out of the dark green water and were inserted into the air in a lonely manner. Strange. Xiaohua looked at everything in front of him and was endlessly bewildered. Is this place Wuxia County? Could it be that I flew in the wrong direction again? Thinking of this, Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked at the city wall. The city wall was built along the river, and there was only a short section. This section had long collapsed, but the words Wuxia County could still be seen clearly on the city gate. Hiss. When Xiaohua's gaze passed through the city gate and saw everything in Wuxia County, he unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because inside the city gate was a town similar to Longevity Town. Moreover, this town looked several times bigger than Longevity Town. The buildings in the city were also more majestic and densely packed than those in Longevity Town. Be it taverns, inns, markets, or academies, the silhouettes of all of them could be faintly seen. However, these buildings were now like the mountain ridge, growing that kind of grayish-white moss. Although the moss was far less than the mountain ridge, that kind of faint, strange aura was enough to cover up the vitality of the entire town. Wasn't that right? The entire Wuxia County was silent. Occasionally, one or two dog barks could be heard, but they were also mournful cries. It was as if there was no one here. However, Xiaohua could clearly see that within the town, there were many people in ragged clothes walking weakly. These people were all emaciated and their eyes were lifeless. Rather than saying that they were walking, it was better to say that they were taking a night stroll. Suppressing the astonishment in his heart, Xiaohua looked towards the depths of the town. Gradually, shock appeared on his face. The ugliness in the dark, the bestial desire in human nature became increasingly clear. Things that ordinary people couldn't imagine were all exposed to Xiaohua's clear sight technique. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed slightly. He couldn't bear to look anymore. He withdrew his divine ability and looked at the dusk on the horizon. He pondered, humans live because of food. Without this basic guarantee, human dignity has no value. While thinking, Xiaohua took out his jiankuan pouch. He hesitated whether or not he should take out some food. Creak creak. At this moment, from within the town gate, the soft sound of an axle could be heard. It was a worn-out donkey cart that was slowly coming out. Xiaohua looked over and saw a child wearing patched clothes sitting on the donkey cart. Beside the child were some worn-out clothes. In front of the donkey cart, a hunchbacked old man was leading a skinny, crippled donkey. Step by step, he looked back and carefully walked towards Xiaohua's direction. The crippled donkey did not move quickly, and the hunchbacked old man did not rush it. Only when the donkey cart left the city gates did the old man turn his head forward. A hint of relief appeared on his face, which was so thin that it was curled into a ball. It was also at this moment that the lame donkey's hooves went limp and it fell to the ground. At the same time, the donkey raised its head and cried out, "Neigh, neigh, neigh." Although the donkey's neighing wasn't loud, it was enough to break the silence of the entire town. At the same time, the expression of the old man who was driving the donkey changed greatly. He hurriedly pulled the black reins and strenuously pulled the donkey up. Then he forcefully slapped the donkey's butt and led it to run. The old man's worry wasn't without reason. When the donkey cart ran for about 10 zhang, the people who heard the donkey's neighing suddenly appeared from all over the town gate. Their eyes were filled with a green light as they chased after the donkey cart. The old man was already old. After running for another 10 zhang, he was already panting. He turned his head to look at the people who were chasing after them and shouted, "Yazi, sit on the donkey cart and don't move. When the donkey cart can't run anymore or when those people catch the donkey, quickly jump down from the donkey cart. Don't let them catch you." Either hide by the side of the road or escape into the wilderness. Take advantage of the fact that the sky isn't completely dark and quickly run far away. Before the old man could finish his words, his legs went soft and he fell to the ground. He didn't forget to quickly release the reins in his hand so that the donkey cart could continue running. Grandpa! The child was still young after all. When he saw this, he couldn't help but cry out. Tears flowed down his dirty face and he even struggled to get down from the cart. Yazzie, don't move. The old man's face was about to be scraped by the ground, but he still didn't forget his grandson and shouted. Although Xiaohua was a bit far away, he could see and hear everything clearly. He slightly raised his hand and supported the old man. Then, with a wave of his hand, the old man's body flew into the air and landed on the donkey cart. The old man was stunned at first. Then, fear flashed through his eyes. He couldn't say a word. His eyes were lifeless and he just let the donkey cart run away. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed. He knew that the old man wanted to escape from Wuyuan County. However, how could the grandfather and grandson go so far without a donkey cart? As for the people chasing after the donkey cart, their target was most likely this lame donkey. Xiaohua didn't even think about it. He waved his hand and the grain seeds in his Qinkuan pouch fell from the sky in front of the people chasing after them. Puff puff. There were a lot of grain seeds. The few people in front who still had the strength to run faster ran and plunged their heads into the grain seeds. When the few people poked their heads out of the grain seeds, they looked at the grain seeds that suddenly appeared in a daze. They didn't have the strength to speak and could only open their mouths and cry out a few times. Then, they plunged their heads into the grain seeds and opened their mouths to eat. Xiaohua's grain seeds were naturally extraordinary. They weren't shriveled like ordinary grains. As the few people in front swallowed, a sweet fragrance gradually spread out. Strands of green juice also flowed down from their mouths. After the few people in front ate, the people behind them smelled the food. How could they still chase after the donkey cart? They also plunged into the pile of grain and greedily ate it. Looking at the lame donkey, it had only struggled to run for several tens of feet. Finally, it was exhausted and its footsteps slowed down. Even the smell of the people chewing on the grain attracted the donkey. The donkey turned its butt with difficulty and swung its half-broken tail, wanting to return. Unfortunately, the donkey was really weak. The broken cart was also a bit heavy. However, after hearing the soft creaking sound, the cart was unable to move. At this moment, the old man finally came back to his senses. The fear on his face hadn't disappeared. He hurriedly raised his head and looked to the left. However, it was currently evening. The old man's vision was blurry and he couldn't see clearly. Grandpa. On the contrary, the child, although he was very curious about how the old man flew over, he only felt that it was fun. He wasn't particularly afraid. At this moment, he pounced over and hugged the old man's neck. There's food over there. It's very fragrant. Ah? When he heard the word food, the old man was also shocked. He immediately turned his head. When he saw the mountain-like grain, his eyes also emitted a green light. Almost without thinking, he jumped down from the donkey cart and rushed a few steps towards the grain. However, after rushing a few steps, the old man bit his lip and stopped. He turned his head to look at the child and then turned his head to look at the grain. He seemed to be really hesitant. Xiaohua understood the old man's torment. If he went back, there might be food, but he might not be able to escape. However, if he didn't go back, the grain could save the child's life. Xiaohua didn't let the old man think too much. He waved his hand and scattered some more grain on the ground. He said, "Come to this old man." When the old man heard Xiaohua's voice, he was startled. He looked at Xiaohua with an extremely frightened expression. However, when he saw Xiaohua's appearance, Xiaohua's scholarly robes, and even the grain in front of Xiaohua, his face calmed down. When he swallowed his saliva, the lame donkey moved towards the grain at Xiaohua's feet. "Are you hungry?" Xiaohua looked at the skinny child and felt quite uncomfortable in his heart. He didn't dare to give him the spirit fruits in his space, so he could only send some food to the child. "Thank you, big brother." The child didn't know that the situation was strange. When he saw the grain in front of him, he didn't even think about it. He grabbed some and stuffed it into his mouth. However, when he touched his lips, he was somewhat hesitant. He extended his small hand to the old man and said, "Grandpa, there's grain. Eat." Chapter 38:45. My good grandson, you eat it. There's so much here. Grandpa will eat this. The old man's nose turned sour and tears fell down. He used his black sleeves to wipe his face and said with a smile, "Thank you, big brother." The child happily smiled and put the raw food into his mouth. He didn't forget to thank him while chewing. "This little one thanks master." The old man didn't take the food first. Instead, his knees went soft and he was about to kneel down. Xiaohua hurriedly supported him and said with a smile, "You should eat some first." "Okay." The old man originally wanted to be polite, but he couldn't resist the temptation of the food. He bent down and grabbed a handful from the ground and greedily chewed. For a moment, the old man felt that the whole world was filled with a kind of fragrance. The old man could only hear the sound of wolfing down food. Xiaohua looked at the old man and the child, then raised his eyes to look at the city gate. There was no lack of worry between his brows. Sure enough, the first few people who rushed into the pile of food were already choking. Their eyes turned white and they couldn't eat anymore. Then they stopped. However, they didn't stay idle. They picked up the food with both hands and stuffed it into their clothes and clothes. How much could a person's clothes be stuffed? Then, there was a clever person who took off his clothes and spread them on the ground. He dug out a lot of food from the pile of food and wanted to pack it into a bag to take away. However, the clothes were really thin and rotten. That person had just carried the food on his shoulder. Since the clothes were torn, the food inside fell down along the person's body. The food fell to the ground. Someone casually grabbed it and swallowed it. That person anxiously pushed the person beside him and shouted, "Get lost, this is mine. Who said it's yours?" "It's mine." The person who was pushed down was naturally unhappy. He actually abandoned the pile of food beside him and rushed in front of the other person to shout. The clenched fist in his hand naturally fell down. Needless to say, the two people who had just eaten began to tear at each other. A little further away from these two people, a slightly taller person had also snatched the food first. Seeing that someone was tearing the food apart, although he didn't think so much before, he immediately understood at this moment. Almost without hesitation, he lifted his leg and kicked the person who had his head buried in the food aside. He sneered and said, "Scram, this is my place." The man who was kicked down rolled on the ground a few times. He looked at the man's stature and then looked at the man beside him who was shorter than him. He simply lifted his leg and kicked the other man away, shouting, "Get over there, this is mine." After kicking that person away, this person hurriedly dug out a piece of grain from the pile just like the tall person from before and surrounded it with crushed stones. He even held a few stones in his hands and guarded it like a tiger watching its prey. It was as if the food they had dug out was theirs, and no one was allowed to fight for it. Alas, human greed is nothing more than this. Xiaohua watched as these people slowly divided the food into dozens of piles. It was exactly the same as what he had expected. He couldn't help but sigh. However, the development of the situation didn't stop. It was still going in the direction he was worried about. Although there was a lot of food, there were also a lot of people fighting for it. Moreover, there were still more people coming from within the city after hearing the news. Noises, tearing, punches and kicks. In a moment, the deathly silent city was bustling with noise and excitement. The food in front of the city gate was like a stone thrown into a pool of water, causing ripples to spread throughout the city. Not good. Xiaohua sighed as he observed. Suddenly he saw a person holding a large stone and smashing it towards the head of another person who had fallen on the ground. If the stone fell, that person would definitely die on the spot. Xiaohua was slightly angry. He coldly smiled and hurriedly waved his hand, imprisoning everyone at the city gate. Xiaohua was previously hesitant and didn't immediately take out the food. He was afraid that in this kind of situation, People who were extremely hungry would definitely not even care about their lives in front of food. If there were Phoenix-soaring Empire's soldiers suppressing them, perhaps there would be good order and everyone would be able to get food. However, if there was no deterrence, how could there be order when these people rushed up? Under the ugliness of human nature, it was inevitable that there would be ugliness comparable to what happened in the city earlier. Forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand and the pile of food in front of the city gate flew into the air. Like a layer of rain, it evenly fell all over the city. Since this Xiao has already taken it out, I won't take it back. This way, perhaps more people can be saved. As for the result, even this Xiao can't predict it. When Xiaohua removed the confinement technique, everyone who was fighting for the food was dumbfounded. However, this astonishment only lasted for a moment. Everyone rushed into the city to snatch the food scattered on the ground. Master! Although the old man couldn't clearly see Xiaohua or the people around him, he could clearly see what was happening. He smiled and said, Master, don't blame them. People who are extremely hungry are like this. Xiaohua nodded and said, This old man doesn't blame them. This old man is just a bit emotional. Emotional about the ugliness in people's hearts. Oh, what are you doing? The others didn't escape. Why are you the only one who wants to escape? I'll let Master know. The old man smiled bitterly and said, It's not that they don't want to escape, but they ate all the donkeys and horses and can't go far. This little one can't bear to eat this lame donkey, so I want to keep it to pull me and my grandson to escape. However, as he said that, the old man looked at the sky and said with a bitter smile, It's already dark. This little one wants to leave but can't. Moreover, we can't go back to the city now. Can't leave when it's dark. Xiaohua looked back at the road behind him. Although it was already dark, the road was faintly visible. It wasn't completely impossible to walk. Master, please save this little one and my grandson. The old man hurriedly knelt down and shouted. Xiaohua smiled and helped him up and said, Don't worry, these food are all for you. Oh no. The old man looked around with a bit of panic and shouted, Master, this little one isn't talking about this. This little one begs Master to take us away from here. Xiaohua noticed the old man's panic. He narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings. He didn't find anything and asked curiously, What's wrong here? Why are you so scared? Master, it's already dark. If it's possible, you should quickly take this little one and my grandson away. There's a ghost here, a ghost that eats people. At this time, the sky was gradually turning dark and the moon had yet to show its head from the clouds. The old man was really scared. He took half a step forward and shouted in front of Xiaohua while trembling with fear. Ah! Xiaohua was shocked. It was as if he was struck by lightning. He instantly thought of something. Damn it, no wonder the aura in the mountain ridge and river was a bit strange. Wasn't it a slight aura of the Yellow Springs? But why is there an aura of the Yellow Springs near Wuxia County? Master! Seeing Xiaohua's shock, the old man was even more scared. He begged in a low voice, If you can't save these two people, you can save this little one and my grandson. Oh, Xiaohua came back to his senses and said with a smile, Don't worry, this old man can save you. Don't be afraid. Tell me, what happened in Wuxia County? How do you know there's a ghost here? Master, how could the old man be at ease? He begged, If you can save this little one, please save this little one first. When we reach a safe place, it won't be too late for this little one to speak. That's fine too. Xiaohua nodded. He looked at the child on the donkey cart and asked, Where do you want to go? This old man will send you there. Anywhere is fine. The old man hurriedly said, As long as we leave Wuxia County. So, you have no place to rely on. Xiaohua muttered. Yes, this little one's son and daughter-in-law already died outside Wuxia County and never came back. This little one only has this grandson left. The old man replied with a sad face, This little one has some skills. After leaving Wuxia County, I should be able to find a place to live. AI. Xiaohua sighed and said, Right now, Fengxiang country is suffering from a disaster. Although it's a bit better than Wuxia County, It's not much better. The king of Fengxiang country is about to send disaster relief. If nothing unexpected happens, this disaster will be over soon. Since you're unfamiliar with the place, why don't you stay in Wuxia County? I'd rather die in a foreign land than return to Wuxia County, the old man replied resolutely. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and asked, Do you know Wuxia County's Zhu family? Zhu family? Zhu Cheng, Master Zhu? The old man asked. Yes, it's Zhu Cheng. The old man nodded. Of course this little one knows Master Zhu. That's a famous family in my Wuxia County. Where is Zhu family in Wuxia County? If this old man sends you there, what do you think? Xiaohua asked again. This. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, Of course this little one has no problem. Master Zhu is a family of saints. Ghosts don't dare to approach. But Master Zhu, don't worry about this. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, You just need to tell this old man where Zhu family is. Master Zhu isn't in Wuxia County. He lives in the suburbs. The old man pointed in the direction of Wuxia County and said, If you want to go there, you need to pass through the entire Wuxia County. How, with this old man here, why do you need to worry about this? Xiaohua laughed. With a wave of his sleeve, he rolled up the donkey cart and other things and rushed into the air. In the blink of an eye, he flew past Wuxia County. When he landed on the ground, the old man still couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed his blurry eyes and looked around. At this moment, the sleepy child beside him also became energetic. He looked at the lights in the distance and shouted, Grandpa, look, this is the Zhu family village. Over there is the locust tree planted by the saints. Thank you, Master, thank you. The old man was crying tears of joy. He knew that he had met a benefactor and was able to escape with his life. He hurriedly shouted, Who has come to my Zhu family village? The old man and the child's voice traveled far in the night sky. Not far away, a flame flashed in the darkness and several lanterns appeared from the ground. A voice also came from the ground. Chapter 3846. Under the light of the lantern, several zhang away from Xiaohua, there is a simple barrier made of stones and sacks erected there. Behind the barrier is a deep pit. Several men dressed in martial attire jumped out of the pit with steel blades and other weapons in their hands and lanterns in their hands. They walk very cautiously toward Xiaohua. I am Xiaohua, Daoist name is Daoist Master Xiao. Xiaohua is not like ordinary cultivators who ignore these worldly servants and directly release their divine sense to lure Zhu Qing out. Instead, he indifferently announces his name. You are Daoist Master Xiao? These men have obviously heard of Xiaohua's name. Hearing Xiaohua announce his name, they are shocked. They slightly raise their lanterns, wanting to see clearly. Ghost! Before these men can see Xiaohua's appearance, the old man next to Xiaohua screams and collapses on the ground. Ghost! The old man collapses. How can the group of servants still care about Xiaohua's appearance? They all shout, throw their lanterns on the ground, retreat in panic, or brandish their steel blades in an attempt to defend. Xiaohua coldly snorts. This is only this old man's illusion technique. Where did this ghost come from? Xiaohua flicks his hand and a fireball flies into the air, illuminating the surroundings several zhang. Oh, it really is Daoist Master Xiao. It is Daoist Master Xiao. This little one has seen a portrait of Daoist Master at the young master's place. This little one has even kowtowed in front of Daoist Master Xiao's portrait. Several servants started to shout at the same time, but no one dared to step forward. Although the old man understands that this is Xiaohua's illusion technique, he was so scared that he collapsed on the ground. How can he stand up? Who is here? Oh, isn't this Daoist Master Xiao? Just as they are talking from the darkness of Zhujia village, an old man over 40 years old in embroidered clothes flies over. When the old man sees Xiaohua, he immediately shouts in surprise. He lands in front of Xiaohua and bows. This one is Zhu Changxing, greetings benefactor. Xiaohua has already seen this old man's appearance. He should be one of the Zhu Jia disciples he rescued from the prison of the Copper Pillar State more than 20 years ago. At this moment, he smiles and helps Zhu Changxing up. Get up. Is Zhu Cheng in the village? My family head is in the villa. Zhu Changxing stood up and said happily, if he knows that you are visiting, he will definitely. Oh, please wait a moment, I will ask the family head to come out and welcome you. No need. Just as Xiaohua was about to stop him, Zhu Changxing had already waved his hand. A two-colored true qi that was like a rainbow flew into the air, transforming into a rainbow bridge that fell into the villa. Pung. As the rainbow bridge fell, a slight rumbling sound came from inside the villa. A scroll flew out carrying several Confucian scholars. Several rays of clear light swept over Xiaohua and the others, then fell on Xiaohua's face. In front of Xiaohua, a voice familiar to Xiaohua cried out, Xiao. Daoist Xiao. Old Master Zhu, it's been almost 20 years since we last met. You're still as elegant as ever. Xiaohua smiled as he walked over and cupped his hands in greeting. The person in front of him was naturally Zhu Cheng. However, at this time, Zhu Cheng looked somewhat old, far from a Confucian expert who had refined his qi and returned to the divine. Daoist Xiao is the real immortal. Zhu Cheng activated the scroll and brought everyone down. He walked a few steps and was about to kneel down. He said, I often thought of Daoist, but I really didn't expect that Daoist would come today. Even more so, I didn't expect that Daoist's appearance hadn't changed at all. How could Xiaohua let Zhu Cheng kneel down? He hastily helped him up, and the people behind Zhu Cheng who were about to kneel down were also helped up by Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled again and said, I was also passing by because of some troublesome matters. I thought of the past and specially came to see old Master Zhu. I don't dare. Daoist can just call me Zhu Cheng. I don't deserve this title in front of Daoist. Zhu Cheng hastily waved his hand. Then call me fellow immortal Zhu. Xiaohua said with a smile. I'll listen to Daoist's instructions. Zhu Cheng hastily smiled. He looked at the old man on the ground, the donkey cart and the children behind Xiaohua, then asked, Daoist, what's the troublesome matter? I wonder if I can help you? Let me ask you, did your Zhu family village have Yu Zhongquan from Yifeng country of Yu province come to visit? Xiaohua asked with a smile. Yu province? Yu Zhongquan? Zhu Cheng frowned and shook his head slightly. I don't know this fellow immortal. Where did Daoist hear this from? Where's Zhu Xiang? This Yu Zhongquan is about the same age as Zhu Xiang. Xiaohua explained. Jin is studying hard in the study. I've never heard of anyone coming to visit him. Zhu Cheng shook his head even more. At this time, an old man behind Zhu Cheng hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, Big brother, dear he, what about him? Zhu Cheng was startled. He turned his head and said, He's not in the study? Jin should be in the study of Qilan courtyard. However, just as Daoist Xiao said, he did invite some old friends to come to my Zhu family village. This damned unfilial son. Zhu Cheng was furious when he heard this, but when he looked at Xiaohua, he suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, I've let Daoist see a joke. My unfilial son invited some old friends behind my back. The Yu Zhongquan that Daoist spoke of is probably among them. Seeing Zhu Cheng's appearance, Xiaohua immediately understood how Zhu Xiang's indecisive character was formed. However, he couldn't say too much. He smiled and said, Daoist Zhu, please help me confirm. Kate, Daoist Xiao, please wait a moment. I'll be right back. The old man behind Zhu Cheng agreed. He flew into the air and landed inside the Zhu family village. Zhu Cheng opened his mouth as if he wanted to ask something, but closed it again. Xiaohua looked at this thoughtfully. In fact, if he didn't care about Zhu Cheng's face and released his divine sense, how could he not see it? However, since the Zhu family people didn't use divine sense techniques to send messages, maybe there was something fishy about it. Xiaohua was happy to go with the flow. Also, Xiaohua pointed at the old man beside him and explained, I met this person when I was passing by Wuxia County. I don't know his name, but seeing how pitiful he is, I asked Daoist Zhu to take him in. Of course. Zhu Qing was deeply touched by Xiaohua's kindness. He didn't think it was strange at all and hurriedly replied, "This is just a small matter for me. It's nothing." "Thank you, Master Zhu. Thank you, Daoist Xiao." The old man was finally able to stand up and hurriedly kowtowed again. Xiaohua smiled and helped the old man up. "Now you won't say I'm a ghost, right?" While speaking, Xiaohua slightly paid attention to Zhu Cheng's expression. Sure enough, Zhu Cheng's eyebrows jumped and his eyes flashed with panic. I don't dare. It's all my fault." The old man bowed to Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Hey, where did you get this grain?" At this time, Zhu Cheng's gaze fell on the donkey cart behind Xiaohua. He looked at the grain beside the child and asked in surprise. The old man looked at the grain on the cart and thought of the grain left on the roadside. He said with a regretful tone, "This was all given by Daoist Xiao. Just now, Daoist Xiao scattered a lot of it in Wuyuan County." Daoist Xiao. Zhu Cheng turned to look at Xiaohua and asked carefully, "This grain, how much do you have?" "Hee, I came to Zhu family village from afar and haven't had a sip of hot tea," Xiaohua said with a smile. Zhu Cheng's face slightly reddened. He hurriedly bowed and said, "It's all my fault. Daoist Xiao, please." "Okay." Xiaohua nodded. "Fellow Daoist Zhu, please lead the way." Light clouds appeared under Zhu Cheng's feet. He led Xiaohua and a group of Zhu family disciples into Zhu family village. As for the old man who didn't say his name in the end, he was also led by 2 guards into Zhu family village. Presumably, with the protection of Zhu family, he wouldn't have to worry about making a living in the future. The entire Zhu family village didn't have any origin formation protecting it. It was no different from an ordinary village. Xiaohua followed Zhu Cheng and landed in a guest hall. The hall was rather simple. Apart from a few tables and chairs, there were only some flowers and trees. There was no other decoration. At the head of the hall, there was a portrait hanging on the wall. The scroll of the portrait looked old, but it was unusually spotless. Faintly, there was a layer of extremely dim treasure light emitting from the portrait. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the portrait. He looked at the old man wearing Confucian robes and a Confucian crown. He had a serene expression and clear eyes, as if he understood everything in the world. He already understood that this must be the famous great Confucian Zhu Shi of Zhu family. Therefore, without waiting for Zhu Cheng to say anything, Xiaohua stepped forward and bowed. Junior Xiaohua greets Senior Zhu Shi. Zhu Cheng and the other Zhu family disciples were gratified. They hurriedly tidied their clothes and retreated to the side. They bowed back and said, "Thank you, Daoist Xiao." After the greeting, Zhu Cheng invited Xiaohua to sit at the guest seat at the table under the portrait. He accompanied Xiaohua on the other side. When someone brought fragrant tea, Zhu Cheng personally poured a cup for Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Daoist Xiao is a Daoist senior. You usually drink spirit tea. I don't have any good tea here. This is fragrant tea that I personally went to Maoqing Mountain to pick and stir-fry last year. Although it can't compare to the spirit tea of Daoist sect, and perhaps not to the tea of Cha New country, it is superior in that it was made with the zhenqi of my Confucian cultivator. Daoist Xiao can taste it." Xiaohua smiled and raised his cup. He took a sip, but he felt that there was a kind of bitterness in it. This bitterness didn't turn into sweetness like the spirit tea. Moreover, when the tea entered his stomach, it didn't turn into any zhenqi. He knew that it was as Zhu Cheng said. But just as Xiaohua was about to put down the fragrant tea, his heart skipped a beat and he took another sip. He felt the bitterness at the tip of his tongue faintly release some layers. After tasting it a little more carefully, there were actually some mixed feelings. He unconsciously took another sip, letting the tea overflow in his mouth for a moment before swallowing it into his stomach. "Good." Xiaohua put down the teacup and praised, "The path of Confucian cultivator emphasizes the tempering of the world. If you don't experience the various states of the world, you won't understand the essence of the noble spirit. Zhu family is worthy of being the descendant of a great Confucian cultivator. Just from a cup of tea, you can make people taste so much. Old Sage Zhu is really amazing." Open WeChat now, click the plus sign at the top right, choose to add friends, add a public account, search for Kitty An's Wang, and follow the public account. You won't miss any updates. Chapter 3847. Daoist Zhao's Confucian cultivation is indeed extraordinary. Zhu Qing puts down his teacup and says with a smile, although my Zhu family's clear heart tea is good, without someone like Daoist Xiao who understands the true essence of Confucian cultivation, how can you taste it? Xiaohua waves his hand and says, fellow immortal Zhu, you flatter me. I only have a feeling occasionally. It's nothing. Compared to your family with a long history, it's far inferior. Alas, how is the current Zhu family still a Confucian family? Zhu Qing bitterly smiles and shakes his head. Then, as if he has thought of something, he stands up and says respectfully, Daoist Xiao, please come this way. Xiaohua is slightly surprised. He follows Zhu Qing to the hall next door. This is also a hall, but it's slightly smaller than the previous one. This hall is even more simple and crude, with only one incense burner table. On the wall behind the incense burner table, in the same position as the hall, but a bit lower, there is also a portrait of Xiaohua who is standing with his hands behind his back. Xiaohua in the portrait is vivid and lifelike. His eyes are filled with determination and compassion. The Daoist robe he is wearing is the one he was wearing when he saved Zhu Qing that day. When Xiaohua sees this, he immediately understands what Zhu Qing wants to do. Sure enough, Zhu Qing takes out a rather old-looking red chair and respectfully places it in front of the incense burner table. He says softly, Benefactor, I greeted you before to welcome you. Now, I would like to invite you to take a seat. My family would like to thank you for your kindness. That's inappropriate, that's inappropriate. Xiaohua waves his hand and says, I didn't mean to save you. Moreover, fellow Immortal also paid me back that day. After I accept it, we are even. Now, there is no need to make such a big fuss. Zhu Qing says with a smile, Benefactor is wrong. That day, Benefactor saved me and a dozen of my family members. I used the Zhu family's ancestral treasure to repay you. On one hand, I was really grateful at that time and wanted to give the best thing of my Zhu family to Benefactor. On the other hand, to be honest, my Zhu family has been dragged down for tens of thousands of years because of that treasure. I was tortured in prison, so I also wanted to leave and throw it away. Giving it to Benefactor is really a bit of a misfortune. Thinking about it, I feel very guilty. However, fortunately, it seems that Benefactor didn't feel burdened because of it. I feel a bit relieved. Indeed. Hearing Zhu Qing's words, Xiaohua also felt a bit strange and asked, This Xiao has never met anyone from a scholarly family who has come to ask about this item. Since your Zhu family has been forced by other families, why haven't they come to this Xiao? Zhu Qing thought for a moment and smiled bitterly. Maybe they don't believe the authenticity of the news. Or perhaps their benefactor's whereabouts were uncertain and they couldn't find him in a short time. Or perhaps, they just don't want this thing to fall into the hands of my Zhu clan. As for the Dao sect, they don't care? Yes, of course. Xiaohua nodded slightly. After rescuing Li Xiang from the Copper Pillar State, he hadn't stayed in the Black Wind Ridge for long. Later, the Black Wind Ridge was flattened by Sun Jian's troops, and those scholarly families couldn't find any traces of him. Of course, it was more likely that they did not believe the news and did not believe in the existence of the enlightenment of heavenly writing. Otherwise, they would have followed Duanmu Liangxing to the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Of course, this is nothing. Zhu Qing said solemnly. What I want to thank our benefactor the most is that you lifted the curse of my Zhu clan. Oh, I understand. Xiaohua nodded and smiled. So fellow immortal Zhu is here for this. That's right. Zhu Qing said respectfully. Compared to the grace of being saved by our benefactor, this grace is completely beneficial to my Zhu clan's descendants. If we don't enshrine our benefactor's portrait, if we don't pay our respects to our benefactor, my Zhu clan won't have the face to exist in this world. Forget it. Xiaohua nodded. If I refuse again, I'll be hypocritical. Benefactor, please take a seat. Zhu Cheng respectfully invited Xiao Hua to sit. Then, everyone knelt at Xiao Hua's feet according to their status. Not only that, but in a moment, the Zhu clan's descendants also came forward and knelt down to kowtow to Xiao Hua to show their gratitude for breaking the curse. Although everyone in the Zhu clan had to thank Xiao Hua, the Zhu clan was indeed in decline. In less than an hour, everyone had finished paying their respects. Then, Zhu Qing invited Xiao Hua to take a seat in the hall. What surprised Xiao Hua was that Zhu Xiang didn't appear. The old man who was looking for Yu Zhongquan also didn't come back. After Xiao Hua sat down again, Zhu Cheng poured tea for him and asked curiously, "Actually, there's something I don't understand. I'd like to ask our benefactor." "He, do you want to ask me how I knew that the Zhu clan's descendants were cursed?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Indeed." Zhu Qing nodded. "Where the curse of my Zhu clan came from and when it came from, even I don't know. What's more, about the curse of my Zhu clan, my ancestors never told anyone about it." "How did you know?" "Moreover, this curse was extremely insidious. My Zhu clan tried everything to break it, but couldn't. All the men's cultivation was restricted and all the women suffered. Our benefactor saved my Zhu clan from the abyss of suffering with just a few medicinal pills. I won't hide it from our benefactor." Perhaps I won't be able to see the rise of the Zhu clan in my lifetime, but without the curse, my Zhu clan will return to the top of the list of scholarly families sooner or later. How did our benefactor get such a miraculous medicinal pill? Ha! Xiao Hua laughed. He looked into Zhu Cheng's eyes and said word by word, "Perhaps you'll know about this in the future. However, at this time, forgive me for not being able to speak frankly." It doesn't matter," Zhu Cheng said with a smile. "No matter what, our benefactor is our Zhu clan's benefactor. It doesn't matter whether I know or not." While they were talking, an indescribable cold wind suddenly blew in from outside the hall. Not to mention the other Zhu clan disciples in the hall, even Zhu Cheng trembled and raised his head to look outside. However, after a short while, the cold wind passed and everything returned to normal. There wasn't anything particularly strange about it. Zhu Cheng's complexion returned to normal. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Fellow immortal Zhu, what's going on with Wuyuan County? The ghost that the old man spoke of, what's going on?" Hearing Xiao Hua ask about Wuyuan County, Zhu Cheng's face became sad. He said in a low voice, "I'm also very clear about the situation in Wuyuan County. Not only Wuyuan County, but Jingyue County and Fancheng County had also become ghost towns. Many people had starved to death in this disaster, and there were even more people who had committed inhumane acts in order to survive. For example, cannibalism could be found everywhere. Alas, not to mention these three counties, even the entire Fengxiang country is covered in disasters. Even if we're cultivators, it's extremely difficult to fight against the heavens. The Immortal Palace is the head of the Confucian cultivators in the hidden Immortal continent. In these past few years, the Immortal Emperor has repeatedly issued immortal decrees, ordering the officials of the Rain tribe to rain everywhere to quell the disasters. However, the promised favorable weather has never appeared. Of course, when Benefactor mentioned Wuyuan County, I also feel ashamed. Wuyuan County is the foundation of my Zhu clan. This Zhu clan manor used to be the pride of Wuyuan County. Unfortunately, the current Zhu clan is far from the previous Zhu clan. Even if I want to help the people of Wuyuan County, I don't have the strength to spare. When Benefactor came to my Zhu clan manor, you must have already seen the barrier blocking the main road. In fact, at the very beginning, when the disaster just started, I often gave away food at the manor. However, not only did my Zhu clan run out of food, I was also powerless to deal with the vagrants attacking my Zhu clan manor. Therefore, I had no choice but to use this method. Xiao Hua looked at Zhu Cheng and raised his hand with a smile. He took out a Qiankuan pouch and handed it to Zhu Cheng, saying, "In that case, these are for you. Can you tell the truth?" This much?" Zhu Cheng knew that Xiao Hua had food in his hands. However, when he received the Qiankuan pouch, his expression changed greatly. Just as he said, cultivators have great magical abilities and boundless magic power. However, to be able to make so much food appear out of thin air has already surpassed the scope of magic power. Xiaohua retracted his smile, narrowed his eyes, and lightly said, "This amount of food is enough to solve the disaster in Wuxia County. This Xiao's strength alone is insufficient, so it is difficult for me to distribute it fairly. I presume that Zhu family is much more skillful than this Xiao. This matter will be left to Zhu family." "Yes, I understand. I thank Daoist Xiao for his great kindness on behalf of all the people of Wuxia County." Zhu Qing hastily stood up and saluted Xiaohua again. Xiaohua's face didn't have much of a smile. When Zhu Qing stood up, he said indifferently, "Zhu Qing, you're really too polite today. However, if you really treat me as your benefactor, why are you hiding something from me?" "Benefactor?" Zhu Qing's face revealed an awkward expression. He was still somewhat hesitant. Xiaohua sighed and said, "When I came here, I knew that Zhu clan was the master. Therefore, I respected Zhu clan very much and didn't release my divine sense to investigate. If fellow Daoist Zhu doesn't want to tell me, do you want me to investigate it myself?" "Big brother." Just when Zhu Qing was hesitating whether or not to speak, an untimely voice came from outside. Soon after, the old man who flew away to find Yu Zhongquan flew back. As soon as he landed, he hastily shouted, "Ji." He, however, when he saw Xiaohua sitting on the seat of honor, he also had some misgivings. He looked at Zhu Qing and wanted to send a sound transmission, but he didn't dare. "Speak," Xiaohua said coldly, "unless you don't speak. Even if you send a sound transmission, I can still hear it." "Speak." Zhu Qing waved his hand and helplessly ordered, "Daoist Xiao." The old man hastily said, "The Yu Zhongquan you're looking for should have been invited by Jin. Several months ago, he came from Yifeng country to our Zhu clan manor. I've already asked the servants who take care of Jin Er's daily life." When he heard that Yu Zhongquan had already been in Zhu clan manor for several months and he didn't know, Zhu Qing's face became somewhat unsightly. However, the old man's next words shocked him greatly. At this time, Yu Zhongquan and more than 10 other young juniors, under Jin's lead, have already entered the Yuan Ghost Cave. Zhu Qing exclaimed, "You didn't catch up? Do you want to know more exciting developments in the legend of the cultivation god?" Open WeChat now, click the plus sign at the top right, choose to add your friends, add your public account, search for Kitty-Ann's Hongwen, and follow the public account. You won't miss any new updates. That you're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.